Hello everybody, I'm Sudeep from UPluts. Let's start a new lesson or new subject, that is FastAPI, which is nowadays very important. Okay, so let's start FastAPI. Number 1, Introduction to FastAPI and its advantages. FastAPI is a modern, high-performance web framework for building APIs with Python based on standard Python type hints created by Sebastian Ramritz in 2018. It has quickly gained popularity among developers for its speed, ease of use, and robust feature set. Key advantages of FastAPI. Number 1, performance. FastAPI lives up to its name by offering exceptional speed. Built on Starlet for the web parts and Pydantic for data validation, it's one of the fastest Python frameworks available, comparable to Node.js and Go. Number 2, type hints and validation. FastAPI leverages Python's type hints to reduce bugs by validating request data, convert incoming JSON to Python objects, validate data constraints, and generate detailed error messages. Automatically document your API. This is also very important. Automatically document the API. 3, automatic documentation. One of the FastAPI's most praised features is its automatic interactive API documentation. Swagger UI, accessible at /docs for interactive testing. ReDoc, accessible at /ReDoc for a more readable documentation. Both are generated automatically based on your code and type hints. Number 4, developer experience. Fast, detailed, and intuitive error messages. Next, IDE auto-completion support. Next, less code repetition. And fourth, intuitive design that's easy to learn. 5, modern Python features. Fully supports async await for handling concurrent requests. Second part, compatible with Python 3.6 plus type hints. Works with Python standard libraries. 6, standards based, built on open standards like OpenAPI and JSON schema. Easy integration with other tools that follow these standards. Number 2, comparison with other frameworks. FastAPI versus Flask. Flask, lightweight and minimalistic. higher learning curve for building APIs with validation, requires additional extensions for many features, more flexible but requires more manual work, no built-in data validation, no automatic documentation, mainly synchronous by default. FastAPI, built specifically for APIs, built-in validation and serialization, automatic documentation, async support out of the box, more opinionated structure, less code for common API tasks. FastAPI versus Django. For Django, it's a full-featured framework with ORM, templates, admin panel. Steeper learning curve, better for traditional full-stack web applications. More built-in features but heavier. Django REST framework needed for API development. Generally slower for API-only applications. FastAPI, API focused with no front-end components. Faster performance for API endpoints. Simpler learning curve for API development. Better for microservices architecture. No built-in ORM, though integrates well with SQLAlchemy and others. FastAPI versus Express, that is Node.js. For Express, JavaScript, Node.js best. Highly flexible routing system. Large ecosystem for middleware. No built-in validation or documentation. Requires additional libraries for many API features. And for FastAPI, Python-based, that is easier data science or machine learning integration. Built-in data validation, automatic documentation, more structured approach to API development, often more concise code for equivalent functionality. Next, setting up development environment. Prerequisites: Python 3.6 plus installed on your system. Basic knowledge of Python, a code editor, that is VS Code, PyCharm, etc. and command line or terminal access. Step 1. Create a virtual environment. It's always recommended to use a virtual environment for Python projects. On macOS or Linux, Python 3, then -m venv space venv. So it will create a virtual environment at venv folder. Now type following commands to activate, that is source venv/bin/activate. And on Windows, Python -m venv. Now venv \scripts activate to activate the VENV virtual environment. Okay, let's start it. Here I shall go to command prompt. I made a folder FastAPI and we shall write code within this folder. MD or mkdir FastAPI 001. That will be our first project. cd FastAPI code dot. It is our first API project. Now go to the terminal, that is control backtick. Type Python, then -m venv. Press enter. It will automatically create a virtual environment here, and within a few seconds it will come here by completing this. Okay, now we shall activate that venv environment, virtual environment, that is venv \, then scripts, then activate. Now let's do the other things. Please note that here venv is written here within brackets. Let's go to slideshow. Next one. Step 2. Install FastAPI and UVCon. FastAPI requires a server to run. UVCon is an ASGI server that works well with FastAPI. But what is ASGI server? Let's find out. What is ASGI server? An ASGI or Asynchronous Server Gateway Interface server is a specification that defines how servers communicate with asynchronous Python frameworks and applications, designed for handling concurrent connections and low latency. Okay, unlike the older WSGI, that is Web Server Gateway Interface, and it is Asynchronous Server Gateway Interface, which is synchronous. WSGI was synchronous. Okay. ASGI server that works well with FastAPI. So Unicorn is ASGI server. Pip install FastAPI UVCon. For development, it's good to install additional dependencies. Pip install within quotes FastAPI within third bracket, then standard. Previously, we also wrote all here. This installs FastAPI along with UVCon, Pydantic, and all optional dependencies. Step 3. Verify installation. Create a file named check_install.py. Import FastAPI, import UVCon, import Pydantic, print within bracket, then f string, FastAPI version : then within curly braces FastAPI dot __ version __. Similarly, print f string UVCon version, then within curly braces uvcon dot underscore underscore version underscore underscore print f string Pydantic version is within curly braces Pydantic dot underscore underscore version underscore underscore and run it. Python check underscore install dot py. You should see the installed versions of each package. Let's try it out. First, I shall install FastAPI, then this one. So, pip pip install FastAPI. It will install FastAPI here. And then please wait. Okay, yeah. Then pip install, then within quotes uvcon within third bracket standard bracket close, quotes close. Please note that you have to run this within that virtual environment. Okay. Yes, this within this. And let's check, go here, Python select interpreter, then venv. Click on this. Now, let's create a new file that is version check or something, that is check install.py, that is check underscore install.py. Press enter. Now copy this one, copy this code, paste it, save it. Now type Python check install.py. Then it will show the version installed for FastAPI version 0.115.12. This is the current version. When I am creating that video tutorial. Now uvcon version 0.34.0. Now Pydantic version 2.11.1. Okay, so let's go to slideshow and next. Creating your first FastAPI application. Step 1. Create a basic application. Create a new file named main.py. Then within that, from FastAPI, import FastAPI. Now create an instance of the FastAPI class, that is app is equal to FastAPI. Next, define a root endpoint at app.get within bracket, within quotes, then /def read root. So you know that when we go to this path, this route, it will run this one, that is return within curly braces, within quotes message, colon, within quotes hello world. Next, define a path parameter endpoint at app.get within bracket, within quotes /items / then within second bracket item ID. item ID will be the path parameter, and here def item within bracket item ID of type int. It's written here. This is the parameter we get from here, and it is of type int. Then return within curly braces within quotes item ID colon item ID. This item ID we get it from here. Okay, so let's try this out. First I shall copy this one, then where is, go here, I shall create a file, new file, main.py. Next, paste it everything here, save it. So from FastAPI, import FastAPI, and everything is written here. Next, slideshow. Go to the next one. Step 2, run the application. Run the server using uvcorn. How to run it? uvcorn space main. That is the file name. That is main.py. And within that app, that is this one, this app. Then double hyphen reload. This command means main, the file main.py, app, the app object created inside main.py. Then hyphen reload, restart the server when code changes. This is for development only. Otherwise, we don't need to use reload. Let's try this out. Copy this one. Go here. Paste it here. uvcorn. Press Ctrl C. Control plus click for Windows, command for macOS. Use command dot click, but I am working on Windows, so I shall use control click. Let's click it. Yes, it shows message hello world. Please note that for the get in of the root object, route, not object, it will return message colon hello world, and here we got this, and our server is running at localhost, then port number 8000 by default. Okay. Next, app.get within bracket /item /item ID, and this will return item ID colon the item ID we have specified here. So /item /4. So it returns item ID 4. This is JSON object. It returns it. Go to the next slide. If we call main reload for server, main this one, this is that one, and next test your API. I have tried this one, fast2one. Open your browser and navigate to this this URL. We have done this, and it sent message hello world. Then we tried this with 4. Here it is written 5. We tried it with 4, and it returned within quotes item ID, then all within curly braces, then within quotes item ID colon 4. For our case, it is written here 5. Now step 4, explore the automatic documentation. Navigate to this server, then docs, that is Swagger UI documentation, and then 127.0.1, then 8000 ReDoc, that is ReDoc documentation. First is Swagger UI documentation, which is interactive, and more detailed documentation for ReDoc. The interactive documentation allows you see all available endpoints, understand the expected parameters, try out the API directly from the browser, view response schemas. So let's try first docs. Then first is read the root, try it out, execute, and it will send. This is code is to 200, that is okay, success, and message, it returns message hello world. And for the next one, it also shows here, let's go there. Then try it out, item ID, let's try it 5, execute, and it will show us item ID colon 5. Okay, that's okay. Next, I shall try with ReDoc. ReDoc, say more detailed one, first API, successfully this, any, this one, read item, then required, then this. Okay. Type JSON, copy down, etc. This is a detailed one, but generally we shall use the docs, DOCS. Yes. Next one, enhance your API with request body. How to enhance? Update your main.py to include a post endpoint with a request body. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, we have done this. Now this is the new one for the post, Pydantic. From Pydantic, import base model. That will be the base model upon which we shall create our class. Let's see. First one is create an API instance of the FastAPI class. App is equal to FastAPI. Next, define a Pydantic model for request body validation. Class item, and it's the child class of base model. So something is defined already in the base model class and which is defined in Pydantic, which we have installed along with our pip installation. Now name colon str, this is string, price colon float, this will be float, is offer colon boolean none. So this is a boolean type, this is a float, this is str. Now define a root endpoint just like previous one, def read root, return message hello world. Next, define a path parameter endpoint. Here we added something different, app.get items slash item ID, then def red item ID int, then q, then str is equal to none. Return item ID colon item ID and q. Define a post endpoint with a request body, that is create something. App.post items. Def create item of type item class. We have defined item previously. Here this item, using that item here. And after that, return the item. Restart the server if not using hyphen reload, and test the new endpoint using Swagger UI at docs. Let's try this out. First, go to the previous one, select this, copy this, and paste it here. Paste it here. Next, go to the next one, next slide or next page, whatever you will say. Go here, paste it here, save it. Please note that watch files detected change in main.py. It's reloading, so please wait for some time. After it will reload, let's go there. It will reload. Please wait for some time and it will reload everything. FastAPI, still it's showing this one. Let's go there. Reloading. Yes, it's reloading. Application startup complete. Let's go there. Complete it. Here it will say fast get. You know that first item. Let's go to this one first. So here name will be string, price will be 0, is offer is true. This is boolean. Let's try it out. Name, let's make it item 1. Let's do it 99.99, and is offer is true, or make it false, anything. Let's make it true. So execute it and it will create one item, that is response body is name, item 1, price 99.99, is offer is true, and it's 200, that is it's added, successful response. Okay, example value string, etc, etc. Okay, now let's go to this one. We have added something new. Let's item ID is 5 and Q is, let's make it test. Let's see what it will happen. Please note that it will create a call string, that is HTTP, then item 5, then question mark, Q is equal to test. Question mark means query, and before that 5, that will be item ID, this one, and this test, Q is equal to test. Q is equal to test. We have written here. Let's try it out. Item ID 5, Q test. It's written here. Item ID is item ID and Q is Q. This is query. Adding basic configuration. Enhance your FastAPI application with metadata and configuration. Create an instance with metadata App Fast API. Title, My Fast API. Description, a simple API built with Fast API. Version this. Docs URL is this. Just documentation, change the docs URL, and ReDoc URL is ReDoc. So let's try it out. Let's copy this, but copied it, and rest of your code is just like that, like before. So we shall go to the top, comment it out this line, and paste it here. So warning, watch files detected changes in main.py and reloading. It's reloading. Please wait for something. Yes. Yes. Okay. So documentation. We have changed this one. Documentation. Yes. It's written here. This is version is this 0.1.0 here 0.1.0 with this like that. My Fast API Swagger UI. So it will show here my Fast API here. This is how we create an instance with metadata. And documentation is documentation, ReDoc is ReDoc. Change this one, the docs URL. Now docs URL will be changed is to this. Okay, and all the other things the same. Slideshow. Go to there. Congratulations, you have successfully, number 1, created a Fast API application. Number 2, defined get and post endpoints. Number 3, used path parameters, query parameters, and request body. Number 4, explored automatic documentation. Number 5, added basic configuration. That's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Let's learn FastAPI routing and parameters. This is the part 1 of this tutorial. Basic routing concepts in FastAPI. FastAPI is a modern, high-performance web framework for building APIs with Python. At its core, FastAPI uses a decorator-based routing system that makes defining endpoints intuitive and type-safe. Creating a basic FastAPI application. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. Now app is equal to FastAPI at app.get. This is the root. Now def read to root return hello world. Okay. And we import FastAPI and create an application instance. And we get at app.get within bracket. Then // decoder to define a route handler for GET request to the root path. The function returns a JSON response automatically. Okay, so let's try this first one. So before that, I need to use this one. I need to go to terminal, then cd tutorial, cd here, ls, and layer FastAPI cd FastAPI. Now I shall go to FastAPI cd FastAPI. Now md layer 002 cd 002, and here I shall run our code dot to run it. Now here we shall install our environment and other things. So let us go here, and first I need to install first our control and backend. Then is Python 3, then Python n now source plus activate. So it's installed here. Click install first API will be gone. Then let's install. Click install inputs first API, then bracket all. Okay. Now let's go here, command palette, and here Python select interpreter is this one. Okay. Now I shall create a file main, just like the previous example, main.file, and here I shall tap this, copy this and paste it here. So you see those files are there. Now type ev from main :app, then reload. Now I want to run it. Yes, hello new world. Okay, why it is showing? And you know it returns this object, that is hello and world. So here is hello and world. Okay. Go to the next slide. Basic routing concepts in FastAPI. FastAPI is a modern. Okay, this one. Okay. Next, HTTP methods. FastAPI provides dedicated decorators for all standard HTTP methods. At app.get within bracket, within quotes plus items, they read items and return items, then colon item 1 and item 2. So next app post, then item, they create item, return status, colon item created. Now app.put within quotes slash items slash within curly braces item ID, this will be ID, and def update item ID int, and return status f string within quotes item, then within curly braces item ID updated. Add app.delete within quotes /items within curly braces item underscore ID get delete underscore item within bracket item underscore ID :int return within second bracket status f string within quotes item within second bracket item ID deleted. Now app.patch within brackets within quotes /item ID. Def partial update item ID of type integer return within curly braces status f string within quotes item within second bracket item underscore ID. This is partially updated. Next. So can I try this one? Okay. First here to here. And then in our code, I shall write this. Save it. There is no error. It is running that one. And that is post item created, etc. And I shall go there. Here, refresh it. Now yes. This is get items. Otherwise, I shall make docs. Here is a FastAPI docs. I shall reduce the size to 100%. This is read route is first. This one, then item, read items. We have seen that one. Then try it out here. Execute 200. That is server response. 200 means okay. Items, item 1, item 2. Okay. Now try it out. This create item. Try it out. This one. Example. Execute. String. And status item created. And really one item is created. Okay. Let's see here. Items there. Try it out. Execute. Item 2. Okay. No, it is mock item created. Next is item ID. And then delete item ID. So here we have seen patch item ID, but no item is created actually. Status item created, but no item is created. So you cannot use this one. And it has no ID also. It's just showing those things. Next. Slideshow. Go to next. Router order methods. FastAPI evaluates routes in the order they are defined. If you have routes that could match the same path, the first one defined will be used. At app.get within quotes /user/me, then read count current user, return user ID of this is a string and current user, the current user. And if we put this one user ID here, this is of string, then user ID is user ID, what we have said there. So let's try and copy. In the case, a request to the users/me will be handled by the first function, not the second, even though the second route pattern could match me as user ID. So the position of the function is important. That is ordered, they are defined. Otherwise, if we view this letter, it thinks that this ID will be me. Okay, copy this, then go here, then type it out. Save it, and here shall go here. Okay, here is users slash ID, user ID is the current user. And if we use that one, suppose user 001, this is our ID. So user ID will be user ID. For the next one, it finds that one here, it goes to here, and for me, it is here, but for other things, it will go to here. So, hope you could understand this problem. Slideshow. Next, path parameters and type hints. Path parameters are variable paths of a URL path that capture values from the request URL. In FastAPI, you define them using curly braces in the path and declare them as function parameters. Basic path parameters. At app.get within bracket, then slash, then items, then item underscore ID. Now def read item this ID of type integer. Now return within second bracket item ID is this. Okay. So here item ID in the path defines a path parameter. The function parameter item ID captures the value. The type annotation int tells FastAPI to validate the parameter that can be converted to an integer. If we use ABC, it won't convert to integer. So, convert the path value to an integer, generate open API documentation with this type information, provide automated request validation. Okay, so let's try this out. Copy this. Now here, lots of things there. Get items. I paste it here. Okay. Solve this problem. Now, I see that. Yeah. It's okay. Does it okay? Okay. Detail not found. That means it doesn't work here. Now here, user. Sorry, items. Then here, item ID is 1, 2, 3. Should be integer. So we use 1, 2, 3. If we use ABCD, then what will happen? Detail type in parsing log person identity. The say input should be a valid integer. This will be valid integer, unable to parse strings as the integer. input ABCD. So it sends us a clear error. Now suppose 001. 1. 001 means 1 actually. So it is here. Integer. Next. Slideshow. Go to next. Path parameter types. FastAPI supports various types for path parameters. From UUID, import UUID, datetime, import datetime, date, app.get, items, item ID. Then same here, this integer validation is a user ID. Then string, this is of type string. Then return user ID, colon user ID. Now app.get files. Then file, path. File is of type path. File path is of type path. Now read this file path, or file path is of type string. Path parameters containing classes. Return file underscore path, file path. Now at app.get within quotes, within brackets, within quotes, class models, then model QUID, def get model, within bracket, model UUID of type UUID. And this is UUID validation. Return model UUID, model UUID. Now app.get /events /event date. So get events, event, date of type date validation, that is y, and dt. And return event date is event date. So I shall use this one. I shall try this out. Here, copy, then paste it here. Okay. And here, then use items, item ID, etc. Where it should be used? Items. Save it. And here, I found that first is items, item ID. Files, models, or we can use here, we can use it here. Same. So, read root items, item ID, read file. Okay. Item ID of type integer, write out here, from 0, execute, 200 item ID of 1001, 10,001, that's right. So, go for the next. Users, user ID, read user. This is of string. Write out user 1. Execute, and you will find user ID is user 1. So cancel it, go here. File path. Write out file path files dot folder 1, folder 2, file 1. So let's execute it. Hit 200, okay. Folder 1, folder 2, file 1. So this is the file path. Cancel it. Go to next. Models. Get model UUID. So try it out. I shall find example UUID for the method. Okay. Okay, what is that? What is the method? So I shall use that one. Copy, go here, paste here. So execute. Let's see. Correct. Response body is this UUID. But if we here, I think ASPF, I type it here. Then please correct the following validation needles and try again. Okay? Here, cancel it. Event date. Try it out. Application date is 2025 slash 5 slash 05 slash 05. Okay. Now I'm trying to use something. Suppose this. Then it will show unprocessable entity. Date from date time person for date. Input should be a valid date or date time. Input is too short. Input SDFA CTX input is too short. So it's not a date. Okay, so we have done everything here. Next, go to here. Slideshow. Go to here. Path parameter validation. You can add additional validation using path class. From FastAPI import path. Now app.get items. Then within curly braces item. Now def read item. Here is the item ID of type integer, path, then it must be there. Title, the ID of the item, and this is greater than, G means greater than or equal to 0, and less than or equal to 1000. Return item ID colon item ID. In this example, ... means parameter is required, as I told you. Title provides a description for documentation. GE is equal to 0 specifies that the value must be greater than or equal to 0. AD 1000 specifies that value must be less than or equal to 0. Okay. So I shall try this one. Copy this. Here I shall remove from here to here. Now I shall add this. Sorry, I shall add this here. Next, I shall copy this. Also here. Now, let's go to our online page. Let's go to here. Now, items, item. It shows here 0, then 1000. Suppose I try it out as 999. Then it will execute 999. Code is 200. That means okay. Code 200 is successful response. And I try to do this in 1001. Then please correct the following validation errors. Try again. It shows me here. And if I make it 100, then no problem is there. And for 1000 also is there. Okay. Next. Slideshow. Go to the next. Predefined values with enum. You can restrict path parameters to specific values using Python's enum. From enum, import pidum plus model name str, enum. Alexent is equal to Alexent. Resnet, then alienate is alienate. Those are the strings and enum. Okay. So at app.get within bracket, within quotes, /models, within curly braces, model underscore name, then get underscore model, within bracket, model name, model name. If model name is model name dot Alexnet, then return model name, message deep learning FPW. If model name dot value is model name, this value is alienate, then return this. Then otherwise, that is return model name is here, message have some residuals. Okay. So I shall try this out. Copy it, commit to here. Next. Now go to here, copy this, copy, and here. And FastAPI, this is the model name. Try it out, and it shows this Alexnet, Resnet, alienate. So we are using this RESnet message have some residuals. Okay, and let's go pick one. Execute this Alexnet deep learning FPW. So let's go to the next one. Query parameters. Query parameters are key value pairs that appear after the question mark in a URL. In FastAPI, function parameters that aren't declared as path parameters automatically become query parameters. Basic query parameters like app.get, then will inputs +items then date items, skip int is equal to 0, limit int is equal to 10. Return skip, here is the skip, and limit, here is the limit. Okay, this handle requires like items, question mark, skip is equal to 20, then ampersand. Ampersand means and another. Limit is equal to 50. Both parameters are optional with default values. This default values is 0 and this is 10. Okay. And optional required query parameters. Okay. First, I shall try to do this one. Copy. Now, I shall paste here. Items, is there any models? Okay, remove that from here. Paste it. Now, remove it. Let's see. Refresh it. Here. Start out. This is the default value. I made it 10 and it is 50. That is skip 10, limit is 50. Okay. And the HTTP is like that. This one, then question mark, skip is equal to 10, then ampersand symbol, limit is equal to 50. Next, optional add required query parameters. From typing, import optional. At app.get with inputs /items /def read items required query of type string, then optional query optional string is equal to none. So this value is none, default value none. This is optional parameter. Results colon within curly braces required. This is the required query, this one, required query. And if optional query results.update within bracket optional, then optional query return results. Okay. So we shall do this first. Here I shall copy it and paste it here. Now remove that one and copy it and paste there back. Copied it and paste it there. Save it. Next, FastAPI. Then this one. Optional this query. Required this is suppose this is the This is of. So let's execute it. Actual thing will show this %20 means space. This is optional. This is required. Oh, and this is 200. That's okay. So required is the required. This is required. Optional. This is optional. Okay. Slideshow. Go to the next. Query parameter validator. Use the query class for additional validation. From FastAPI, import query at app.get within bracket /items /ref read items. Then within bracket then optional string. This is the query. None. This is default value. Minimum length 3. Max length 50. And regex, that is A to Z plus dollar. Tabular expression pattern. Now title is query string. Description, query string for filtering items. Description for docs. Results is equal to within curly braces, within quotes item, colon, then within third bracket, within quotes item ID 4, then item ID bar. If Q, then results.item is Q. Is Q. What we have defined. Return results. So, let's try this out. First, I shall use this. Copy. I shall paste it here. And FastAPI query. And here, I shall copy this. Copy and paste this. Save it. Okay. So, let's go there. Refresh it. Items. Touch out. Query string for filtering items. Item 1. And here, error. Because starting mismatch, query, item 1. I think it's due to space. Let's see. Here, item 1. Let's test out what to do. Pattern is A to Z, then dollar. Okay. Can I make it? Item 1 dollar. Execute. Again this problem. Then I dollar. Again problem. Minimum length 3. What is there? I dollar. That means query string, title query string, query for documentation, query string. Minimum length is this and this. Regular expression pattern. I B. Okay. Same problem. I loss this same problem. So let's find out what will be the output, what is required for this string. Copy. You have at least one letter to be present. For example, this example of string that could not match ABC uppercase ABC. So let's try this ABC. ABC. I forgot about that string pattern type. So here it's okay, fine. After checking that from Google, it's okay. There is items, then item ID, who, then item ID for, and query is Q is ABC. Okay. So close this one. Next, I should go to here and search it. Next, Boolean types. FastAPI automatically converts query parameters into Boolean. App get items slash featured bool is equal to false. Default value is false. If featured, then return get only featured items. If returned, then get all items. Suppose here feature is true. For example, the question mark feature is equal to true. Then it is featured. 1, yes, false, 0, false, and this is no. I shall show you only true and false. Okay. So, go here, copy this one, and here. Paste it, save it, here. Now here, FastAPI, this default value is false. Okay, try it out. Here you can see true or false. Make it true and execute it. Get only featured items. And false, execute, get all items. Okay. So it's there multiple values for the same parameter. From typing, import, I should make it bigger. From typing, import list at app.get within bracket /imports quotation mark def read items read underscore items q list of string. Q is the list of string, that is query none by default. Return q colon q. This handle requests like items, then question mark q, then foo, then question mark bar, then q is equal to bar, different value of the question mark. Okay, so it will sing you foo bar plus. So I shall from typing import here from typing optional query or most of the queries there, right? Yeah, not here. Query. and then remove that one and copy that one. Copy. And here paste it, save it, and query. Okay, quick fix it. So this is query. You need to add query here. Name query is not defined. Square. Name error. So can I check that after this also? Can it run? No, it's error. So it can't run. Let's go here, come out from it. See here. Okay, there is query is not found. Where is this query? FastAPI query. Query is not defined. So I need to import that query. Pip install FastAPI from FastAPI / query. Okay, now FastAPI all. Have I made it? Import FastAPI all. Save it. Now it's not showing any problem, but there is something here. FastAPI query. Copy it up. Let's try here. Docs / docs 8 items. Write out as string item A, B, C, D, at string item here, here, T, H, I, J, K, L, J, K, L. Okay. Now, okay. A, B, C, D, G is, query is a string A, B, C, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L. Okay. I wrote it A, B, C, E, not A, B, C, D. So, here, let's go to the start bar. Thank you to go the next, most probably this is the last one. So, this is the last one. So, thank you for learning this lesson and bye for now.
Hello everybody. Let's start learning FastAPI routing and parameters part 2. 4. Request body parsing. Request bodies are data sent by the client to the API, typically in JSON format. FastAPI uses Pydantic models to declare and validate request bodies. Basic request body from Pydantic. Import base model, class item base model, name str, description optional of type string, and then this is none, and price is float, and tax optional of type float is equal to none. App.post /items, Now def create item, item colon, item, return item. Okay, so let's start it. First, I shall go to our FastAPI folder, then md FastAPI and the FastAPI 2000 003. Yes, cd FastAPI 003 and then code dot. So you know what shall I do? I shall do, that is go to terminal and type Python -m venv. It will create and install virtual environment. Then we install FastAPI and that is another one is UVcorn Python, then activate it. Sorry, venv /scripts /activate. Now we shall use pip install FastAPI and UVcorn. Okay, let's go Control Shift and P. Python select interpreter. What is this? This one for workspace. Let's go here, new file, main.py, and we shall use from FastAPI import FastAPI and then from Pydantic import base model from Pydantic import base model. Okay, and another thing is from FastAPI also optional. I think so. From FastAPI from comma not base model is here, optional from. Okay, let's type, then we shall see what will happen. Copy here, paste it here, everything optional, quick fix, type from typing. Sorry, I forget it from typing. App, yes, app const app is equal to FastAPI bracket open and close. From const app, is it const? No, app is equal to this one. Again, there is I was confused between JavaScript and JavaScript, TypeScript and Python. Yes, those ECMAScript and Python languages. So this is our code, main.py. Now we shall run it by using what? Using our one second. That is our here UV code, then main, that is py app :app - reload. So it will loading that one, default not found because nothing is there. Then I shall go to here docs. Yes, docs for post item and try it out. Name is string, it is showing in this way. Name is string, description is also string, price is 0, tax is 0. So name is okay, laptop, description, great laptop, price, suppose in price will be in suppose 50,000 and tax is 20%. Okay, let's execute it. 422 body expecting comma delimited JSON delivered body error unprocessable. What is the problem? Tax 20 0.0.20. Okay, let's do it. Yes, it's okay. So name laptop, description a great laptop, price is 50,000, taxes like that. I wrote it percent symbol, so it became a string. But here, you know, we need some float or int may be converted to string to float, but we need that number format. You see the color is here is green for the string. This is color coding, so we can understand is quickly. Let's go to our slides. FastAPI will read the request body as JSON, convert the JSON to the item model, validate the data types. Yes, we have seen that, validate the data types, and provide the validated instance to your function. Document the model schema in OpenAPI. Okay, so we have seen that here is that it will convert it. Now I am showing you again. Here the call is like that, and here you see within D it uses that what is called, it uses the JSON format for the data. After that it converts that JSON to the item class and validate it again, then it will show it. See again, the item class is like that. It's, as we have discussed, it's child of base model. Sorry, one second. Yes, and from Pydantic import base model class item. From class item base model name str, description optional, str is equal to none, price float, tax optional, float is equal to null. Then app.post at app.post items, then def create item of type item. Of type item means this is the item class. Then return that item. Okay. So we got it. Next. Request body plus path parameters. App.put slash items slash within curly braces underscore item underscore id. Now def update item underscore id colon int item of type item and return item id item, and it will become from dict item.dict, that become item will become the dictionary. This will validate with the class and this will become a dictionary. Okay, let's type out this one and see this double star. Okay, here save it. Save it. Now it's not dict because dict in the class base model is deprecated. The dict method is deprecated. Use model dump instead. Use model dump. So model underscore dump, that will be better. So it will model dump this into item, that is this item class. This is way we use this, that item will be model dump, and this is for the new base model class. So I shall put it here also, model dump mp. Okay, save it here and let's go there. Yes, and here is the put. So try it out. Item ID is the path. We can use slash here within that one. ABC 1 2 3. ABC 1 2 3. This is item. This is required. This is also required. Name again laptop. A good laptop. Good laptop. Price will be 50,000 and this is 0.2. Let's try it out. Correct. ID value must be an integer, but here it is the, oh yes, it is given integer. So I remove that one and execute. Okay. So it shows that the item ID will be 1 2 3, name laptop, description a good laptop, price will be 50,000, tax will be 0.2. Let's see our code again. Here name str, here we use this one into those, it uses that one item ID here. This item ID you get it from here. Then the class will be converted into dictionary using model.dict previously, and nowadays we use model.dump. Okay, that's okay. Let's go here, model.dump. Again, this one also I need to use model.dump. model underscore TUMP. Then we use the second part, that is put item ID, and there will be body plus path plus query. Body will be item or something, def item of type item ID of type int, and item. Now Q is optional, this is string, none is here. So if Q, the result will be this, otherwise return result. Result is this. Result.update means it will add this dictionary to this one. Okay, let's try again. Let's try this beautiful example. Go here, put items, item ID, save it, and I think you know, understand this one. This is none, but we can do this. Okay. Now I shall do this one. It will load, by the way. Yes, it is. Now go here, try it out. Item ID is required. Item ID is required 1, 2, 3. Query Q will be this is query. This is the query, and string will be again laptop again Windows laptop. The price will be 50,000 0.2. That will be our tax. Okay, let's execute it. Here is the query, this, then %20. That means a space is, then a space, then a space. This is a query. Then you see that item ID 1, 2, 3, name laptop, description a Windows laptop, price is 50,000, tax is 0.2, and Q is, this is a query. So you can understand how query, we added that query using that update command, where update function, update method. Here is the update method. Okay, now let's make it none. This is a query. I deleted that one. Now execute. Here no query, so the ID won't be added here. So it uses this one. This one. If Q, then that. If Q is none, then result. It sends that result, and result is item ID. Then star dot model dump, that will change that class into a dictionary. Okay, model dump, using the model dump method. Slideshow. Next one, multiple body parameters. Use base model. This is class user base model. Username str, full name, optional string is none. Then app.post /item/ def create item. Item will be of type item, and user will be of type user, that is username, and full name, that is optional, and return item will be of type item, and user of type user. Please note that we didn't use that dump method, that is model dump method. We didn't use it here. We just uses that class directly, or that object better. So I shall go here, copy it, and like it, copy it, and paste it here. Paste here. Now save it, and it will use that one. Let's try it out with our Swagger UI. And here you saw only post is there. Only post is there. Try it out. Required, request body is required. First one is item, that is, and user is this. Suppose name is, what is name? Laptop. Top. A good laptop. Good laptop. And our price is 50,000. And our tax rate is 0.2, that is 20%. Username, suppose my name Sudeep, and my full name, that is Sudeep Bhatta. Here, I'm Indian actually, you know that, and my title is Bhattacharya. I never expressed my title previously. So here we try to execute it. Response curl 422 error, username Sudeep, full name Sudeep Bhattacharya. So what is the problem here? Type is missing, body name, error, unprocessable content. Tax is here, full name Sudeep Bhattacharya. It's like that, but what is missing? A good laptop. I wrote it here. Class user this. Okay, I got it. It should be deleted. Now save it, refresh it. Yes, this is one. Try it out. Name again, laptop, a good laptop. This will be 50,000, 0.2%. Sudeep Bhattacharya. Execute 422, missing. Why missing? Let's go here. Okay, I haven't saved it. You so see, I haven't saved it. So again, I need to try it out. Okay, laptop. Here is a good laptop, and here is 50,000, and this is 0.2. and here is Sudeep, and here is my full name. Let's see, 200. So it is working. So item is just like that as we expected here. Username is this one, user class is here. So this is what we have expected, but we have done several mistakes, or rather our this one gets that we should not do a mistake. I take it in the other way, that is, it is checking whether I should not do any mistake. Slideshow. Next. Okay, here you see we have just like this one as our example. Next. Slideshow. Sorry. Next. Body in a specific field. If you want the entire JSON body assigned to a specific field, use the body parameter. From FastAPI import body, then app.post, then items, this is the post, then items, def, create item, the item of type item, importance, int body dot means this is required. Importance is required, it is of type int. So then return item, then importance, colon important. Please note that here we use that object or class directly. Okay, let's from FastAPI import body. From FastAPI import. Okay, FastAPI body. Yes. And here we shall type this one, this but. See, sorry. Go to here, user. Instead of doing this, type this. Now go to what? Go to here, go to FastAPI, refresh it. It's loading. Yes, try it out. Item, again our laptop. And again this string, a good laptop, good. This will be our price, 50,000. Now 0.2 will be our tax. And what is our importance? Importance will be say 4. Let's see. Execute 200. Importance will be 4. It's like that. And this is the first one is the item, and this is the we get it from the body, and the importance also. One thing that I write it here. Suppose I write good. Then what will happen? Expecting error, expecting value. Yes, expecting value for because importance must be an integer. So we make that integer, change it to an integer, and here we get that result, correct result. Okay. Next, here it shows that but okay, so that example. Next, nested models. Pydantic models can be nested to represent complex data structures. Class image, Base model URL is str, name is str, and class item base model name str, description optional string, price float, tax optional float none. It's there. Tags list str. This will be a list of tag, list of strings, actually list of strings. And image default value is a blank string, blank list. Image optional, image none. Now def create item return item. Let's see. Okay, let's go to here. I shall copy that one and go to here, and I shall paste everything. So you can see that this first is the image, this URL, name is here, name, list, file list, quick fix. This is base model, this is list, I think. Yes, it is list. Save it. Okay, let's go to here. Try it out. Name laptop, a good one, a good one. Price will be again 50,000 and tax is 0.2 and tax is Windows backlight keyboard. URL is https, suppose example.com, image 1, good laptop image. Let's try to execute it. 200, that means it's okay. Name is laptop, description a good one, price is 50,000, tax is 0.2, tags are Windows, backlit keyboard, and image is URL, https, blah blah blah, name also blah blah blah. So it gets that value. And please note here is the call messages, that is we need to send this as body, this laptop description, this for item, and for that image inside that item which we use URL and name. This image is inside, is of type optional, of type image, and images of type this. These are two properties, that is URL and name. Okay. Slideshow. This handles a JSON body like this. We have seen that one. Advanced validation with Pydantic. Pydantic provides advanced validation to the field function. From Pydantic, import base model field. Class item base model name is of type string is equal to field. It is required, comma, minimum length 1, maximum length 50. And description, it is optional string, field none. That is, we can use none, and max length will be 300. Price is float, field is required, and this must be greater than 0. It cannot be 0. Tax optional, this is float, field none, greater than or equal to 0. It can be equal to 0, but it cannot be equal to 0. It must be greater than 0. App post items, def create item, return item. Okay, let's do this. We use that field only from Pydantic, this model and field. I'm going to our from Pydantic this model, comma, FIE field. From here, I copy and pasted it here. Paste. Save it. Here, everything is working. Okay, let's try it out. FastAPI. Again, try it out. This is a string. Laptop. A good one. Good one. Good one. Price, this is 1. Tax is 0 also. Let's execute it. This one. So, can I make it make the price 0? Make the price 0. No, it is greater than 0. We can't do that. So, we 50,000. But can I do this as, can I just remove this one? Execute. 200. See, description is null. As I remove that line, description is none. Remove that line. Right. Can I remove that tax part? Execute. Response. Yes, tax can be null also. We can do tax null as we defined in our field. Okay, let's see again what is defined inside that field. Tax is optional and it is float, and description is also option. We have seen that. And for required, we need to use triple dot here. Okay, we have seen this previously. So go to slideshow. You can also add custom validators to Pydantic models. That is, from Pydantic import base model, validator, class, item base model, name string, price, float, quantity, int. Now add validator decorator. Use quantity. Def quantity must be positive. Class, then v. If v is less than is equal to 0, then raise value error, then quantity must be positive. Return v and at validator price. Price quantity must be same for the price also. Okay, next. Oh, not next. Here we can do this. This is validator. Please remember that. And I shall copy this part only and I validator, not field, this is validator. Okay, let's paste it here, save it. Okay, it's not validated. uh, returns validator deprecated, validators are deprecated. You should migrate to Pydantic V2 style field validator. It should be at field validator, field validator. This will be field validator, field validator. It should be field validator. So in the modern option, in the modern version of Pydantic, you should use validator. You should use field validator in place of validator. Okay, this must be field validator, field validator. Here is also field validator. Here we shall also write field validator. Okay, let's save this. Then I shall save this. I shall check this here. Save it. Okay, then try it out. String price 0 0, execute. Value error, price must be positive and quantity must be positive. Same for if we use negative numbers. For example, I use price is 50,000 and quantity suppose 1, then it will work. After execute 200, that is price 50,000, quantity 1, so it's working. That is how we used the validator. And please remember that we use field validator in place of validator nowadays. Okay, next. Complete API example. Here is a complete example that combines all the concepts. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, path, query, HTTP exception, body. From Pydantic, import base model field. From typing, import optional list. From enum, import enum. App is equal to FastAPI, title is equal to within quotes, item manager API, version is 1.0.0. Okay. Now models, class, category, str, enum, we have seen in our previous lesson. Electronics, it will show them in a drop-down list. Electronics, value will be electronics. Clothing, books, value will be books. Food. Okay. The class item base model, name str, field dot dot. Is there any validator here? Pydantic base model field, no validator. Then max length 300, price float field, this is required, greater than 0, tax optional float field of type none, greater than is equal to 0. Then category is of type category, this is the category, this is enum. Next, class item create, item base pass, it's not working, so item base pass. And class item base id int, class configuration config, schema, extra, example. I think config also it will be changed here nowadays. I'm not sure, but I shall try. Example, IT1, name, smartphone, description, latest model with high-end features, price 799.99. I think it's in USD, US dollar. Tax is this, and category is electronics. Fact database items.db, that is nothing is there. Counter 0. Routes, app post items, response model item, status code 201, def create item create, global counter, counter plus 1, new item is equal to item, id is counter, then item dot dict. So we shall use model underscore dump here, and items underscore db counter is equal to new item, return new item. Next, app dot get items, response model list, def read items, keep int query 0 greater than equal to 0, description number, this is the query, number of items to skip, limit int queries 10 greater than 1 less than equal to 100, description max number of items to return, category optional, category none, filtered items list items db values, if category filtered items, item for, this is item for item filled items, if item dot category is equal to category, so it will show a list. Then return filtered items, skip is equal to limit, skip plus limit, skip is equal to filtered, return filtered items, skip plus limit. Okay, now app.get items slash item id, response model is equal to item, def rate item, item id, int path required, greater than is equal to 0, it's of type int, and description, the id of the item to get. If the id not in the items dot items underscore db, then raise http exception status code 404, detail item not found. If this item id not found, then return items db item id. Okay, sorry. Then app.put, this one, then item id is equal to int path, this is greater than 0, this is updated smartphone, latest model with even better features, price is like that, category is that, electronics, updated item, and then item base is like that, body, and if id not in items db, raise this exception 401, item not found. Updated item is equal to item id is equal to item id, and then item dot dict. Yes, star dot dict means we use that model underscore dump, that is items underscore db item id is equal to updated item, return updated item, app dot delete within bracket within quotes slash item id within curly braces, status code 204, def delete item id in path gt 0, item id not in items db, raise these item dot found, tell items.db item return none. Next, okay, so we should use copy and paste from here. You can also add, no, not from here, here. Okay, copy this, okay, copy up to this, okay, then this one, then go to here, then pasted it, next, copy here, okay, what is running that one, pip install, we have done this, so let's go here, dot dict dot model dot dump, okay, I shall do this, item dot, save it, let's save it, dict dot dict dot dict, it should be model dot dump, del underscore dump, okay, is there any another dict where I shall get that, yes, yes, model underscore dump, any, no, config is also there, no problem, as I expected, database change, loading, okay, schema extra has been renamed, JSON schema extra, JSON schema extra is changed in V2 version 2, that is schema extra, if let's see, schema extra, schema extra has been changed to, has been renamed to schema, JSON schema extra, okay, I thought something has been changed, JSON schema extra, okay, warning, is there any warning, no such one, so we go here, we first we put that one, try it out, string category of type electronics, string, this is required, string name, phone description, good, much pricey, not phone, suppose I am making it in dollars, 799.99, suppose this will be 79.99, electronics, this is required, okay, smartphone, example value, to successful smartphone with high-end features, ID will be 1, but it's not giving its ID, low, so loser response 201 means it's okay, name ID is added 1, okay, now let go to get items, skip integer, suppose, try it out, query minimum 0, I make it 1, and max number of this item 10, and category electronics. Let's go here, response body, 0 is not there, example value, ID 1, smartphone, electronics, ID will be 1. Now, is there anything which I missed? I make it 0. Execute. 200, yeah. Now it without any skipping. So we don't need to skip that one. 0. And we got it. Next, items, item ID. Items, item ID. Try it out. Item ID will be 1. Execute. Yes, I got it for that item ID. If I item ID 10, suppose, item not found, this is 404 error. Okay, we also check that one. Now put, try it out. Item ID will be 1 and request body will be, it is request body. For example, here this one, the updated smartphone, latest model with even better feature, this like that, and I shall execute it. Okay, this is one. Now let's go to here and see, read all items. Okay, for the item ID, suppose I make it 1, execute, you see that updated item is here. And finally delete. Try it out. Item ID, suppose 2, execute, 2 is not there, so item not found. And now we use 1, execute, 204 response address, it's okay, it's successful response. Okay, so 204 is successful response here. Okay, everything is running fine. Now let's get that again. Execute this is a blank string, so no item is given here. Slideshow, go here and doc see your interactive API documentation. We have already done this. 7. Key takeaways. Path parameters, use parameter name in the route path and declare the parameter in the function. Type hints, let, help, FastAPI validate, convert and document your parameters. Query parameters automatically captured from the function parameters, not in the path. Request bodies defined using Pydantic models for validation and documentation. Parameter validation, use path, query, body, and Pydantic field for additional constraints. Documentation, FastAPI automatically generates OpenAPI docs based on your type hints and descriptions. These features make FastAPI a powerful tool for building robust type-safe APIs with minimal boilerplate code. That's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Let's learn data validation with Pydantic. This is the part 1 of this lesson. Introduction to Pydantic models. Pydantic V2, that is version 2, released in 2023, is a major rewrite that brings significant performance improvements and new features to one of Python's most popular data validation libraries. So it is a modeling and data validation library. And before that, there was Pydantic V1
and in 2023 the new release V2 has come out, and we shall learn Pydantic V2. Pydantic seamlessly integrates with FastAPI to provide robust data validation, serialization, and documentation. So, this integrates with FastAPI. First, robust data validation, then serialization and documentation. What is Pydantic? Pydantic is a data validation and settings management library that uses Python type annotations to validate data at runtime. Number 2, convert incoming data to Python types, generate JSON schema for your models, provide autocomplete and type checking in your IDE. So let's go to the next one. Basic model example. From Pydantic, import base model. From datetime, import datetime. From typing, import optional. Then class user of type base model, that is user is child class of base model class. This is the parent class. ID will be of type int, integer. Name will be of type string. Email will be of type string. Is active is of type boolean and default value is true. Created at is of type datetime and default value will be datetime.now. Okay, so the current time, current date and time. Now tags is a list of string and default will be a blank string. Now profile picture will be string type, optional string type, that is it may be or may not be may not have some value, and default value will be none as it is optional. When you create a Pydantic model, it enforces type validation automatically. Valid data will be like this: user is equal to within capital U, user class, ID 1, this is integer, name will be John Doe, email will be something email, and then print user.model_dump. So it will print the user model, user this object. Now invalid data raises validation error. Try user ID is not an integer, it is a string. Name will be name 123, that is an integer. Email also invalid email 1. It doesn't have any @ symbol, doesn't have dots after that. It's like that. Except exception as E is the exception. So it will print within bracket, then F string, validation error colon within curly braces E. Let's try out. First, I shall go to a folder. CD tutorial FastAPI MD FastAPI 004 CD FastAPI 004. Now please note that for Linux and Linux and Mac OS, you need to write. You need to think about the case also. For Windows, it's case insensitive. So, but those operating systems, that is Linux and Apple, that is Mac operating system, are case sensitive. So you have to write if is capital and the API will be capital here. Code dot. As you know, we opened that one, our editor. Then we shall go to control backtick. We shall go to terminal. Next Python -m, then venv. It will create that virtual environment within this folder. This is venv. Next, we need to activate that virtual environment. That is venv / script / activate. Now, so it is activated. Here it shows the venv. Now we install pip install FastAPI and our uvcon. Yes, those will be installed. FastAPI and Unicorn will be installed here. And after the installation, I shall select the interpreter. That is, go to command palette, select interpreter, Python interpreter, and here. This is all workplace. Okay. I'll create a new file, main.py, and with that I shall use first this one. Next, our testing. Save it. Next, Python main.py. First one, it shows this this dump, that is this one, this John Doe, and then validation error, two validation errors for user. Input should valid integer, unable to parse string as integer, type int, this one. And for further information, okay, input should be valid string, type this one, 1 2 3. And after checking twice, it didn't even check for the email also. Where is the email? Email also. Okay, email is string, so invalid email, you can, it won't check email. Email is string. So I think that we have found that. Again, saving this. Yes, just this one, ID this one. I am not using the second one now. Slideshow. Next. data validation and serialization, basic validation with type annotations. Pydantic uses Python type annotations to validate data. From Pydantic, import base model field email str. Pydantic email str. If we use email str, then we may valid that one, the previous one. Example. From typing, import annotated. Okay, class product, same of this is from the base model. This is child class from base model. ID of type integer, name of type string, price of type float, and here field is greater than 0. So field must be greater than 0. In stock bool true, tags list str, that is list of string str, then description str is equal to field minimum length 10, maximum length 1000, contact email str, specialized email validation, quantity annotated int, it is of type int, and field will be greater than 0. So it must be greater than or equal to 0, GE, not GT, greater than or equal to 0. Okay, quantity, not negative. It can't be negative. Okay, let's try this out also. It won't show anything, but we shall try it. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Save it. Let's try. So let's try. Then product is equal to product, and ID will be 1, name is Sudeep, then price is equal to 99.99 float, then in stock is true, I am not writing it, description BSCRIPT event is equal to this is a description, and email, that is email. Please note that it is showing us what should be here. Then contact email quantity int, contact email equal to sudeep@gmail.com. Is there anything more? Contact email quantity quantity is equal to 10. Okay, then let's print product dot that is constant, not constant, that is dump, DUMP, model dump, then except exception as E and print f string validation error colon within curly braces E. Okay, now I delete this one. Now I try out this. Okay, email from E, import email validator, import file, email.com, but import error, email validator is not installed. PHP installed Pydantic email, pip install Pydantic email. Okay, let's try this out. Email. Okay, let's try this. Pydantic email. Okay, Python. Maybe this one is not using Python main.py. Yes, everything is okay. So it is not using that one. Run Python dedicated terminal Python file. It's running Python file. Let's see. Command palette, select interpreter, create virtual environment. This is recommended. Okay. Yes. No, it is not working. Okay, let's forget about this CLS. Now type Python main.py. That is, it is running within that environment. ID is 1, name Sudeep, price this one, this is okay. Now let's first description. Make DESCRI. Suppose I type ABCD. Save it. Now check. It shows that validation error, one validation error, at least 10 characters. It should be 10 characters. Okay. So it should be 10 characters. Suppose I want to make it 0. Then I shall run Python main.py. So one validation should have at least 10 characters. Okay. Okay. Save it. CLS. I didn't save it. Input should be greater than 0. As it is greater than 0, where is there? Yes, field it is greater than 0. Input should be greater than 0. And another thing is that let's type out a wrong email. Suppose wrong email. Suppose no email. Save it. I'm running it. Error, product contact email. Value is not a valid email address. Let's change it. Make it this. Save it. Let's see whether it will check or not. Yeah, it is not valid email. It finds that. .com. Okay. So it is okay. Let's make it 0. Then let's run it. It will run no problem with 0 because it is GE0, that is greater than or equal to 0. Next I shall try. You can understand. Suppose -10. Save it. Again, error, input should be greater than or equal to 0. Okay. So this input value minus greater than equal input value 10 input type int. Okay. So it will give us error. Input value will be either 0 or greater than 0. Save it. Run it. So it's running. No problem. Next. Let me drink some water. Data validation and serialization. Basic validation with annotations. From Pydantic, import base model field email str. From typing, import annotated. Now product class, just like the previous one, int ID of type int, name of type string, price of type float, and its field will be greater than 0. In stock will be bool, this will be true. Tags will be blank, this is blank string, blank list is there. This is tags will be a list of string and it is the blank list by default. Description is this contact email, email str, the specialized email validation, quantity annotated int, field greater than 0. It must be greater than or equal to 0. Okay, we know this so far. Then field validation with Pydantic validators. Pydantic V2 introduces new ways to create validators. Okay, field validators, that is replacing V1 validators. Previously it was called validator. Now we shall use field validator here in place of validator. There are subtle differences between Python version 1 and version 2 syntaxes. Class sign up form, base model, username, str, password, password 1, str, password 2, str, that is string, at field validator. At field validator means this is the this is a decorator, which means that this will be a field validator for username. This username. Class method, def username, this will be alphanumeric, and class method means, as you know, that class method is not for the instance, it is for the class, and so the first one will be CLS. First parameter will be CLS, not self. Def username alphanumeric, CLS, V of type string, and it returns it also string. If not, V is alphanumeric, that is alnum, raise value error, username must be alphanumeric, and password, that is password 2, that is the previous one. If we use only symbols, then it will raise an error. And field validator password 2, class method, at class method, similar for the previous one, def passwords match, then class CLS v of type string and info. If password in info.data and v dot not is equal to info.data password 1, this is, it is inside the password 1 is info.data and info.data is password 1, then raise value error, passwords do not match. So if it gets that password here, if this is there, password 1, the user have given that password 1, and this value, this v value is not equal to info.data password 1, that is first one is password 1 exists in info.data and this value is not equal to the password 1, that is password 1 value. This means info.data this. For this we use that info. Raise value error, passwords do not match, return v. Okay. So I shall try this out again. This is using field validator. Go to our form, commented out this. Save it here. Save. No error so far. And let's try colon, then sign up form is equal to, what is it, sign up, capital SIGN, sign up form, username is here, name is equal to the password and password is password 1 is equal to my password 2 is equal to my then it will print sign up form dot model underscore dump, bracket open and close, exception as E, then print f string validation error type E. Okay, save it and let's run it. Python main.py. It shows username Sudeep, password 1. Okay, now I shall test it. Suppose I use this Sudeep dot hash. This suppose, right? Let's see where it will. Okay, its username must be alphanumeric. I'm using those symbols, those three symbols. So it must be alphanumeric. So the one, I think it will work. Yes, it will work. Username Sudeep1. Okay. Now password, my pass1. So value error, passwords do not match. Passwords do not match. It says that passwords do not match. This is the value error. Okay. And this is the this will be the output, so that if we use password 1, then it will work as before. Okay, got it. Slideshow. Next one, model validators. From Pydantic, import base model and model validator. Order base model items of type list of string. Item count will be int. Then model validator, that is mode after. It will check after. Model validator, at model validator. Previously we use field validator and it is the model validator. It will check on the whole model. So it is called model validator. Def check item count self, then arrow order. So it will return order, this one. If length, then self.items, length of self.items not equal to this, not equal to item.count. Raise value error, item count does not match number of items. Return self. So let's try this out also. Copy that one, and as you know, I shall paste it here. Okay. Now try block. That is our order. Small order will be an object order, capital order, and it has items is equal to Python JavaScript and there will be item count. Item count will be 2. Then print order dot model underscore dump. Except exception as E, then we shall write print f string within quotes validation error colon E. Okay, let's save it, run it. Okay, fantastic. Let's make it this 3. Then I shall check whether it will work or not. Yes, it worked. Actually, it gives error. That is what we wanted. Value error item count does not match number of items. Item count does not match number of items. It shows that error. Okay. So this is how we validate this. If we use 0, then also it will show this error. Okay, and if we use 2 here, 2, then it's okay. Slideshow. Next, Pydantic makes it easy to convert models to and from various formats. From Pydantic, import base model. From datetime, import datetime. Then import JSON class article. Then ID int, title str, content str, datetime will be datetime, and this tags will be like that. And here we create a model from the Python objects, that is article id1, title Pydantic v2 is amazing, content, this is the content of the article, and published datetime now, tags will be Pydantic Python FastAPI. Okay. Now serialize to JSON. JSON.data article.model.dump JSON, and then print JSON data. So JSON data will be printed. Deserialize from JSON, that is article date is equal to JSON loads, JSON.loads JSON data. Now need to manually parse datetime when deserializing from raw JSON. Article date published is equal to datetime from ISO format article underscore date, then within third bracket published. So new article will be article model validate article date. Otherwise, it will, if we directly save it to new article, that is article model.validate, it will show us error. Let's see. That is, first go to here. Next, this serialize to JSON. Here, save it. Again, print new article dot model underscore dump. Let's see. First one, let's go for the first one only. Save it. First one, it will show in the JSON format, that is JSON data, that is here model dump JSON, and it will return a JSON, and then JSON will be printed here. Next, I decommented out this one, and it is dumped as we stored here. Okay, and this is the date, this is the time, like that. Okay, slideshow. Next, using Pydantic with FastAPI. In FastAPI, Pydantic models automatically validate request data. We have seen it in the previous lessons also. Now, from FastAPI, import FastAPI HTTP exception. From Pydantic, import base model field email str. App is equal to FastAPI, class user create, then base model, username of type string, its field will be minimum length, min length 3, max length 50. Email str, that is it must be of type email. Password is string, field minimum 8. Okay. Now user response, base model, then ID, int, username string, email string. And here at app post users response model, that is response model, what it will return, response model is equal to user response. Now def create user of type user create. FastAPI automatically validates user data based on Pydantic model. If this validation fails, it returns 422 on processable entity error. Here you would typically save the user to a database. For this example, we will just return mock response, that is ID user response, ID is 1, username username, email will be email. Okay, let's try this example. Fantastic example. Save it. But now here we shall run uv cron, then main. Is it there any app? Yes, app is there. App hyphen loop. What is that? uv cron. Yeah, uv cron. I have typed out uv cron here. Pip install uv cron within quotes uv cron standard I think I have installed uv cron. Okay, no problem. Yes, it's running FastAPI. Let's let's go to this terminal better. Yes. Hit that terminal. Yes. I think this terminal has some problem. UV main :app reload. That is email validator. Pip install email Pydantic email. Okay, I shall do that. See, Pydantic email. Those two terminals are using different link. I think it's okay now at last. /docs. Here, try it out. Username, this ABCCD, this one, and run it. This 200, so it's okay. This one and this one, and again let's see our minimum length, password minimum length 8. Okay, now I shall make it it's 6 responses, code 42. String should have at least 8 characters for password. PASSWD. Okay, let's check if it works or not. Again, value error, body email, value is not valid, email address, the part after the @ sign is not valid. So, and let's, sorry, again error, string too short. String should be at least 3 characters, as we have written here, minimum length 3 and max length 50. So I wrote it my name, then it will work. ID, username Sudeep, email user@example.com. So it's working. Now we have tested different ways, using different ways, and it is the response body. User response ID1, this is, and this is the response body. Okay. Next. Right, show. Then go to next. Custom data types and validators. Custom data types. You can create custom data types for specialized validations. From Pydantic, import base model field validator. We already discussed this previously. It was validator for version 1, and for version 2 onwards it will be field underscore validator. From type, import annotated and new type. This is our custom data type. Import RE for regular expression. Option 1, using new type with Pydantic validators. User ID, new type, that is new type of user ID, string. Okay. Now ID class user base model, ID user ID name string, name of type string, field validator of ID class method, validate user ID class CLS v value of type string, it returns string. If not re.match this user, then /d this type of thing, then raise value error, user ID must be in format this. Option 2, using annotated with field constants, that is ISBN annotated string of field pattern will be like this. First, those are the pattern for ISBN. And class book, this is annotated method, and this is base model, title str ISBN, ISBN. This is ISBN, this is annotated, and here we use new type, and here we use annotated. So it will, we have to use a special name for ISBN value. Okay, let's do. First copy this one, close this one, then we shall go here and okay, now paste it here. Okay, try. What is the first one? That is user object of type user, ID ABCD, name will be, suppose my name Sudeep. Then print user dot model dump except exception as key. Now print f string validation error e, save it. Okay, now save it, try. I forget that one. Save it. Okay, save. Let's try. Now python main.py field str annotation ISBN annotation, it will be field, it's not field. Let me quick fix. import field. We need to import field also. Import field here. Save it. Import field CLS. Oh, I didn't use that one. CLS. Again, parse error looked around, including look head, is not supported. What is that? This is not supported. Field look around for the express error. It is not supported. Okay, not used. Error field has been building. Okay, finally I have fixed that problem. It should be this. After consulting the net, I found that this should be it is slightly complex. It's not slightly, it's more complex, I think so. So it won't be in this way. For this, we should use that one. ISBN should be used. Okay, now CLS. Now if we run that one, it will show error user xxx. So it be user 1 2 3 4 5 6. Let's try this one first. Yes, now it's okay. Now our book title A B full book ISBN will be like that. ISBN will be, let's find out one ISBN number. Sample of ISBN number. Let's copy this number and paste it here. Let's see. ISBN, then print user, not user, book dot model dump, bracket open and close. Save it. Python minpy, and it showed that name and ISBN number. If we use 1 2 3 4 here, suppose, then for the book, for the user, it's okay. Validation error pattern of this will be the pattern. So it doesn't use that ISBN number. ISBN number will have some type of pattern. It's of this pattern, and here you see the ISBN number, correct ISBN number is print. So we need to copy these things here. For ISBN, it should be this. Z. Okay, I shall rearrange those things later. Let's continue first. Next, custom validators with dependencies. You can create reusable validator functions. From Pydantic, import base model, field validator, model validator. Okay. So from datetime import date, from this model value, from datetime import date, def validate future date. This is a future date. If it is not it is less than or equal to the current date today, then it will show error. It will raise an error. Raise value error, date must be in the future. Return value, and here is name, paste here, event date is date, and field validator, event date, class method, then def check future date, then check future date, it returns date, it return validate future date, this one, validate future date. Okay, so we can understand how it will work. Next, complex validators with context. For complex validation scenarios, you can access other field values. From Pydantic, import base model, field validator, model validator. From datetime, import datetime, class date range. This is of type date range, class date range, start date and end date. Now validator, mode after. After this, it will check it is datetime. If the start date is greater than or equal to the end date, self.start date and self.end date, then raise value error. It will raise an error, and this will show end date must be after start date, then return self. Okay, understand? Let's see if there is any more thing for this part 1. No. So that's all for now. The part 1 for this lesson is completed. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's start validation with Pydantic. That is part 2 of this lesson. Nested models and complex data structures. Nested models. Pydantic models can be nested to represent complex data structures. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import optional class address, which is child of base model, street of type string, city of type string, state of type string, zip code of type string, country of type string. Now again there is another class user of type base model, that means it is child class of base model, ID of type integer, name of type string, email of type string, address of type address class. This is the address class. Now example, user is equal to user class, ID is equal to 1, name is equal to John Doe, email john@example.com, address is equal to address, street 123 Main Street, city, any town, state, CA, zip code 12345, country, USA. So you see that the address is used in to assign address. We use the address class. Okay, let's try this example. First, I shall go to tutorial, that is command prompt tutorial, then FastAPI, where I was creating the projects. That is, this project will be MD FastAPI 005 CD FastAPI 005 code dot to open our editor, that is Visual Code, then control backtick to open terminal, and you know I shall type Python -m penv, press enter, and it will create, it already created the venv folder, and it will create that environment, and again then I shall activate that environment. Now we shall activate that environment, that is venv /scripts /activate. Then type pip install FastAPI, then uvcorn, UVICORN, and it will install everything. After installation, I shall go to the command palette. Yes, I shall go to the command palette and select Python select interpreter, then click on venv, this one. So here we are using the venv virtual environment. Next, I shall create a file, main.py file, and within that file I shall enter those codes which we have discussed just a few minutes ago. Paste it here, first part, and go to next one, copy it. Now paste the second part, that is last part. Okay, now I shall print ve, not venv, what is the name, user, small user dot model underscore ump. I shall try that with JSON. Okay, let's see what will happen. CLS, then Python main.py. Let's see. Yes, it prints that JSON, that is ID1, name, JSON, etc. Email, then address. Within address there is another second bracket. You see, street 123 Main Street, city, any town, state, CA, zip, etc. Can I try it? We shall try it with just using dump. As you know, I'm try to experiment every time, and here is the output, slightly different. There is more spaces in the second one on dump. Okay, and this is as a string, will print everything, will print as a string. First one will create a JSON and that will be stringified, and the second one, here we use more spaces. Please note that there are more spaces here for the second one. Okay, that's the difference for printing. Next slideshow, and go to list of models. You can work with list of models for more complex data. From Pydantic, import base model. Okay. From typing, import list class tag, that is which is the parent class base model, ID of type integer, name of type string. Now class post, of which has the parent class base model, ID of type integer, title of type string, content of type string. Now tags, it is a list of tag. This is the tag, list of tag objects. So we use this list within square brackets tag, and default is a blank list. Here is the example. Post is equal to post class id1, title is equal to hello world, content, this is my first post, tags will be like that tag, this is within third brackets, tag id is equal to 1, name Python, id2 name Pydantic, id3 name FastAPI. Let's try and print out this object, that is post object. Copy this one and I shall go to here, paste it, save it. CLS. Now I shall use print post dot, shall use model underscore dump. Python py, the previous one, and it prints that object, that is id1, title, hello world, content, this is my first put, and tags will be a list, an array actually. I was going to say id1 name Python, id2 name Pydantic, id3 name FastAPI. Okay, got it. Next, recursive models for self-referential structures like trees use postponed annotations. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import list optional. Class comment, which has the parent class base model, ID will be of integer type, text will be string type, and replies, that will be a list of comments, that is this one, comment has comment. So we are calling it self-referential structures or recursive models. Now we need to use this line, that is comment underscore rebuild. This is required in Pydantic version 2 for recursive models. Example, comment is equal to comment, id1, text is equal to great article, replies, comment, id2, text, thanks, comment, id3, text, I agree, replies, then it has then replies, comment, id4, text, me too. So let's use this comment, copy and paste this comment which we have discussed and run it. Let's try this one. Pasted it here, print, that is, what is there, comment, ument dot model underscore dump. Done. Save it again, cls, then python main.py, and here it is. ID is one, text is like that, create article replies, ID2 text thanks, then it has that replies is blank, then ID3 takes this I agree replies, then ID4 text me too replies blank here, then all brackets are closed. Okay, this is quite complex, but it is not so complex to understand. Complex data structures in FastAPI, putting it all together with FastAPI. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, comma, HTTP exception. From Pydantic, import base model, field, email str. From typing, import list, optional. From datetime, import datetime. App is equal to FastAPI. Class address create, which has the parent class base model. Street of type string, city of type string, state of type string, zip code of type string, country of type string. Now class address. Address create, it will, this is the address create, first one, and this address is based on the address create. This will, ID will be int. Now class order item, which has the parent class base model, product ID will be of type integer, quantity of type will be integer, and field will be, that is, greater than 0. So quantity cannot be 0 or negative. Unit price float, here also field will be greater than 0. Now model validator decorator. Mode is equal to after, def calculate total, then self, which returns order item. Self.total is equal to self.quantity into self.unit price, return self, that is total. Okay. Next, class order create base model, user ID int, shipping address ID int, items list, order item, notes optional of type string, and default value will be none. Order class order, which has the parent class of order create, this one, ID will be int, created at, then datetime is equal to datetime.now, that is the default value, total amount, float, model underscore validator, then within bracket, mode is equal to within quotes after. Now def calculate total amount, it returns order. This is the order. It returns order. That is the self. Self.total amount. Self.total amount. This is the self.total amount, which is float, is equal to sum item quantity into item unit underscore price for item in self.items. Self.items. It has some items, that is self.items. That is, we get it from order create. Now app.post within bracket slash orders slash response model is equal to order. Async def create order which is of type order create. In a real application, you would validate the user and address existence and save the order to a database. For this example, we will create a mock order. Return order ID will be 1, user ID order.user ID, shipping address ID is equal to order.shipping address ID, items is equal to order.items, notes is equal to order.notes, created at is equal to datetime.now. So let's implement that small file, Python file. Let's go there, paste it. Is there any problem? No. Model, quick fix, add validator. Yes, I know that. Model validator, it will be there. Copy, it will be there. Optional. Where is there? Pydantic. Model validator, okay. Next, I shall go to here. Copied that one. Go here. Paste it. Yes, save it. Okay, is there any problem? No. Then type UV then main app, then hyphen reload. Yes, let's go there. Click not found. We know that it won't find anything. Docs. Let's go to docs, and here is only one API, that is post. Try it out. User ID 1, address ID will be 1, product ID will be 1, quantity 1, unit quantity, suppose I make it 10, unit price 99.99, then notes, this is notes. Okay, execute. 422 error, unprocessable content, value error, body items. Items, where items why items is, the items is not 0, body items comma 0, message value error, or object has no field total. Okay, order item, value error, order item, total. Let's see this one. Where is the total? Where is our total? Order item, order item, validator, mode, order, post is like that, item dot items, notes, order ID, address ID, order is here, order create, order create, as date time, total amount float. Total amount will be float. Total amount, suppose notes, total amount, let's go here, notes, self, this is order create, response model order, then total amount float, and here order. We got the total amount, but where is the ordered item? Self.total. You need to see that one. Self.total. Let's type it out. Total. Total. 999.9. Okay. Now let's execute it. For 22. Response body, value error, body items, value error, order items has no field, total. Yes, we have used total. Execute. Product ID 0, string ID, address ID items, example, value schema, total amount is 0, unit price, created that. Let's go to that one. And paste it here. Notes, variety, execute. 422, again, object. Object has no field, total. 200, that is application JSON, not a successful JSON. Type, then 0, 5 body items. Suppose there are no items. Suppose there is no items. Because items will be 1, total amounts. Execute. 500 errors, internal server error. Right. I think we should not use that total here. We should not use total here. Okay, let's try. Okay, I completely fixed that program, and then I used completely, it's totally fixed that program, and I used it in our code and use this. This is like that first API class. This will be order item, order create, order item, order create. First one is address, and then order item response is total float. It's like that, will be float, and this will be total amount will be float. And here response items append. This for this one order items is it is inside this one, so that the code is finally running with this. I tried this one, user ID 42, shipping address ID 123 items. Then there are two items, product ID and quantity 1, notes please deliver before 5 p.m. And after executing, it shows this 200, that is response body, and it runs okay, successful response. So I shall add all the codes along with the response body which I have tested for you. Let's copy it. Inside. Lex. And paste it here. Second part, paste it here. Is there? No. Let it be smaller. I know that. Now that this will be smaller. Yes. I want to make it bigger. Yes. That's okay. And for this one, I shall copy this part and copy this part and make a duplicate for this slide. The slides are same. Yes. And this will be use following codes for following data for testing, like that. I already tried this one. Where? Yes, first API. This one. Copy this and paste it here. Paste it here. Paste it. Okay, it will be, color will be black. Yeah. So you can understand and test it fine. Fantastic. So we have finally solved this problem. This is totally different approach we have used. We for this I calculated this amount inside this, inside this create order, async create order, and here return ID, this in the post def create order, this one. Okay, when you will read it or run it, it will run without problem. Okay, next. Best practices for using Pydantic with FastAPI. Define specific separate models for input and output that we have done in the previous one. Class user create base model, that is input model, username str, email str, password is also string, and user response base model, output model, id int, username str, email will be string. Use strict validation when needed. From Pydantic, import base model, config dict class strict model, base model, model config is equal to config dict strict true. This will now only accept exact types, not co-erect them. Age int class leverage model, previous one, let's see. This will only accept exact types, not co-erect them. And here is the age is int, integer type. Class user base leverage model inheritance for DRY code, that is, do not repeat yourself. User base model, username string, email string, str, user create user base from here, password str, user update base model, username optional of type string, none, default value none, optional email str of default value none, password optional of string, default value none. Now class user in DB int id int, that is hash password is equal to string. Use computed fields and validators for complex logic. Class product base model, name is string, price float, tax float is equal to 0.0. At model validator, mood is equal to within quotes after, def calculate underscore total underscore price, product self total price is equal to self price plus self tax, then return self. Okay. Document your models for better API docs. This is how we document it. That is class user base model within 3 double quotes, then 3 double quotes here, use information for authentication and identification. Then do this. Username for login, user's email address, user str field, default user description, user role for promises, examples, user admin, moderator, etc. Next, conclusion. Pydantic V2 provides a powerful foundation for data validation in FastAPI applications by using Pydantic models. You can, number one, ensure data correctness through type validation, reduce boilerplate code with automatic parsing and validation, create self-documenting APIs with clear data structures, build complex validation logic through validators and nested models. The combination of FastAPI and Pydantic offers a robust, high-performance framework for developing APIs with strong type safety and excellent developer experience. That's all for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's start learning request bodies and form data. This is the part 1 of this topic. This tutorial covers how to work with different types of input data. in FastAPI applications, including JSON request bodies, form data, file uploads, headers, and cookies. Setup. First, install FastAPI and its dependencies. That is pip install FastAPI UVCon Python-multipart. FastAPI is for the web framework. This is web framework. UVCon is web framework for API actually. UVCon is ASGI server for running the application. To run the application, you need a server, and UVCon is that server. Python-multipart is for handling form data and file uploads. Okay, so let's install this one. cd. Now I go to our, better I shall go to our Git so that you can find something new for it. Git bash. It's a Unix shell or Linux shell, better Linux shell for the Windows. Actually, this is from the GitHub. Okay, let's try it. cd, it will go to my home folder, then cd tutorial, cd FastAPI. Now mkdir FastAPI 006 cd FastAPI 006 and code dot. Here it will run the Visual Studio editor, and let's go to the prompt, command prompt. Better I shall go to the git bash prompt also. That will be the same thing which we have used so far in this lesson. So here I shall type git python -m, then penv. We don't need to run Python 3 here, as it is inside it's running Windows. Please wait for some time, then we shall activate that one. Yes, now activate it. penv, now tab / scripts, activate. It will, I'm not sure whether it has activated or not. This, it's no way to show that it is activated or not within if scripts, then activate.bat, bit type activate.bat. Same thing. Okay, I have no problem. So let's go to here, command palette, select this one, penv. Now type these things, pip install FastAPI, these things. This will install all the files required, all the files and libraries required, and then it comes here. Next, I shall go to slideshow, and next one, working with JSON request bodies. FastAPI makes it easy to work with JSON request bodies using Pydantic models. Now create a file named json_example.py, and with one, copy these things from FastAPI, import FastAPI, from Pydantic import base model, from typing import list, optional, app is equal to FastAPI, then comment, define a Pydantic model for the request body, class is item, which has the parent class base model from here, description optional within bracket str, that is optional of type string, none. By default it will be none. Price will be float of type float. Tax is also optional of type float, and default value is none. Tags is of type list of strings, and default value is a blank list. Next, at app post within quotes /item/ async def create item of type item. Previously, in the previous page, we have defined item class. FastAPI will automatically validate and convert the JSON request body to the item model. You can access the data as regular Python attributes. Item_dict is equal to item dot model underscore dump, that is convert to dictionary model underscore dict in older version, model dot dict in older version. And then you can perform operations with the received data. If item.tax, if it is found, then price with tax is equal to item price plus item.tax. Item dict price with tax is equal to item price with tax, return item underscore dict. Run the uvcon JSON example :app, then -- reload. This is testing with CURL call, and I used that one. I have shown that because so that we can use some examples to work with our projects or small programs. So let's go here. Go to the previous one, JSON example.py. I shall go to this one, and I use the touch command of Linux, JSON example.py. It created that one, JSON example.py, and within that one I just copy and paste those things. Next, save it. Is there any problem? Yes, two problems. I have found two problems. Warnings: import FastAPI could not be resolved. Okay, could not be resolved. Why? Send leaves, I think. VENV recommended. Still it is showing some problems. Okay, let's go to terminal. Keep that terminal better. Now I shall use first. Maybe they have been it is used in the global thing. Uninstall first. Uninstall this. Move. Yes. 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 Okay. As I have, I thought in that way. I guessed that. So maybe I was right. Then type PNV /s/a activate. Now please install these things. Yeah, you see both warning has been removed. So it's working. So what shall I do? Run with this one. UVCon JSON example. UVCon JSON example colon app -- reload. Okay. Oh, let's go there. Let's go to docs. And it's here. Try it out. From our call example, we have found that this one. From this to this. Let's copy this one. FastAPI. Copy this one. Now execute. 200 response body is price with tax is this. It calculated that price with tax and its success. This is the success response. So we have found that this has been successfully created, that one, that this value price with tax value using our example. Okay, next go to slideshow and next one. Key points. FastAPI automatically parses and validates JSON requests against the Pydantic model. Required and optional fields can be specified in the model. Default values can be provided. Type validation is automatic. Strings, numbers, lists, etc. You don't need to explicitly extract JSON data. FastAPI does it for you. Okay. Next, nested models. You can use nested Pydantic models for more complex data structures. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import list. From typing, import list, optional. App is equal to FastAPI, class address. This has the parent class, base model, street, str, city of type string, postal code of type string, country of type string, and default value is the United States. Class user, which has the base model as parent class, username of type string, email is of type string, full name is optional of type string, and default value is none. Address is list of address. Now app post / users async def create underscore user user return user. Okay, run with uvicorn nested models, that will be the file name :app -- reload, and here is the default value to be tested with the user. Okay, let's try it out. What is the nested models? Okay, I'll go there, come out from here, nested models.py. Now I shall copy from here to paste it here. Next one, this one. Save it. uvicorn, then nested models :app reload. Again, I shall go there, go to the docs folder, post users, try it out, and here is our nested models. Here is the request body for the nested models. I shall use this one, where it is gone from here to here. Let's copy it, go here, paste it. Okay, so everything is there. There are two addresses are there. No, there is only one address. One address is there. Let's go there and run execute. 200 and full name is null. New York nested address is okay. Slideshow. Next one, working with form data. For HTML forms or multi-part or form data requests, FastAPI provides form parameter handling. Create a file, basic form data, create a file named form_example.py. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, form, import uvicorn, then app is equal to FastAPI at app.post within bracket within quotes /login/ then async def login username is type str is equal to form, then password of type str is equal to form. With this form tells FastAPI to expect form data instead of JSON. Return username will be returned. Run with uvcon from example :app --reload and testing with CURL. Please note that here we are using this data. John Doe password is secret. Okay, let's try this one. First one, form example.py. Copy it. Here, new file, form example.py. Paste it here. Save it. Now uvcon form example app reload. uvcon what? uvcon uvi. Let's go to there. Docs. Go to docs. Login. Try it out. Here username suppose should be my secret password. Execute. And it will return username Sudeep and this is 200. So after validation we have done some complex examples with validation. So this is quite easy. I think actually to me it is quite easy. It seems to be easy to me. So I am telling you, I think this is easy for you also. Slideshow. Next. Okay, key points. Use form to declare the form fields. The content type should be application x www-form-URL encoded or multipart / form data, and install Python multipart for form handling. Optional form fields. And just like the previous one, this is another one, optional form fields. Okay, is there anything after that? No. So let's try this out. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, form. From typing, import optional. App is equal to FastAPI, and then at app post within bracket within quotes profile. Async def update profile, update underscore profile, username str is equal to form. Here I am telling this one already. Full name is optional string, form none, bio optional string, form none. It may be none, those may be nonce, and return username, full name, bio is bio. Let's try this out. Copy it Then go to here, form example, optional form. Oh, optional form py. Paste it here. Let's come out. Save it. Already saved. Go there, type out uvicorn optional underscore form app reload. Docs here, go to try it out, and here string username goes Sudeep. Optional, let make it blank. Bio, this is bio. This is bio. Full name is blank, none. So let's see what will happen. For the optional fields, you see sent empty value is there. Response, username Sudeep, full name blank. This is bio. Okay. Slideshow. Go to the next one. File uploads and handling. FastAPI provides easy file upload handling for both single and multiple files. Create a file named fileupload.py. File_upload.py. From FastAPI, import FastAPI file upload file. Import Shootil from pathlib, import path. From template, import named temporary file. App is equal to FastAPI, app.post within quotes /upload file /async def upload file upload file. The upload file class has several useful attributes and methods. For example, this file content is equal to await file.read. First read the file content. Example, save the file to disk. Temp file named temporary file, delete is equal to false. So if existing file is there, false. Try write the file content to the temporary file with open temp file name wb, write binary as f.write content. Okay. Next, move the temporary file to the desired location, that is uploaded file name. This move temporary file, this will be uploaded file, this is the path. Then Shootil move temp file dot name output file. Finally, close the file if it's still open. If not, temp file dot temp underscore file dot closed, then temp file dot close. Return file name, file dot name, content type, file dot content type, file size, len content, saved as str output file. Run with uvicorn file upload app :app -- reload. Okay. For this, I shall use, yes, what is the name? File upload.py. First, close it. Next, file upload, file, .py, and copy it, paste it here, and then run this. Okay, so I need to copy this also. Need to copy this also. Save it. Is there any problem? No. So let's go there. uvcon file underscore upload colon app hyphen reload. Okay, let's go there to docs, file upload, try it out, choose file, okay, I local disk uplets. Suppose I like to this logo. Okay, choose that file, uplets logo. Now execute. Error, server error, internal server, upload logo, type image JPG, and what does it say for this one? File text. Okay, add path to your file text, localhost upload file, single file upload. Server example value string. Choose file, string of type binary. It may not work with that type of file. So I shall go to, suppose my Windows documents desktop. I shall create a file in the desktop. Suppose, let's see. I shall create a new text document. Test. This is well, this is a text file. Nice. Here, next I shall go to here and choose in this PC documents desktop, execute 500, but there is some error, string location, string location MSG or type string, detail example value schema, expand all object, successful. Why it is not successful? I think let's go to, yes, it's there. Then why it is showing this error? It is there, uploaded text dot txt, uploaded is already working. That is permission error. The process cannot access the file because it is being used by another process. Okay, got it. Yeah, I need to close that one. File upload. Temp file closed, output file. Don't need file out content. Then temp file close. Let's try this one. Try this, choose file. Suppose this is text. Execute. 200. Yes. Due to this problem, it gave that one. And choose file. Let's see our template. Uploads template. Execute. Okay. Then it's also file size is this. Uploaded file. Uploaded ufile.jpg. No error found. So we need to write that one. This is here, write content, this is temp file dot close. Yes, save it. Next, slideshow. Go to the next one. Multiple files uploads. This is upload files, list upload file, and file name, return file name, file dot file name for files in files. Return this for files. These files we return for all files. Okay, upload files, content type, file size, length, await file dot read, file size, and for all files. Let's try this. Files upload. Okay, I shall use this as files upload. New file, files. Okay, first come out from here. Close it. Files upload. Copy. Files. Paste it here. Save it. UV cone files upload :app, then file, then --, reload. Okay, go there, docs, try it out, choose file. Suppose I want to choose First one is this, add, choose file, another, suppose this. Now execute. It will show uploads logo dot this, content type JPG, image JPG, this is PNG file, and file size is this, file size is this. Okay, so we solved this, we able to run that example. Main way of mastering this is to practice. Key points: use upload file for better handling, spooled file, async operations. Upload file provides attributes like file name, content type, etc. Methods: file.read, file.seek, file.close. For binary data without a file, use file method instead. Okay. Next, file upload without additional form data. With additional form data. So from FastAPI, import FastAPI file, upload file, form. Now app is equal to FastAPI app post upload with info. Now async def onload with info, file upload file, description str form, then category str form is this form class. Then content, this is those are the file, description and category. It will be the parameters, and content is equal to await file read, return file name, file.filename, size, length, content, description, category. Okay, next. There is no next. So I shall copy this one, additional file addl. I shall create that one. File new file addl py. Paste it here, save it. uvcon file addl app reload. Name level, package level, okay, name of the FastAPI, import FastAPI there. Yes, I should have checked this one. Warning, reloading. Slash docs is already here. Try it out. Choose a file, any file, suppose this one. String required, description, logo, uplatz logo, uplatz logo, and here string will be image, and execute. 200 uploads logo.jpg, size is there, description uploads logo, and category is image. This is how we can upload additional information to our server. So that's all for now. Thank you. We shall come again with the part 2 of this lesson. Hello everybody. Let's start request. Let's start part 2 of the request bodies and form data. 4. Headers and cookies. FastAPI makes it easy to access and validate HTTP headers and cookies. Working with headers. Create a file named headers_example.py. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, header. From typing, import optional, list. App is equal to FastAPI. At app.get headers within slash and within quotes. Async def read headers. These are the parameters. User agent, user_agent, optional of type string, header of type none. X token, optional of type string, header of type none, convert underscores is equal to false. Accept underscore language, optional list of string, header none. Headers are automatically converted from user agent to user agent to small user_agent. For headers like X token, use convert underscore is equal to false. Some headers like accept language can have multiple values. Return user agent, X token is X token, accept language, run with uvicorn headers example :app - reload. Let's try it. Let's try this with our old project, that is part 1 project, so that we don't need to waste time for all the settings. What is the name of that? Header_example. Headers. Yes. Save it. Now run uvicorn header headers example :app - reload. Go to here /docs get user, let's try it out, user agent. This is user agent X token. This is a X token, add string, accept language, string English, add string French, execute 200. The response body user is like that and a user agent is like that, and X token, this is X token, and accept language is English and French. Okay, it worked. Next, go to next slide. Testing with CURL, user agent, etc. X token is my token. Okay, we have done it. Key points: use header function to extract specific headers. Headers with hyphens are converted into underscores by default. The converted underscore convert underscore underscores is equal to false for headers like X token. Some headers can be lists, that is comma separated values. Okay, next, working with cookies. Create a file named cookiesexample.py. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, cookie, response. From typing, import optional. App is equal to FastAPI at app.get within bracket, within quotes, within slash cookies, async def read cookies, session ID optional of type string, cookie none, preference optional of type string, cookie none, get cookies using cookie, that is return session ID will be session ID, preference will be preference. Now at app.post within bracket, within quotes, slash set hyphen cookies slash async def cookies response is response, set cookies in the response. Response dot set cookie key is equal to session ID, value is equal to ABC123. Now response dot set cookie key is equal to preference and value is equal to dark mode. Max age 3600, that is seconds, that means 1 hour. HTTP only, that is cookies not accessible via JavaScript. Return within bracket, within second bracket, message cookies have been set. Run with uvicorn cookies underscore example colon app hyphen reload. Testing with CURL, testing cookies, curl this one, post set cookies hyphen v, and this cookies session ABC, this is the preference, is the dark mode. Okay, let's see. Let's try this out. First go to the cookies example. Okay, I shall write it. I shall create it. Cookies, COOKIES EXELME.py. Paste it here. Next. Copy that one. Save it. No error. Now let's try it out. Cookies, COOKIES. Slash docs. Yes, get cookies. session ID ABC123 and dark mode. Let's see, execute. Session ID is null, dark mode is null. Why? Okay, it can't get that one, maybe due to this. Let's post it. Let's try post it. Try it out. Execute. Message cookies have been set. Let's try this one again. Clear. Execute. Yes, it got it. That is cookie ABC123 we have set there, and dark mode is dark mode. We get it from cookies. Okay. First we need to post it, and then we need to get that one. Next one, key points. Use cookie function to access cookies from the request. Use response.setCookie to set cookies in the response. Cookie parameters: key, that is cookie name; value, cookie value; max age, cookie lifetime in seconds; expires, specific expiration date time; path, URL path where cookie is valid; domain, domain where cookie is valid; secure, only sent over HTTPS; HTTP only, not accessible via JavaScript; same site, that is lax, strict or none. Okay. 5. Combining different types of parameters. In a real application, you often need to mix different types of parameters. Combined example from FastAPI: import FastAPI, form, file, upload file, header, cookie. From typing: import optional, list. From Pydantic: import base model. App is equal to FastAPI class product metadata within bracket, that is, which has the parent class base model, tags of type list of string, categories of type list of string. App at app.post within bracket, within quotes, /products/ async def create _ product, form data name str, name of type string is equal to form, price of type float is equal to form, file uploads image is equal to upload file is equal to file, documents optional list of upload file, then is equal to file none. Okay, then metadata of type optional string, that is form none. That is, JSON body must be sent as a form field named metadata. Headers X token of type optional string is equal to header, default value is header none, cookies, user ID, optional type of string, cookie, default value is cookie none. Process the metadata JSON if provided metadata _ obj is equal to none, if metadata, then import JSON metadata underscore dict JSON.loads metadata, then metadata.obj is equal to product metadata, then star metadata dict. So from dict to it will go to that class and then to object. Those lists are there. Process the image content await image.read. Image underscore size is equal to len within bracket image underscore content. Process other documents if any. Document underscore info is equal to blank list if documents. Then for doc in documents, if documents exist, then for doc in documents, doc underscore content is equal to await doc read document underscore info append to that one info file name doc.file name size length doc underscore content type doc dot content type. Now return product name price is price metadata obj dot model underscore dump if metadata obj if this exists else none image if image file name image dot file name size image underscore size content type image dot content type. Now documents are in the documents info list. Now auth this token x token user id user id testing with that CURL. So let's try first. Go to here, name will be combined example. Let's make it combined example. Okay, let's try this one. Code, then combine underscore sample py not py colon app hyphen docs, and here is the post. Let's go and try it out. X token, this is X token, this is the IT name, request body name, This is name of the product. Price 10. Suppose image. Choose file. Suppose here. Documents string. Suppose this is the document. Execute. 500 server error. Internal server error. Why internal server error? Let's see here. Called X token my token. Okay, let's just copy and paste this one. X token will be clear. Let's clear it. X token will be my token. Then user ID, user 123, user 123. Then name will be the new product. New product. Name, new product. Price will be 99.99. And choose file, this one, choose file, that one. Execute. Again, why internal server error? I'm not sure about that. Internal server error. Okay, I'm trying to solve this problem. Okay. Yes, I solved that problem. The problem is the position here. If documents here, its position that in our file. This is just in metadata, comma, and then those positions, I removed that position, and this is the corrected code. I shall copy from JSON metadata up to that. I shall this is file uploads JSON body. Sorry. JSON body is removed here from price metadata, files metadata. Let's paste it here. Select no, up to 23, line number 23. I copy it and paste it here. From here, up to this, from here, from 24, from 24, that is 25, 24 to suppose 43, 24, not 43, 24 to 50. Let's paste this one from 24 to 50. Sorry. And last part is return. Return part. So that will be our solved, and it's working. As you see, my user ID, my token, product one, choose file. Now when I execute on this, it will show this product one. This is metadata is null, content type this user ID null, my token user ID, my user ID is null, test. Okay, no problem. So it is solved now. Next, slideshow, and go to the next one, advanced topics. Let's see. Okay, advanced topics. For reusable header validation, used FastAPI's dependency injection system. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, header, HTTP exception depends. Now from typing, import optional. App is equal to FastAPI, async def verify token. Now X token is optional of type string, header is none. If X token is none, raise HTTP exception, status code 401, detail X token, header missing, and if X token is valid token not is equal to valid token, raise HTTP exception, status code 4, and header is invalid token. Now app.get protected async protected route token is equal to str depends verify token, return message, this is protected data, and this is verify token. Here's protect, there is token. Okay, next I shall check this one. Dependency injection. Let's create a file, dep inj example dot py. Paste it here, save it. Now UV dep injection example colon app, then here hyphen reload. Let's see. Docs get protected. Let's try it out. X token. What is that? Token return invalid. Valid token not is equal to valid token. Let's do it valid. Valid token. Execute. Let's see. 200. Okay, this is protected data and this is valid token. Okay, and let's do some changes. 401 invalid X token. Okay, we got it. Slideshow. Next, custom form data validation. For more complex form data validation, combine form with Pydantic. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From form HTTP exception, form Pydantic, import base model, field validator. Validator is now used, form validator, I think so. That is custom form data validation. And class will be user profile, base model, username, string, field, it is required, minimum length 3, max length 50, email is a string, integer, age is integer, of type greater than is equal to, it is required, and greater than is equal to 18, validator email valid. If def email must be valid, CLS, that is it is a class, and v is the value. If a not in v, that is email must have at symbol, raise value error must be a valid email, return v, app post validate profile, async def validate profile, profile JSON string is equal to form dot. Then try parse the JSON from the field. Profile dict JSON loads profile JSON, validate using Pydantic. Profile user profile star profile dict, return profile model dump. Okay, except JSON decoded error, raise HTTP exception, status code 400, detail invalid JSON in form data, and exception as E, that is otherwise. Raise HTTP exception, status code 400, detail str of E, that will be the detail. Okay, let's try this one. Go here, custom form data validation. I shall type it like that. New file, custom form data validation.py. Okay, let's type this one. Already it has lots of codes, and here try. this here, paste is here, 5 error from, this is from JSON. What will be the first? On FastAPI. Just yes, validator will be validator. This will be field validator, I think so. Yes, validator, it will be field validator. Yes, field underscore validator. Here is field underscore validator. Yes. Is there any error? No. So it's due to field validator. Then run it. Custom form data custom form data validation.py. Quite a big name. UV custom form data validation not dot app hyphen reload. Let's go to the page. Here docs custom form. Let's go to tryout. Profile.json name colon suppose Sudeep, age colon 20, execute. Let's see, 400, invalid JSON inform data. Its type will be different. What will be the style? That is username, email, age. Username, email, age. Okay. Username, email, @gmail.com, comma, age will be greater than that. Let's execute it. Yes, Sudeep, email and age. Now it's working. It's working perfectly. Only we need to this field validator, and here it will be field validator. That is for Pydantic version 2 due to. Okay, I saved it for you so you won't face any problem. Slideshow. Next, conclusion. FastAPI provides powerful and intuitive tool for handling various types of input data. Number 1, JSON request bodies use Pydantic models for automatic validation. Form data use form function form method for handling form encoded data. File uploads use upload file for file handling with streaming support. Headers use header method to extract and validate HTTP headers. Cookie, use cookie method to read cookies and response method to set them. When building real-world APIs, you will often combine these features to create comprehensive endpoints that handle different types of data sources simultaneously. That's all for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's learn FastAPI response models and status codes. This is the part 1 of this series. Here we shall learn response models with Pydantic version 2. Let's start. FastAPI is a modern, high-performance web framework for building APIs with Python. One of its most powerful features is its ability to validate, serialize, and document responses using Pydantic models and HTTP status codes. This tutorial will guide you through using response models, status codes, custom headers, and documentation in FastAPI. Table of contents. First, we shall learn response models with Pydantic version 2. Next, we shall learn status codes and their usage. Next, custom response headers. And finally, 4, response schemas and documentation. Here we shall learn the response models with Pydantic version 2. Setting up your environment. First, let's install the necessary packages, that is pip install FastAPI within bracket all, then Pydantic. Okay, let's all, then Pydantic. Let's try. Go to command prompt or terminal if you are using Linux or Mac OS. cd tutorial / FastAPI md or mkdir FastAPI 008. Let's enter. cd to that folder, that is FastAPI 008. Now code dot. So it will run the Visual Studio Code. Let's make it slightly bigger. Yes, that's okay. Now I shall go to terminal using Control and backtick. Type out Python -m-venv. Please wait for a few seconds, then we shall activate that virtual environment. Please wait for some time, it will do. Yeah. Now venv /scripts /activate. Now this one is activated. Finally, we shall install this. This is pip install FastAPI Pydantic. Paste it here. Now it will install both the libraries in our environment. Please wait. It's installing and then we shall start our program. Let's create a file main.py. Okay. Activating extension loading, and yes, Python, this is loading again. Better it will install, and we shall go to the next slide. Slideshow. Next slide. Creating basic response models. Let's start by creating a basic FastAPI application with a Pydantic model for responses. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model and field. From typing, import list and optional, and then import UUID. Now app is equal to FastAPI Pydantic v2 model for response. Class item of which is child class of base model, just like the previous ones. ID is type UUID.UUID, that is unique ID, that is, and field default factory is equal to UUID.UUID4. This is the default value. Name of type string, price of type float, is offer of type boolean, and default value is false. Tags, list of a string list of strings, and its default value is blank list. Description, optional string, and default value is none. Next, Pydantic v2 model config. Model config is equal to, within curly braces, within quotes, JSON underscore schema underscore extra colon, then within second bracket, and within examples colon within third bracket, then within second bracket, ID is an UUID, name colon smartphone, price colon 799.99, is offer is true, tags of type electronics, not types, it's a list of strings electronics, comma mobile. Then description within quotes, latest model smartphone with 5G capability. Okay, now endpoint with response model parameter at app.get within bracket, then within quotes /items/ then within second bracket item ID. Here you need to put the item ID, and then response underscore model is equal to item. Async def read item ID, here item ID of type string. In a real app, you would fetch this from a database. Okay, then return ID will be of item ID, example will be example item, price will be 19.99, is offer is false, tags will be example and sample, and description will be this is an example item. Okay, let's try this one. First go here, Copy this and paste it in our main.py. Next, go there, go to the second slide. Copy this and here. Paste it here. Save it. Now run uv main : as the file name is main.py, then app --reload. Then you will click on Control click for Windows and Command click for Mac. Go to Docs. Yes, go to Docs. Item ID. Let's try out A, B, C, D. Let's execute it. 500 internal server error because we supplied what we supplied. It's not an UUID. Let's use that example. UUID is from the example and copy it here, paste it. Let's try it again. Now it's 200. That's complete. So ID will be this, what we have supplied. Name example item, price 19.99 is offer false. Tags will be 2 tags, example, string and sample. This is also string. So this is list of strings. Description will be this is an example item. So it's working 200. That means okay, successful response. Next. Response model benefits. Using response model provides several advantages. Number 1, validation. FastAPI ensures that your response matches the structure defined in the model. We have found that our ID must be of type UUID. Filtering. Number 2, filtering. Only the fields defined in the response model will be included in the output. Number 3, type conversion. Data is automatically converted to the appropriate types. Documentation. Response models are included in the OpenAPI documentation. We have found that OpenAPI documentation. Okay, next. Including and excluding fields. We can include some fields and we can exclude some fields. Let's see. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import optional. App is equal to FastAPI. Class user of this is of type base model. That is, base model is the parent class of this user class. Username of type string, email of type string, full name optional of type string, and default value is none. Now password of type string. Sensitive field, password is always the sensitive field. We don't want to expose it. Okay. Now at app.get within bracket, within quotes, /user/me. Response model is user, comma, response model is user. and then response model exclude. So what fields to be excluded? That is response underscore model underscore exclude is equal to within curly braces, that is password within quotes. So this field will be excluded from here. Although we have sent this async def read underscore user underscore me return username colon John Doe email, then within quotes John at example.com, full name John Doe, password secret password. This will be excluded. When we shall view the output, this value will be excluded. So password field will be excluded. Okay, as we have written here, that is response underscore model underscore exclude is equal to within curly braces within quotes password. Next, at app.get within bracket within quotes slash users slash within curly braces username comma response underscore model user, and then response underscore model underscore include is equal to username email. It shows that it specifies that only those fields will be included, not the other fields. So again, when we return this one, that is username email is a string, that is username at example.com. Now full name John Doe, password secret password. Again, secret password won't be displayed. Here also full name also it won't be displayed. Okay, let's try this out. Copy it, go to our main, paste it. Next slide, copy that one, then go to Visual Studio, paste it, save. Now go to here, refresh it. So we get one. Here the first one where we shall excluding something, excluding password. Application JSON, try it out, execute. We only get username John Doe, email john@example.com, full name John Doe. But although we have used username, email, full name and password. Let's see the code. Yes, here you see that is /user/me. We all use password, but this will be excluded. Okay, next one. Try it out. Username Sudeep. Execute. You see username is Sudeep, email sudeep@example.com, but password and full name is not shown. Only username, email is shown, but because those fields are included only. So here we understood that those fields are included. Let's make it view, then water. So you can understand only those two fields are included. So here Sudeep and here also Sudeep@example.com is shown. Those two included fields are shown, not full name and password. Okay. Next slideshow. Using multiple response models. Sometimes you need different response models for different scenarios. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import list, comma, union. Then app is equal to FastAPI, class item, which has the parent class base model. Here int will be, id will be int, name will be of type string, description will be of type string. Now class message which has base model as the parent class, and message will be of type string. So we have two classes, one is item and another is message. At app.get within bracket within quotes slash items slash within bracket within curly braces item id. You see that this will be int, so it must be int. Item id will be int. And response, please check that response model. Response model will be like that. It is union of two. Union of which? Union of item class and message class. So if item id is equal to 0, then return message item not found, and otherwise return item id. Name will be type example and description and example item. So here we use either message or this is the message class and here is the item class. Let's see. Okay, nothing shown regarding that example. So we shall continue with these codes. Copy this one, go to Visual Studio Code, paste it here. Why FastAPI is not there? FastAPI and Pydantic is not there. So let's go again sometime. It is this environment. Was to analyze. Yes, finally they are done. Those warnings are done. Save it. It's reloading. FastAPI. Go to here. Now get item ID. Let's first try it out. That's 0. And you know, if it is 0, it returns the message and here item not found. As we have seen that where here. If item ID is equal to 0, then message item not found. Next. Suppose 1, 2, 3. I used 2. I use ID which is greater than 0. Then name, example, and description, that is an example item. That will be this item will be item object will be set. So let's see here where here. Then ID, item ID, name, example, item ID in our case 1, 2, 3, name, description, and example item. Now if we, so okay, it's okay, and please this will be integer only. Okay, next. nested response models. For more complex scenarios, you can nest Pydantic models. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import list. App is equal to FastAPI. Now here is tag class. Class tag, which is parent class, base model. Then ID will be integer, name will be of type string, class category, which is parent class, base model. ID will be of type integer, name will be of type string. Now combine them into here, item. Class item will have the parent class base model. ID will be of type integer, name will be of type string, tags will be list of tag. Here is tag, list of tag objects, and category is of type category. Here we defined category. Okay, next. Now at app.get within bracket within quotes /items, then slash, then within curly braces item underscore ID, and response underscore model will be item. So response model will be item, and here async def read underscore item within bracket item underscore ID will be of type integer. It will return ID or item ID, it is integer. Name will be example item, and tags will be ID1, that is tag integer. Those are the tag objects, this one and this one. ID1, name rate, ID2, name first, and here is the category. Category ID1, name electronics. So let's try this one. First go to the previous one, copy it, and paste it here. Then go to the next one, copy it, and paste it here, save it. It's automatically reloading. Go to here, refresh it, item ID, try it out. Item ID will be integer, suppose 234. 234, good. It's 200, ID, that is okay, successful. ID will be, this is item, it returns item class, the item object. ID will be 234, name example item, tags will be, this is the first tag object, this is the second tag object, ID1, name read, ID2, name first, category will be ID, this is category object, ID1, name electronics, name of the category will be electronics. So this is very easy, you can understand. Okay. That's all for now. Next, for the next part, we will learn more about this. Okay, thank you.
Hello everybody. Let's start response models and status codes. Status codes and their usage and custom response headers. That is part 2. Status codes and their usage. Common HTTP status code FastAPI makes it easy to specify status codes for your responses. From FastAPI, import FastAPI status HTTP exception app FastAPI app.post items within quotes, then status code status.http 201 created. Async def create item name str, return name and name. Now app get items /items/ item underscore id. Async def read item id of type integer. Now, if item ID is 0, then raise HTTP exception status code. Here is the status.http 404 not found detail item not found. Now return otherwise return ID is item ID, name is example item. So let's run this one. Go the terminal cd tutorial cd then cd then sorry not flask fast api now mkdir here is 009. Okay, 009 exists, so remove that one rm minus rf 009 cd m mkdir 009 cd 009 code dot, and here I shall create a file main.py. I shall do the rest of things here, that is python 3 -m, then we shall use vnp. Okay, now activate it, source, then vnp /bin/activate. Here it shows here. So now we install pip install within quotes first API within bracket all bracket close quotes close uv colon and Pydantic Pydantic. So everything will be installed here. Now I shall go here and copy this one. Copy, and here I will see that one. Save it. Now from FastAPI, import FastAPI status HTTP exception. Okay, save it. Now use uv colon space main colon app, then hyphen reload. Okay, I shall go to this one. So here docs. Now post. Yeah, tried it out. Name. Suppose item 11. Cancel. Say that. Let's item ID. Suppose try it out 1. So it shows that ID name example item. Okay. And if we use 0 here, then it will, sorry, not be 0. Here, it will show me that 404 error, detail item not found. Okay. Slideshow. Here's list of commonly used status codes. Status code, name, description. 200, OK, request succeed. 201, created, resource created successfully. 204, no content, request succeeded but no content to return. 400, bad request, client error, invalid request. 401, unauthorized, authentication required. 403, forbidden, authenticated but not authorized. 404, not found, resource not found. 422, unprocessable entity, request validated but failed business logic. 500, internal server error, and description is server error. Okay, next. Combining status codes with response models. You can combine status codes with specific response models. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, status. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import union, list. Now, app is equal to FastAPI. Here is the class item, which is the parent class, base model, ID of type integer, name of type string, plus item list. It has the parent class, base model, items of type list of item. This is the item here, and count is of type integer. Now class error, base model, this is the base model. Now detail of type string. At app get /item / response model item list status code status http 200 OK response codes responses 404 model error description items not found 500 model error description internal server error. Now sync read items return within curly braces items, then within third bracket id1 name item 2 id2 name item 2 count will be there. Okay, count 2 items are there. Okay, so let's try this out. Go here, copy this and paste it here. Next, copy this and paste it here. Save it. FastAPI read items and try it out, execute. So it shows that these items, this one, like that. Okay. Next. Slideshow. Custom response headers. Adding headers to response. FastAPI allows you to customize response headers. From FastAPI, import FastAPI response status. App is equal to FastAPI at app.get items sync async read dev async dev read items response of type response. Okay, here is the response. Response.headers, then within third bracket x hyphen custom header
This is the custom value, and response.headers, cache controls within quotes, max age 3600, returns items, then within third bracket, ID 1, name, colon, item 1. So let's try this. Copy, then paste it here, save it. I shall go here, try it out, execute. And here you see that one, item ID, item 1, etc. And here is the max age 3600. This is custom value. We have written that one. Okay. Next. Slideshow. Headers with HTTP exception. You can also add headers when raising exceptions. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, HTTP exceptions, app is equal to FastAPI at app.get items slash within curly braces item ID, async def read item ID of type integer. If item ID is equal to 0, then raise the HTTP exception. Status code 404, detail, item not found, headers X, header code, item not found, otherwise return ID, item ID, name, example, item. So let's do this. Copy this and paste it here. Save it. Go here. Now try it out. Item ID 1. Execute. Yes, ID 1, name example.item. Now make it 0. Then it will raise an error. Detail, item not found. Here it shows this. X error code and this, all this is given. Okay. Slideshow. Go to next. Using response class. For more control over responses, use a response class. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From FastAPI.responses, import JSON response, plain text response, redirect response. App then is equal to FastAPI app get items slash JSON, then async def get JSON, return JSON response content message hello world status code 200 headers X HTML custom header JSON file. Okay. Add app get items text. Here it shows it in plain text, and return plain text response context hello world status code 200 headers this value, and app.get redirect this sync def redirect and redirect to response, that is JSON response, URL items JSON status code 300 headers X redirect reason temporary. Okay, so we shall try this out. Go here, copy this, paste it here and here. Copy this and paste it here. Save it. And here, okay, I shall go to the
I should go to, that is items/JSON. It shows hello world. Now let's text. It's only show hello world, and if I use redirect, it shows that redirect or something. What is okay / redirect, only redirect. Message hello world for the JSON one. Now I want to show you the docs. This one, try this out, execute, and here is the JSON response. This custom header is JSON file. Okay, it's like that. Next, here the text, try it out, execute. Hello world, this is the text, and it is the custom header text file. We have defined it, and it is actually the length of this hello world is 11. It's written here. Next, redirect. Try it out, execute. Message, again message, hello world. It goes to there. So temporary, this temporary one is not shown. That is URL JSON status code 307. It's not shown here. Okay. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Today we shall learn response models and status codes, response schemas and documentation. This is the part 3. Documenting responses with OpenAI. FastAPI automatically generates OpenAPI documentation for your API, including response schemas. From FastAPI, import FastAPI status. From Pydantic, import base model. From typing, import list, date, any. App is equal to FastAPI. Here is the title, my FastAPI application. Description, this is a simple FastAPI application demonstrating response models and status codes. And version is 0.1.0. Class item, which has parent class base model, ID of type integer, name of type string, description of type string, @app.get within bracket, within quotes, /items, within curly braces, item_ID. So it will get that item ID. Response model is item, this one. Responses is equal to 200, that is okay. Description, item found successfully. Content of type, this is application /JSON within quotes, then within curly braces, example, colon, within curly braces, ID1, name example item, description, this is an example item. Next, 404, you can define it here also. 404, description, item not found, content, application /JSON, example, detail, item not found. Now the parameter is closed here. Here this is the decorator is closed here. This is the decorator. This is closed here. Now async def read item. Within bracket item ID of type integer. If item ID equal to 0, then return within curly braces detail item not found, comma 404. Return within curly braces ID, item ID, name, example item, description. This is an example item. Okay, so let's try this out. From here, first I need to go to the terminal, cd tutorial, then cd, and here is FastAPI, then mkdir 0 1 0, not 00 10 0 1 0. So cd 0 1 0. Now cd 0 1 0. Now code dot. It will open our Visual Studio Code. Now go to the terminal, control and backtick. Python 3 -m pnp. Now it will create the virtual environment. Source, then pnp/bin/activate. So this is activated. Now I shall create a file, main.py. Next I shall run these commands. Pip within, not here. Pip install FastAPI all in our that is unicorn UVICORN, then Pydantic. Okay. Now I shall copy this one from here to here, copy and paste it here. Next, I go to the second slide. Actually, it is third slide. Command C. Then I shall go to here and type this. So if there is any warning, FastAPI import FastAPI could not be resolved. Okay, I could understand that problem very much. So is this Python select interpreter and where is the PNP? Yes, this is the PNP. So everything seems okay. Let's run it. Now UVICORN, then MAIN app reload. So it's reloading here. Now go to here. detail not found. Okay, so we should check. That is in this model, get items, item ID, any type of it, integer. Items 1, 2, 3, 4, and here it shows ID 1, 2, 3, 4, name example item, description. Okay. Now let's go to the doc to see the documentation. This is the title, my FastAPI application. This is the sample FastAPI application demonstrating. We have defined response models and status code. Okay, and here also write out item ID 1, 2, 3. It shows this ID. This is okay, and content type is application JSON. Fantastic. Next. Adding examples to response schema. You can provide examples in your response documentation. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model field. From typing, import date any list. App is equal to FastAPI class item of base model. Base model is the parent class. ID of type integer, name of type string, description of type string. Pydantic version 2 example. Model config is equal to within curly braces JSON schema extra, which also within curly braces. Then examples. This is an array. So array of items. Array of examples is integer ID integer, then name, smartphone, then description, latest model smartphone with 5G capability. Okay. Now app get /item/ then response model. This is list of items. So we have list it here in the examples. List of items. Description, retrieve a list of items. Summary, get all items. Response description, list of available items. Async, def, read items. Now return. Then within a list. Then this is object, item 1 item object, another item object. Okay. So let's find out this. Here I shall copy this and go to my VS Code, Command A, Control V, so that everything is overwritten. Next, Command A, Command C, and here also Command D, so that our code is running. Now go to here, replace it. Now this run it. Description. This is example. It shows that this example. Now try it out and execute. It shows 2 items, that is ID1, ID2, and these things. Okay, this is list of item object. what we have defined. Now, slideshow, go to the next. Using tags for better documentation. Organize your API documentation with tags. From FastAPI, import FastAPI status. From Pydantic, import base model. App is equal to FastAPI class item, which has the parent class base model. ID is of type integer. Name of type integer. Now here is the decorator. At app.get within bracket, then within quotes /items/ response underscore model is equal to list within quote bracket item. So this is the list of item. This is item class we have defined before. Now status code is equal to status dot http underscore 200 underscore OK. Tags is equal to within quotes items. Okay. And summary is equal to, you can see different strings here. This is a string, list of string. Summary, retrieve all items. Description is equal to, within quotes, get a list of all available items in the system. Async, def, read items, return within, this is the first object, one item object, another item object, ID and name. Here is ID and name. Now, this is, previously this was app.get, now app.post. Here we have seen items. Now response model item status code status dot http underscore 201 underscore created, and here is tags also items. So you can use put another strings also here. Summary, create a new item. Description, create a new item with the provided details. Async, def, create item, name of type string. Here we get the name. This is of type string. And return ID1, and name is the name. Name we have sent from through this post. Okay. So I shall go here, copy this, and then paste it here. Next, copy this and paste it here. Save it. So we shall go to this site and then refresh. Here is the post, create a new item. Try it out. Suppose computer. What does it show? ID1 and name is computer, which I have said. And this is the kit. Try it out. Here it says that ID1, item 1, ID2, item 2. Okay. Complete documentation example. Here is a more complete example showing how to document responses. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, HTTP exception, status. From Pydantic, import base model field from typing import list optional dict any. From enum import enum. Import UUID. App FastAPI. Title Product API. Description API for managing products with detailed response documentation. Version is equal to within quotes 1.0.0. Class category within bracket str, enum. And it gets that value is a superclass or parent class for str and enum. Electronics, and it has the value of within quotes electronics. Clothing, similar within quotes clothing. Books, similar within quotes books. Other within quotes other. First, product base class product base, which has the parent class base model. Name of type str string is equal to field, then ... That means it is required. Example is within quotes smartphone X. Description, name of the product. Price, float. Again, this is required field. Example is equal to 799.99. Description is equal to price in USD. Category is equal to field default is equal to category.other. Here we use the enum. Within the category we have lots of things, just like in our previous example. Yes, here we use the other. Example, category.electronics. This is default and this is example. Don't confuse about them. This will be there if no category is specified. And this is the example. Description is product category. Now, description, this is optional string value. This is equal to field none. So, default value will be none. And example is equal to latest model with advanced features. Then description is equal to detailed description. In stock of type boolean is equal to field default is true. If there is no value, then it will be true. Example is equal to true. Description is equal to availability status. Class product create pass. So we don't need to use this code here, product create, and which is based on product base. Where is product base here? So it's based on the product base. Class product base, it is also based on product base. ID of full type UUID.UUID is equal to field, then default underscore factory UUID.UUID4. So it is default value. From when it will start, default factoring means default value when it will be created. Example, this example, description, unique number, model, config is equal to 2 is equal to within curly braces JSON schema extra. Examples: colon within third bracket within quotes ID. Here is example: name, smartphone, price 799.99, category electronics, description is model with advanced features, in stock, boolean, this is true. Okay. Now class product list, base model. Parents class is base model. Items, list of product. We have defined product in the previous slide. So we use this here. This is items is list of product. Product object. Count, this is of type integer. No value, no default value is specified here. And model config is equal to within curly braces JSON underscore schema underscore extra. Examples, then within third bracket, then within second bracket, items, then an arrow, a third bracket, then within second bracket, ID blah blah blah, name blah blah blah, price blah blah blah, category is also here, description is also given here, in stock is true. And here count will be 1. As it has only one item, then count will be 1. Next. Class error response of type base model. So base model is the also parent class of this class. Detail of type string. Model config is equal to JSON within quotes JSON schema extra. Quotes close. Then within second bracket examples, within third bracket, within quote, within curly braces, detail, colon, product not found. Now the decorator part. At app.post, within bracket, within quotes, /products, / response underscore model is equal to product. Status code is equal to status.http 201 created. Summary is equal to create a new product. Description, add a new product to the database. Response underscore description is equal to the created product. Tags, products within third bracket, as it's the list. Tags is always in the list. Responses is equal to 201, that is okay for the post, and we are using post method. Description, product created successfully. Content, application JSON, then example, ID this, name this, price is this, category electronics, description this, in stock true. Now all second brackets are closed here. Again 422. If there is an error, then model error message. Where is the error message? Is there any error message? Error response. Responses description. Error response is there. Product config. Okay. This is model error response. So this is of type error response class. And description is validation error. Async def now original program starts. Def create underscore product. Now product is of type product create. In a real application, you'd add this to a database. Product underscore dict is equal to product.model underscore dump. So it will be stored here. Now product underscore dict ID is uuid.uuid4. So their new uuid will be stored here. Return product dict. Here returns that product dict system. At get within quotes /products /response model product list status code status http underscore 200 underscore OK. Summary is get all products. Description retrieve a list of available products. Response description is equal to list of products, and here tags is only one tag, products. Responses 200, that is OK for get. Description list of products retrieved successfully. 500, this has two values. Model, this is model of type error response, and description item internal server error. So 500 is always internal server error, just like 200 is always for OK. Now you find this is the parameter of the decoration is closed here. Now we shall define the original function. Comment. In a real application, you would fetch this from a database. Return within curly braces, then items within third bracket. Only one product is there. ID, UUID4, smartphone X, price. This is specified here. Okay. And count is 1, as this has the array has only one item. app.get /product underscore ID. Response model is equal to product. Status code is equal to status.http underscore 200 underscore OK. Summary, get a specific product. Description, retrieve a specific product ID. Response description is equal to the requested product. Tags, here is a list of string. Here we use only one, that is products. Responses 200. Now description is product found successfully. And 400 model error response, and description is like that, product not found. Now the function async def read product ID ID uuid dot uuid. This is an example. A real application check if product exists. Product ID is just like that. If product ID is uuid, this one 0000000, this, then it says that product not found. Status code HTTP 404 not found. and detailed product not found, headers X header code, product not found. In a real application, fetch these from a database. But we are not using real application, so we can read our data, that is ID is taken from that ID of the of our server, name smartphone X, price 799.99, category electronics, description latest model with advanced features, in stock is equal to true, not is equal to, that is colon, true. Okay, bring your documentation, so all available. Okay, let's come out to the where it will start. We start long ago. Here, complete documentation. So copy this one, go here, select everything. Now paste it here. Here also go to the next one, paste it here. Again, copy this one and paste it here. Again, copy this one. Paste it here. Here. Copy this one. Copy, paste it here. And copy this one. Copy. And it's not complete, so we shall go to the next part. Copy this one and paste it here. Finally, copy this part and paste it here. This is our program. It automatically restarted. FastAPI. Okay. And here it shows product API. API for managing products with detailed response documentation. We shall use try it out. First get, it will show a list of products. Here only one is there, it shows that list. Let's copy that one to give me solve some letters. Okay, now I shall cancel it out, and here products, post products, try it out, and in stock, okay, requested this, executed 201, that means it's okay. Controls accept header, product created successfully. Okay. And here you see add a new product in the database. Actually, it's not a database, actual database. Now create this. Try it out. I shall do it using that one. Okay, we show that it shows that 200. That is okay. Now I want to use that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 8 zeros here. First 8 zeros. Now 1, 2, 3, 4. Now 4. Again 1, 2, 3, 4. Again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So let's execute. Okay, maybe extra we have done. Okay, product ID, valid product ID. Okay, let's copy from there where it found that one. Better copy it and paste it. Let's execute. Yes, detail. Product not found. It shows as we expected. Slideshow. Go to next. Viewing your API documentation. Once your FastAPI application is running, you access the automatically generated documentation and ReDoc also. We can use ReDoc. ReDoc, ReDoc. Here is the ReDoc with more detailed documentation. Okay. These interactive documentation pages allow you to see all available endpoints, view request and response schemas, test endpoints directly from the browser, see status codes and the response examples. That's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Let's learn FastAPI error handling. This is part 1 and basic exception handling. FastAPI provides robust error handling capabilities that allow you to create clean, maintainable code while providing clear error responses to clients. This tutorial covers everything you need to know about error handling in FastAPI using the latest version, that is 0.109.2 as of April 2025. Basic exception handling. Let's start with the simplest approach to handling exceptions in FastAPI. First, make sure you have FastAPI and UVCon installed. That is pip install FastAPI UVCon within third bracket standard. Let's try this. First, go to our terminal, then mkdir FastAPI 011 cd FastAPI 011 code dot. It will open and it will open VS Code, and now we shall go to the terminal, that is Python 3
-venv. Now activate that virtual environment, that is source venv/bin/activate. So it is in the venv environment is activated. Let's install pip install FastAPI and uvcon standard. You may or may not use double quotes around it. Okay, no matches uvcon standard. Yes, that is, we need the double quotes. Yes. That's I'm thinking. So let's make this one. Better, I shall go here, copy this one and paste it here. Okay. Now I shall delete this one. Create new file, main.py, press enter, command palette, select interpreter, and it will be venv this one. Okay. Now slideshow. Creating a basic app. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, HTTP exception. App is equal to FastAPI, app.get within bracket, within quotes, /items, / within curly braces, item_it, async dev read_item, then within bracket, item ID, which I get from here. It will be of type integer. Now here is item dictionary, items dictionary, that is 1, foo, 2 is bar, 3 is baz. Okay. If item ID does not in items, then if ID, that is this one from this one, then there is an HTTP exception when item is not found. There is HTTP exception, status code 404, detail f string, item with ID, this item ID within curly braces, not found. Return within curly braces, within quotes item, items of type of item ID. That is, for 1 it will show foo, 2 bar, 3 baz, etc. Run the application, uvcon main app reload. If you visit items/items/1, you will get a successful response. But if you visit /items/99, you will get a 404 error with JSON response. Detail item with item ID 99 not found. So let's try this one. First copy these codes, copy it. Now go here, test it, save it, uvcon main:\app reload. Now go to that URL. Now /docs. It shows that item ID. Let's try it out. 1, it shows that first one, 2, it shows that one bar, and then 3, buzz. And if I use 4, then what will happen? 4, detail item with 4 not found. If we use 99 as stated in our lesson, same thing will happen. Item with 99 not found. Okay. Now go to slideshow. Next, HTTP exceptions. FastAPI provides the HTTP exception class to handle HTTP specific errors. Advanced HTTP exceptions. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, HTTP exception. App is equal to FastAPI at app.get within bracket, within quotes, /users/ within curly braces user underscore ID. Now async def read user within bracket user ID of type integer. So this user ID is of type integer. Simulating user on user authorization check. If user ID is less than 0, then raise except HTTP exception, status code 400, details user ID cannot be negative. Headers, XError, invalid ID format. This is custom headers. Now simulating user not found. User ID, if user ID is greater than 100, then raise except HTTP exception, status code 404, detail, message user not found, user ID of user ID, additional info, users only exists with IDs between 1 and 100. You can return structured data. Next, simulating unauthorized access. If user ID is equal to 50, then raise HTTP exception, status code 403, detail is equal to access forbidden for this user. Otherwise, user ID, so it will return user ID of user ID, name, F, user, within curly braces, user ID. Okay. This example shows custom headers in exceptions useful for authentication errors, structured data in the detail field, different status codes for different error conditions. So let's go there. Copy this one. Go here. Select everything, delete that one. Go to the next. Then copy it. Then paste it here. Save it. Okay. Now we shall go to our docs. Refresh it. Now let's try it out. User ID. Suppose 10. It shows user ID 10, name user 10. Okay, let's make it 0. User ID 0 and 200. That means it's okay, it's successful. Name user 0. Then I shall use -10. It shows 400, that is bad request. Detailed, that is user ID cannot be negative, and X error invalid ID format. Okay. Now I shall go to 50, and it shows that access 403, that is forbidden. Detail, access forbidden for this user. Next I shall use 100. It's okay. It runs 101, name user 100. Now I shall use greater than 100. It shows 404, error not found. Detail, message user not found, user ID 101, additional info, users only exist with IDs between 1 and 100. Actually, it should be 0 and 100. Okay. So, we have seen examples like custom headers in exceptions useful for authentication errors, structured data in the detail field, different status code for different user conditions. Next, validation exceptions. FastAPI automatically handles validation errors for path parameters, query parameters, and request bodies. Path and query parameter validation. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, query, path. From Pydantic, import base model, field, validation error. From typing, import annotated. App is equal to FastAPI, then at app.get within bracket, within that quotes, slash products, slash within curly braces, product ID. Async def read product, read underscore product, product underscore ID, annotated, it must be integer, and path GT0, that is greater than is equal to 0, greater than 0, not is equal to, greater than 0, it should start from 1 and less than 1000, that is less than, that is 1 to 999, and Q, that is Q, annotated string, query, minimum length is equal to 3, maximum length 50, and default value is none. Now return product ID colon product ID and query colon Q. If you visit products /0 question mark Q is equal to A, you will get validation errors for both parameters. So let's try it. Go to here, select everything, paste it. Yes. Now refresh this one. Go to here, try it out, product ID, and if we use 1 and ABC, then it will show us 200. Product ID is 1, query ABC. Okay, let's make it 0. Execute. Then it shows 422, that is error, unprocessable entity, that is type greater than, input should be greater than 0, and here input is 0. Okay, fine. Now let's see 1 and AB. Well, then it already shows that please correct the following validation error and try again. For Q, value must be at least 3 characters. So, okay, now here I make it 100. Okay. So, it shows that it works. That is product ID 100, query ABC. Now, if we use 1000, then it shows again. Okay, I forget one thing. This is LE. Please note that. I told you that less than. It is not less than, it is less than equal to. So 1000 will work. So let's try it 1001. Yes. Please correct the following validation errors and try again. For product ID, value must be less than or equal to 1000. Okay. So you got it. How to validate that error. Request body validation. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. From Pydantic, import base model, field validator. It should be field validators, I think. No problem. I should check it. From typing, import list optional. From datetime, import date. Now name str is equal to field. It is required field, so it must be there. It is of type string. Minimum length is 1 and maximum length is 50. Now float, price is float, and it's greater than 0. Greater than 0, it can't be 0. And it's required. Description optional, so it is description is optional, and it's of type string. And field none, max length is equal to 1000, tags list str is equal to field, default factory is equal to list, validator, it should be field validator, I think so, but let's see first. Def validate tags. If length v, that is v, length of v, that is validate tags, is because validator of tags here. Validate tags, it's tags. Oh, I forgot to mention tags. This is the list of strings, and field, its default factory is equal to list. Okay, this is the v. So v means the tags. This is a list or array. Okay, not array in Python. It's a list. If length v is greater than 5, then raise value error. A maximum of 5 tags is allowed. Return v. Now app is equal to FastAPI at app.post within bracket, within quotes, /items/ async def create item within bracket, item is top of type item. This is the item class. Return item. Okay. Next, I shall check that one. I shall try it out. Okay. Select small piece of codes paste it here, save it. Now I shall go here and see. Try it out. Let's make it 0. Yes. As you know, price input should be greater than 0. So price will be greater than 0. 1 is okay. I made it 99.99 as its float. Let's see what happens. Okay, fine, no problem. 200, it gives us 200 code. That means it's okay. Next, I shall go here, type some strings A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H. Let's see what happens. No problem. It shows this. Okay. I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. Let's see. Tags. Yes. No problem. Up to M, N, O, P. Now let's see. Q, R, S, T. Let's see. Now it will show the error. That is unprocessable entity, and it shows that value error. A maximum of 5 tags is allowed. We are using 6. So up to MNOP, there is no problem. There is 5 tags. But for the 6th one greater than 5, it shows us the error. Next. If you post invalid data, FastAPI will return a detailed validation error. Detail, IOC, body, price, message, ensure this value is greater than 0. Type value error, dot number, not GT, CTX, limit value, 0. Let's try. Let's try if it shows or not. I think it's not sure. It won't show this. Let's remove this one. It shows the error, but the value is different. CTX, GT is 0. Okay. It's somehow near about, not exactly. This is off. And let's see one thing, that is validate. Yes, I was correct. We should not use validate. We should use field validate. Field underscore validate. Field valid, not validate, validator. Field underscore validator. Save it. Let's this one, try it out. Okay, it's okay, running okay. So let's correct that one. Field underscore. This is for version 2 of Pydantic. Field here, validator field. Because only validator is deprecated. That's the problem with software development. Every time, one day which works fine, the next day you will find that it's not working. Okay. That's all for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's learn part 2 of error handling with FastAPI. We will learn custom exceptions and global exception handlers.
Let's start. Custom exceptions. Let's create custom exceptions for more specific error handling. Creating custom exception classes. From FastAPI, import FastAPI HTTP exception. From FastAPI.responses, import JSON response. From FastAPI.requests, import request. From typing, import any, dict, optional. Now class insufficient fonts exception. It has the parent class exception, which is from not in HTTP exception, import request. Okay, it's from suppose inbuilt inside the Python. Now class, def underscore init underscore. This is the constructor of the class. Self balance of type float, required underscore amount of type float, detail of type string, and default value is insufficient fonts within quotes. And body of the function, self.balance is equal to balance, self.required underscore amount is equal to required amount, this one, self.detail is equal to detail, this one. Now super, that is it is calling this one, super dot underscore init underscore self dot detail. So it is now calling the constructor method of this exception. Class resource not found exception, which has also parent class exception. Here is the constructor, def underscore init underscore self resource type of type string, resource underscore ID of type any, detail of type string, which is optional, and default value is none. Now body of the function or body of the method is self dot resource underscore type is equal to resource type, self dot resource underscore ID is equal to resource ID, self dot detail is equal to detail or f string within curly braces, resource type with ID, resource ID not found. If the detail is there, then it will show the detail, otherwise it will show this, it will store this, not show, store this. Now it calls the super, that is constructor, this one's constructor method, exceptions constructor method, that is underscore init underscore within bracket self.detail. Now app is equal to FastAPI exception handler for insufficient fonts exception at app.exception underscore handler insufficient font exception async
def insufficient fonts exception handler, which has parameters request of type request, exe of type insufficient fonts exception, and the body of the method or function return JSON response status code 402 payment required content detail exe.detail balance exe.balance required amount exe.required amount missing amount exe.required amount minus exe.balance. Now exception handler for resource not found exception. At app.exception handler resource not found exception. Async def resource not found exception handler. Request is of type request. Exe of type exception resource not found exception, and body of the function return JSON response status code 404. Previously it was status was 402. Content will be detail exe.detail. Resource type is exe.resource type. Resource ID is exe.resource ID. Now at app get within bracket within quotes /accounts then /account ID /withdraw. Async def withdraw account ID int account ID of type integer, amount is of type float, simulating account balance check. Account balance is 100 if account ID is 1, else 500. If account ID not in 1 or 2, raise resource not found exception. So it must be either 1 or 2. For 2 it will be 500. Resource type account, resource ID is equal to account ID. If amount is greater than account balance, then raise insufficient funds exception. So if this is for accounts ID is 1, if it is greater than 100, then it will show this. For if the account ID is 2, and if the withdraw amount is greater than 500, it will raise this exception. Required amount is the amount. Return account ID, account balance, that is account balance minus this amount, and withdrawn, this is the amount. Okay, simple. Let's see that this example demonstrates creating custom exception classes with additional context data, registering exception handlers with @app.exception handler, returning structured error responses with appropriate HTTP status codes. Let's try this out. So from here I shall go to FastAPI mkdir. I shall name it as 012 project name cd 012, then code dot. Make it slightly bigger. Now go to the terminal, Python 3 -m venv. Now Python is there, we need to activate it, source, then venv/bin/activate. Source venv, no such file or directory, venv activate. Yes, it's there. Now install pip install FastAPI and then from FastAPI and then within quotes uvcon bracket open standard bracket close quotes close. It will quickly install those libraries. Now go to command palette, select interpreter. Now select this interpreter. Okay. Now let's copy. C. Okay, let's get a file main.py, Ctrl V. Next, go to here, Ctrl C or Command C for Mac. Then go here, then copy it, then paste it. Next one, copy this one, Command C and paste it here. Save it. No error. Let's type out uvcon main:app --reload. Let's go to that URL. Now /docs. It shows this. Try it out. Let's account ID 3. Amount is 100. Execute. That is 404. Account with 3 not found. Resource type account. Resource ID 3. Let's go here. That is 4. Resource not found exception. Resource not found exception from where? It shows resource not found exception handler, resource not found exception, resource not found. That is resource type, if resource type with ID not found. Here it says this account with 3 not found. Let's go to 2. Execute. It's 200. That is success. New balance will be 400 because previously it was 500 and after reducing 100 it became 400. Suppose for 1, let's see. So account ID 1, new balance is 0 because we have seen that for this one, for here account balance is 100 if account ID is 1. Let's make it slightly bigger, 101. Execute. 402 payment required. This is insufficient funds. Balance is this. Required amount, this one, 101, and missing amount is 1. Okay, balance is this, required amount is this, and missing amount this 1. Okay, let's see from where it came from. Insufficient fund exception. Insufficient fund exception. I simply use command key from my Mac keyboard and press enter, click on it. For Windows you should use control and then click. That is insufficient fund. That is required amount is that. This is the detail, insufficient funds exception. Okay. So we have covered all the errors here. Next slide show. Next. Global exception handlers. Sometimes you want to handle specific types of exceptions across your entire application. Creating global exception handlers. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, request, HTTP exception. From FastAPI, responses, import JSON response. From FastAPI, exceptions, import request validation error. From starlet.exceptions, import HTTP exception as starlet exception. Then import traceback. Import logging. Logger is equal to logging dot get logger underscore name underscore. So name will be min for here. Although the file name is also min. App is equal to FastAPI. That is comment, override the default HTTP exception handler. App.exception handler. Starlet HTTP exception. Async def HTTP exception handler. Request of type request. Exe of type starlet HTTP exception. Return JSON response. Within bracket, status code is equal to exe.status underscore code. And content will be within second bracket, then error. Then second bracket also within quotes status code colon exe.status code. Within quotes detail colon exe.detail. Now within quotes headers colon exe.headers. Okay. Now override the default validation exception handler. App exception handler within bracket request validation error. Async def validation underscore exception underscore handler request of type request exe of type request validation error log detail validation error logger.error f-string within quotes validation error colon within second bracket exe. Create user-friendly error messages. User-friendly errors is a blank list. For error in exe.errors, then lock is equal to arrowhead within quotes dot join str lock dot for lock in error within quotes within third bracket lock in lock if lock not is equal to body. So it will show that arrow, then arrow, then arrow, then arrow. Then message MSG is equal to error message. Next, user-friendly errors dot append. Here is user-friendly error dot append f string within quotes within curly braces lock. Here is the lock. Then colon within curly braces MSG message. So it is here. Now return, finally return JSON response status code 422 content error colon within curly braces status code 422 type validation error detailed. Detail is a list. User friendly errors body will be exe.body. All brackets are closed. Next. Catch all exception handler for unexpected errors at app.exception underscore handler within bracket exception async def unhandled exception handler request of type request exe of type exception. Log the full error with traceback. Logger.error within bracket f string within quotes unhandled exception and within second bracket exe logger.error within bracket traceback.format underscore exe return a generic error to the client. Return JSON response status code 500 content is equal to error then status code 500 type of internal server error detail and unexpected error occurred. Finally, at app.get within bracket within quotes slash test global handlers slash within curly braces item ID async def text global handlers within bracket item ID of type integer if item ID is equal to 0 this will be caught by the HTTP exception handler. So raise HTTP exception status code 400 detail will be invalid item ID. Else if item ID less than 0 this will be caught by the unhandled exception handler. Raise value error item within bracket within quotes item ID cannot be negative. Return item ID within quotes colon item ID and this item ID we got from here and here. Okay. The example shows overriding the default exception handlers, creating a catch-all handler for unexpected exceptions, proper error logging, and formatting user-friendly error messages. Let's try it out. Go to here, the first page of this code. Copy this. Go to our editor, delete everything, paste it. Next, go to the next one. Copy this. Then paste it here. Next, go to here and paste it also. Is it? Have I didn't type. I think I didn't copy. Copy this. Paste it here. Okay, let's do one thing. Auto rename, auto pep. Okay, this is enabled. Fantastic. No problem. So save it. Save it. Let's go to our FastAPI Swagger UI and refresh it. Here, test global handlers, item ID, test global handlers. Okay. And try it out. Item ID, suppose 123. It shows 200, that is success. Item ID is 123. Now make it 0. We expect an exception, yes. Bad request, that is 400. We have done this. Invalid item ID, headers is null. We have seen this here. If 0, detail invalid item ID, status code 400. And for the minus 1, execute. This is a different error, that is internal server error. This is value error actually. Status code 500, internal server error, an unexpected error occurred. Okay. Go to next. That's all for now for this lesson. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's start the part 3 or the last part of error handling. Here we will learn combining different exception handlers and best practices of error handling. Let's start it. Combining different exception handlers. Here is a complete example that combines all the error handling approaches. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, request, HTTP exception, depends, status. From FastAPI dot responses, import JSON response. From FastAPI dot exceptions, import request validation error. From Pydantic, import base model field validator. From typing, import any, dict, list, optional. Import logging. Logger is equal to logging dot get logger within bracket underscore underscore name underscore underscore. Define custom exceptions. Class database exception. Here is exception is the parent class. Now we have the constructor def underscore underscore init underscore underscore within bracket self detail of type string, operation of type string, entity of type string. Self dot detail is equal to detail. Self dot operation is equal to operation. Self dot entity is equal to entity. Super, that is this exception. This init, that means its constructor self dot detail. Class authentication exception. This class also has parent class as exception. Def, now constructor, that is underscore underscore init underscore underscore within bracket self comma detail of type str. Self dot detail is equal to detail. Now super, that is exception, init function or constructor method self dot detail, same like the previous one. Next, define methods. Class user, it has base model as the parent class. Username of type string. Field, it is required minimum length is 3, max length is equal to 50. Email of type string field of pattern like this. This is the pattern for email. Now age of type integer is equal to field. This is required greater than equal to 18. At field underscore validator username, this is the username. Def username alphanumeric class v. If not v dot is alpha num. If it is not alphanumeric, then raise value error within quotes must be alphanumeric. Return v. Initialize FastAPI app. App is equal to FastAPI exception handlers at app.exception underscore handler within bracket request validation error. Async def validation underscore exception underscore handler request colon request of type request exe of type request validation error. Now errors is a blank list for error in exe dot errors. Error underscore location is equal to within quotes then arrowhead dot join str loc for loc in error within third bracket within quotes loc. Errors dot append, finally this is done, and then location colon error location message colon error msg, error location is from here, error message, and type is error type. Next, return JSON response. Status code is equal to status dot http underscore 422 underscore unprocessable entity content is equal to within second bracket status error code validation error message invalid input data errors at app exception handler decorator which has database exception async database exception handler within bracket request of type request exe of type database exception, then function body logger.error within bracket f string database error colon within curly braces exe.detail during within bracket within curly braces exe.operation on within curly braces exe.entity. Return JSON response within bracket status code is equal to status.http underscore 500 underscore internal underscore server underscore error. Content is equal to within second bracket status error code database error message exe detail context operation exe dot operation entity is exe dot entity. Next, at app exception handler authentication exception. 1 second. Let me drink some water. Async def authentication underscore exception underscore handler request of type request exe of type authentication exception. Return JSON response within bracket status underscore code is equal to status dot http underscore 401 underscore unauthorized comma content is equal to within curly braces status error code authentication error message exe dot detail headers is equal to within curly braces within quotes www-authenticate colon then within quotes bearer at app dot exception underscore handler http exception async def http underscore exception underscore handler request of type request exe of type http exception return JSON response within bracket status underscore code is equal to exe dot status underscore code content is equal to status colon error code f string within quotes http within curly braces exe dot status underscore code message colon exe dot detail second bracket close comma headers is equal to exe dot headers bracket close. Next, authentication dependency async def verify token within bracket authorization of type optional string default value will be null if not authorization or not authorization dot starts with bearer then space. So authorization should start with bearer. Raise authentication exception within bracket, within quotes, invalid or missing authentication token. Token authorization dot replace bearer, then blank, then there is a space. This is within blank string, that is no value is there, even no space. In a real app, validate the token here. If token not is equal to valid underscore token, so it should be bearer, token must be here, bearer, then space, then valid underscore token. Raise authentication exception within bracket, invalid or expired token. Return within second bracket user ID :123. User database simulation. Suppose there is a database like that. Users DB within curly braces 1 : within curly braces within quotes username : within quotes John, comma within quotes email : within quotes John at example.com, comma within quotes age : 30, comma 2 : within curly braces within quotes username : within quotes Jen, comma email within quotes : within quotes Jen at example.com, comma within quotes age 25. Endpoints at app.get within bracket within quotes /users/ within curly braces user underscore ID. Now async def get underscore user ID of type integer, this is the user ID, auth of type dict is equal to depends verified token. Here is the verified token. So token must be in this way. If user ID not in users DB, raise HTTP exception status code status dot HTTP 404 not found. Detail f string user with ID, user ID not found. Okay. Try simulate database operation. User is equal to users DB within third bracket user ID, return within second bracket user : user, comma within quotes authenticated underscore user underscore ID : auth within third bracket user ID within quotes second bracket close. Except exception as E, raise database exception, detail is equal to within quotes failed to retrieve user data. Operation is equal to get, entity is equal to users. At app post within bracket within quotes /users/ comma status underscore code is equal to status dot http underscore 201 underscore created. Async def create underscore user within bracket user : user, comma auth : dict is equal to depends within bracket verify token. Check if username already exists. For existing user in user DB, dot values. If existing username is equal to user dot username. So if the user exists, same name user, raise HTTP exception within bracket status underscore code is equal to status dot HTTP underscore 409 underscore conflict. Detail is equal to username already exists. Try simulate database operation. New user ID is equal to max users underscore db dot keys plus 1. So that will be the next user ID. Users db within bracket new user ID is equal to user dot dict. Return within curly braces ID colon new user ID comma then dot star user dot dict. So dict will be placed here, just in this big string. Exception as E, raise database exception within bracket detail is equal to fail to create user, operation is equal to create, entity is equal to users. Now app.delete within bracket within quotes /users/ within curly braces user underscore ID async def delete underscore user within bracket user underscore ID colon of type integer auth of type dict is equal to depends within bracket verify token. Again verify token depends on verify token. If user ID not in users DB, raise if that ID is not in that user DB. Then raise HTTP exception within bracket status underscore code is equal to status dot HTTP 404 not found. Detail user with ID, that is user ID within curly braces not found. Now try simulate database operation del users DB user ID. Return message, return within curly braces message colon f string within quotes user with ID within curly braces user ID deleted successfully. Exception as E, raise database exception within brackets detail is equal to within quotes failed to delete user, operation is equal to delete, entity is equal to within quotes user, bracket is closed, next. Okay. After this, so we shall implement this one from here to here. Okay. Let's go to our terminal. mkdir then 013 cd 013 code dot. It will open our Visual Studio. Now go to the terminal here, type Python 3-m pnv enter. Now activate that virtual environment, source pnv slash bin slash activate. Now pip install FastAPI within quotes UV con then standard close. Okay, next go to here, command palette, select interpreter PNP. Let's create a file named main.py. Go here, go to first to this, copy, copy, paste it here. Copy, paste it here. Copy, paste it here. Copy, paste it here. Copy, copy, paste it here. Copy, paste it here. And finally, this one, copy, paste it here. Save it. No error found yet. Then I shall type uv code main app hyphen reload. Press enter. Now go to docs. Yes, get user ID. Let's try it. User ID 1, authentication, suppose this. Error, authentication error, message invalid or missing authentication token. Now we shall try our correct authentication. Bearer space then valid underscore token, which we have discussed before. Yes, username John 30, authenticated user ID this one. Okay, so let's type it out. 404 error, user with ID 4 not found. Let's make it 2 execute. Yes, 2 is possible. This is Jane. Now we shall go to post. Try it out. Authentication, bearer, valid, token. Yes, it's a bad user string. Shruti, my name. I'm not 18 years old, still I'm trying to execute. ID is 3, Shrudeep, and age is 18. Now I'm going to try it again. Let's see what will happen if it will take duplicate entry or not. Execute. Response 409, error conflict. Status error. Code this HTTP 409, username already exists. So it doesn't take any duplicate entry. Let's go here. User code 3. Type it out. Username Shrudeep. Shrudeep@gmail.com. Age 18. It's there. Let's see. Okay. Showing. It's showing what is logging out. What is we are doing. Okay. Next we shall delete it. Delete me myself. Yes. Try it out. User ID is 3. Authentication bearer. Then valid token. Suppose I'm doing something wrong. Let's see. 401 unauthorized error. Authentication error. Invalid or expired token. Okay. Make it this. Execute. 200 message. User with ID 3 deleted successfully. Let's try it with 3. This one. See, 404. Now this user doesn't exist anymore. Okay. So you got it. Next. This is our code. Everything is logged here. Terminal. Best practices. Here are some best practices for error handling in FastAPI. Number 1. Use structured error responses. Use a consistent format for error responses. For example, within curly braces, status, error, code, error type, message, human readable message, a message which we can read clearly or easily, details, additional context specific information. Okay? And this may be a dictionary. Use appropriate status codes. Use the correct HTTP status codes for different error conditions. 400, that is bad request, client error, malformed request syntax. 401, unauthorized, that is authentication failure. 403 will be forbidden, authentication succeeded but user doesn't have permissions. 404, not found, resource not found. 409, conflict, request conflicts with current state of the target resource. 422, unprocessable entity, that is validation errors. And 500, internal server error, unexpected server errors. Centralized error handling. Create a central module for error handling to maintain consistency across your application. This is errors.py. From FastAPI, import FastAPI request status. From FastAPI responses, import JSON response. Class app exception case within bracket exception. That is, exception is the parent class of this one. Def, that is constructor init self, status code of type integer, detail of type string. Self.status code is equal to status code. Self.detail is equal to detail. Class app exception. Class bad request within bracket app exception case. Def underscore underscore init within bracket self comma detail of type string. Default value is bad request. Super, that is this one, class this exception, class bad request. This is super, its constructor init, then status code 400 detail is equal to detail. Class not found, which has the parent class app exception class. Def init self detail of type string, default value is not found. Now super, this one, that is this app exception case, its constructor init status code is equal to 404, detail is equal to detail. Class forbidden app exception case, this is the parent class. Def init self detail of type string, default value is forbidden. Super, that is app exception case, init method or constructor method. Status code is equal to 403, detail is equal to detail. This detail is from here. Def add exception handlers within bracket app of type FastAPI. Add app dot exception handler, app exception case, async def app underscore exception underscore handler within bracket request of type request, comma exe colon of type app exception case, return JSON response within bracket, status code is equal to exe dot status code, content is equal to within second bracket status error code exe dot class underscore underscore class underscore underscore dot underscore underscore name underscore underscore message colon exe dot detail. Add other handlers here also. Now here is the main part. Main part from FastAPI import FastAPI, from dot errors import add exception handlers app exception. App is equal to FastAPI, add exception handlers within bracket app, at app.get within bracket within quotes /item/ within curly braces item id async def read item id of type integer. If item id is less than 0, raise app exception dot bad request within bracket item id cannot be negative. If item id not in list of 1, 2, 3, raise app exception dot not found within bracket f string within quotes item with id within curly braces item id not found. Then return within curly braces item ID colon item ID. This item ID is from here. Okay. 4. Log exception details. Always log exception details for debugging purposes, but only return safe information to clients. App.exception underscore handler within bracket exception. Async def general underscore exception underscore handler request of type request exe of type exception. Log the detailed exception with full traceback logger.error within bracket fstring within quotes unhandled exception colon within curly braces exe comma exe underscore info is equal to true. Return a generic message to the client. Return JSON response within bracket. Status code is equal to 500. Content is equal to within curly braces. Status error message colon within quotes unexpected error occurred. 5. Validation error handling. Make validation error messages user-friendly. At app.exception underscore handler within bracket request validation error. Async def validation exception handler request of type request exe of type request validation error. Map technical error messages to user-friendly messages. Error underscore mapping is equal to within curly braces within quotes value underscore error dot missing colon within quotes this field is required. Then within quotes value underscore error dot email within quotes, then invalid email format, comma, within quotes value underscore error dot number dot not underscore gt colon within quotes value must be greater than, that is within curly braces limit underscore value. Then add more mappings as needed. Errors is a blank list for error in exe.errors. Error type is equal to error within third bracket type. Field is equal to within quotes, then arrowhead dot join within bracket within third bracket strlock for lock in error within third bracket within quotes lock if lock not equal to body. Get user friendly message or fallback to the original message is equal to error mapping dot get error type is error type error message. Okay. Replace placeholders if needed. If within quotes within curly braces limit underscore value in message and within quotes ctx in error and within quotes limit underscore value in error within third bracket within quotes ctx. Message is equal to message dot replace within bracket within quotes within curly braces limit value comma str error within quotes within third bracket ctx within third bracket limit value error dot append within bracket within curly braces field colon field message colon message return JSON response status code 422 content is equal to within second bracket status error code validation errors, all brackets are closed. This comprehensive guide should help you implement robust error handling in your FastAPI applications. By following these best practices, you can create a better user experience and make your API more maintainable. That's all for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's learn or let's do one basic API development tutorial. Okay, let's start it. Number one, we shall create a project with this project planning, requirements gathering. We will build a simple book management API to perform CRUD operations. Each book will have ID, UUID of type UUID, title of type string, this is required, author of type string, this is also required, year, integer, this is required, description, this is optional, this is of type string. Now functional requirements: add new books, get all books or a single book by ID, update existing books, delete books. 1.2 API design and endpoint planning. Here will be our endpoint /books, this is the endpoint, list of books, /books /id, this is get method, get a book by ID, post books, add a new books. Now put books within curly brackets, ID, that is update an existing book, delete /books within curly braces, ID, that is delete a book. 1.3 data model designing, that is Pydantic version 2. We will use Pydantic v2 to define the book schema. First, pip install FastAPI within quotes all Pydantic. It should be, I think it should be standard. FastAPI all Pydantic. Then from Pydantic import base model field. From UUID import UUID. From typing import optional. Here is our book class, which has the parent class as base model, ID, UUID, title, string, author of type string, year of type integer, description is optional of type string and its value is none. Now class book create, which also has parent class as base model, title of type string is equal to field, this is required, triple dot means required, minimum length will be 1. Author str field, then minimum length is also 1. And year integer field greater than 0 and less than is equal to 2100. Description is of type optional string, field none, that is default value none, maximum length, max length 300. Okay. Next, documenting planning. FastAPI provides automatic documentation, Swagger UI, HTTP localhost 8000/docs and ReDoc http://localhost:8000/ReDoc. We will improve docs with clear parameter types, descriptive response models, proper HTTP status codes. Let's try this out first. First go here, go to terminal, cd dev /FastAPI mkdir 014 cd 014 then code dot. Now we shall add some codes here. First, you know that I shall type Python 3, then -m -v press enter. It is virtual environment is created, then source pnv/bin/activate. It's activated. Now we shall install this. Okay, again I shall install pip install uvcorn. Pip install uvcorn, requirement already satisfied. Okay, fantastic. So for all it is satisfied. Let's create models.py. New file, models.py, and here I shall copy and paste this code. Save it. Pydantic, yes. Command. Go to here, no. Here, command. Select interpreter. Okay. I'm using, by the way, I'm using Atom Dark One theme, which is soothing for my eyes. You may use this also. Now, document planning, we have done this. Next, building the RESTful API. Folder structure will be main.py, models.py, which we have created, and data.py. So, let's create, not here, here, main.py, .py, and data.py, data.py. Okay, 2 py files. Data.py is in-memory database. It's a very small database type things. It is simulating like a database. It's a fake database, you may call it. From models, import book. From UUID, import UUID4. Fake DB is a blank dictionary. Data1 book to start. Book ID UUID4. Fake DB book ID, this book ID, book ID, book ID, title 1984, author George Orwell, year 1949, description dystopian novel. Next, only one is there. Okay, let's copy and paste this in our data.py. Let's copy and paste it in our data.py. Save it. No error so far. Go to slideshow, go to next, main.py, FastAPI core logic. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, HTTP exception. From UUID, import UUID, UUID4. From typing, import list. From models, import book, book create. From data, import fake DB. That is, we have defined from data in the data.py app is equal to FastAPI at app.get within bracket within quotes /books, response underscore model is equal to list within third bracket book def get books. This function body now return list fake db dot values. Now app.get within bracket within quotes /books within curly braces book ID, response model is equal to book def get book book ID of type UUID book is equal to fake db dot get book ID. If not book, raise HTTP exception status code 404, that is not found. Detail will be book not found. Otherwise, return book. Next, at app.post within bracket within quotes /books, response underscore model is equal to book, status underscore code is equal to 201 def create underscore book within bracket book book create book underscore ID is equal to UUID4 new book is equal to book within bracket ID is equal to book ID book dot model dump. That is, previously it was used as dict, but for version 2 of Pydantic it uses model dump. So it will add those things here. Now fake book ID fake DB book ID is equal to new book. So new book will be added. Return new book. So new book will be returned. App.put /books within bracket within quotes /books within curly braces book underscore ID, response underscore model is equal to book def update underscore book within bracket book ID of type UUID book data of type book create. If book ID not in fake DB, then raise HTTP exception within bracket status code is equal to 404 detail is equal to book not found. Updated book is equal to book ID is equal to book ID, that existing ID, and book data dot model dump. Where is book data? Here it is book data. It's of type book create. We have defined that one in models.py. Fake db book id is equal to updated book. So updated book will be stored here and return updated book for the modifier. Now app.delete within bracket within quotes /books within curly braces book underscore id comma status code 204 def delete book within bracket book underscore id uuid if book id not in FakeDB, that is if it doesn't exist, raise HTTP exception status code 404 detail book not found. Del FakeDB within third bracket book underscore id. So this will be deleted. Okay. Next, implementing validation. Okay. Let's first implement this main.py. See, test it here. Now go to here, command C, go to here, save it. Now I shall type uv main :app reload. So it will reload. Okay, now let's go to docs. Yes, this in /books. Let's see, try it out. Just only one file, this one. Let's copy this one and successful. Okay, no. This is, so I'm thinking, I didn't run that one. So it should be that 1984 will be there. Let's copy this one. Command C. Okay, it is successful. Now books create, that is book get book ID. Let's try it out. I test it here. Let's test it. 98. See, 404 book not found. So I am giving the correct UUID or book ID. Now it's there, 200, and it's there. Okay. Now I shall create a book. I shall create a book, try it out. String, suppose I shall type a good book. I shall type a good book. Author. I'm not sure about the date. Let's 19. Very good book. Very good. book. Execute, and it is the ID. It is the ID and it's generated. Rabindranath Tagore. This is 1910, very good book. Okay, let's see if this book is added or not in the books. Execute. So two books are there. One is that George Orwell and another is Rabindranath Tagore. And let's copy this one. Here I shall go to get this one. So it's showing me only this book. Let's go to put, update. Request title will be author, not Rabindranath Tagore, only Tagore. 1910. I'm not sure about the date, year of the book published. A very good book. Now let's execute it. And it's executed. Yes, like that. Now it's not Rabindranath Tagore, author is only Tagore. So we can update it. Let's see. Get execute. So it is also here it is showing that name. Now I shall delete that book, that is delete. Try it out, book ID, execute. So (204), that is response headers. So this book is deleted. Let's see. Go to here, execute. Only one book is there, and that is George Orwell. Suppose I want to delete again that book, or I'm trying to get this book. Yes, it will show me 404, that is book not found, because it is deleted. Okay. So we have checked or tried with the tested with the API. Now slideshow. Implementing validation. Here already handled by Pydantic in book create. Title will be string, field it is required, minimum length 1, year less than equal to this and it is required greater than 0, and example error, detail, type string too short, or string should have at least 1 characters. This will be like the message. Error handling strategies. We use HTTP exception. Status code is like that. Suppose 404, 400, 401, 403, etc. and detail will be this. For not found 404, validation errors 400 automatic by FastAPI, and unauthorized 401 that is forbidden, 403, etc. Testing endpoints via Swagger UI. Run the app, we have done this one, and visit this, test this, we did it everything, delete, put, get, post, we did everything. Summary, you have now planned and built a FastAPI app, designed models with Pydantic version 2,
created CRUD. CRUD means create, read, update and delete endpoints. We have done it using get, put for create for post, read for get, update for put and delete for delete. Handled validation and errors, tested with Swagger UI. So that's all for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's learn FastAPI database integration. Number 1. Introduction to database with FastAPI. Overview of database options. FastAPI is database agnostic. That is, it doesn't care for database. It doesn't know which database is used. It doesn't have any more preference for any database. You can use any database with appropriate drivers. Relational databases, SQLite, local and file-based, PostgreSQL, production ready and robust, MySQL or MariaDB. And NoSQL databases like MongoDB with ODBs like B9, Redis for cache or session storage. Popular ORMs with FastAPI. SQLAlchemy, most widely used, powerful and for relational databases. Tortoise ORM, easy and asynchronization friendly. PV, Gino or Gino, Gino, encode databases, older or less maintained. SQLAlchemy versus Tortoise ORM versus others. Feature SQLAlchemy 2.0 plus, Tortoise ORM and others. Others within others, PV, Gino. Sync and async, SQLAlchemy full async support. Tortoise ORM async is the native and others limited or old style. Community support, SQLAlchemy huge and active, Tortoise ORM medium and others small. Feature rich, SQLAlchemy yes, Tortoise ORM limited and others basic. Migration, Alembic, Eric for the Tortoise, varies for the others. Production ready, highly recommended, SQLAlchemy, Tortoise ORM is good and others has some limitations. We will use SQLAlchemy 2.0 plus, that is declarative with async support in this tutorial. Setting up database connection. We will use SQLite here. Easy to start with. You can let us switch to PostgreSQL or MySQL. Let's start. Go to terminal, then cd dev FastAPI, press enter, mkdir 015 for this project, cd 015, press enter. Now start Visual Studio by typing code dot, and here go to terminal, run python 3 -m penv
to create virtual memory VNV. Now activate that virtual environment. We use source VNV bin/activate. So virtual environment is activated. Now I shall use pip install this. No, not here. Here. No, okay. I should use this. Use this. Okay, let's go here. I need to modify the lesson also. Yes, this. Go to this. Within quotes. Let's now go to the next one. SQLAlchemy version 2.0 integration. SQLAlchemy models. Here is the models.py. From SQLAlchemy.orm, import declarative base, mapped underscore column. From SQLAlchemy, import string, integer. Class base, which has the parent class, declarative base here. Now pass, do nothing here. Just use the base. Class user, it has that base is the parent class. Here underscore table name underscore within quotes users ID mapped int is equal to mapped column primary key is true. Name mapped string is equal to mapped column string 50. So string of 50 characters. Email mapped string is equal to mapped column string 100, unique is equal to true. Email must be unique. Okay, let's try this out. Go here. First, go to command palette, select interpreter, PNV, this one, models.py. Save it. Next, slideshow. Go to next one. Setting up the database and sessions. Here is the database.py. From SQLAlchemy.ext.async.io, import create async engine, create session maker async session. From models, import base. Database URL is equal to within quotes SQLite plus AIO SQLite : //test.db. It is the database URL. Engine is equal to create async engine. database URL and echo is equal to true. This one. Async session is equal to async underscore session maker engine, comma, where is engine? Create engine. Engine is not there inside of something. Engine expire on compat commit is equal to false. Oh, engine is here. Sorry. I'm very sorry. Engine is the here we have just defined. And expire on commit is false. This is the parameter. Async def init db. So init the database. Async with engine dot begin as con. Okay. Now await con dot run async run sync, that is await base dot metadata dot create all. It will create that database file. Let's copy and paste this one in our database.py. So let's create a file, new file, database.py, paste it here, save it, slideshow, go to next, dependency injection with database, deps.py, from FastAPI import depends, from SQLAlchemy.txt.asyncio import async session, from database import async underscore session, async def get underscore db arrow function, async session, it returns async session, async with async underscore session as session, yield that session. Okay, let's try it. Copy it, deps.py, new file, eps.py, paste it here. Async session where import async session, quick fix, add typing node. Okay, fantastic. Next, basic CRUD operations, main.py, from FastAPI import FastAPI, comma, depends, comma, HTTP exception, from SQLAlchemy.txt.asyncio import async session, from SQLAlchemy import select, from models import user, from database import initdb, from deps import get underscore db, from Pydantic import base model. App is equal to FastAPI. Run these once at the startup at app dot on event within bracket startup. So first it will initdb, that is async def on startup initdb. Pydantic schemas, class user create, which has the parent class base model, name string str, email of type string. Now class user read of which has the parent class base model, id of type integer, name of type string, email of type string, class config ORM mode is equal to true. Create user at app post within bracket within quotes /user comma response underscore model is equal to user read. Async def create underscore user of type user create db of type async session default value depends within bracket get underscore db. db user is equal to user dot dict. It should be model dump. db dot add db underscore user await db dot commit await db dot refresh db user return db user. So that user will be added here. Read users at app.get within bracket /users within quotes response model is equal to list of user read. Async def get users db of type async session default value depends within bracket get db. Result will be is equal to await db dot execute within bracket select within bracket user return result dot scalars bracket open and close dot all. So all values will be displayed. Get user by id at app.get within bracket within quotes /users within curly braces user id comma response underscore model user read async def get underscore user underscore id int comma db async session is equal to depends within bracket get db. Result is equal to await db dot execute within bracket select user dot var clause user dot id is equal to user id, this one of type int. User is equal to result dot scalar 1 or none. If user is none, raise HTTP exception within bracket status code is equal to 404 detail is equal to within quotes user not found. Return user. Now delete user. App.delete within bracket within quotes /users within curly braces user underscore id async def delete underscore user within bracket user id of type integer, this one db just like the previous one async session of type async session is equal to depends, that is default value get db. Result is equal to await db dot execute within bracket select user dot var clause within bracket user dot id equal to user underscore id. User is equal to result dot scalar underscore 1 underscore or underscore none. If user is none, raise HTTP exception within bracket status underscore code is equal to 404 comma detail is equal to within quotes user not found. Await db dot delete user await db dot commit return within curly braces, within quotes message, colon, within quotes user deleted. Okay. Let's try this one. Go to here, I think. Basic, yes, this is the main file. C, go to here. It is not saved. I saved it. New file, main.py. Paste it. Go here. Select everything. Copy. Go here. Paste it. Save it. Now go here. Next one. For the delete one. Copy and paste it here. Save it. Okay. Is there any error? Till now, I shall go to here. UVCon main app reload. Okay. I shall try it out. UVCon -main :app -reload. Application start off failing. Something here. Insert disconnect. Engine database here main.py. Is there any one on event? But it should be no quick fixes. On event in class FastAPI is deprecated. On event is use lifespan event handles instead will be on event method FastAPI docs for lifespan events and okay, method on event type string. Event type string decorated callable at on event. Add the event handler. This okay, fantastic. Okay, no problem till now. And deps.py, is there any problem? No. Database.py, no. Models.py, no problem. So this has been changed. Only on event has been changed. Let's try it out. Let's try. Let's first do database integration. Okay, I think I'm able to run this process. Okay, on event is there. I didn't change that one, but for database.py, models.py, I use this in it to constructor. This init as constructor. Deps is same, more or less this is the same. I shall show you the code. Deps here, deps async session, and another is this. Another is this. More or less, these are the same. Depths, this part I have added this part. Yes, GetDB. Okay, and moreover, the most thing is that I need to install another library, that is pip install greenlit. Sorry, pip install greenlit. Yes, pip install greenlit. This library is required for Alchemy, SQLAlchemy. Okay, now let's start it. Please don't. This is I have restarted it, so it shows me this double one. Please don't be confused with the double env. Now I shall start. What is the command? UV-cond, then main :app, then --, reload. Yes, it's running. If it is not there, it will create that one, because I have run it once before showing you. It will create that one. Let's Control C. Let's coming out from it. Let's delete it. Delete that library. UV-cond. And you see this create table is used. This integer, not null. This is, and primary key is ID. Unique email is unique. This is the SQL command that created this one. Okay. Let's go to that URL. Okay, detail not found. Go to docs. Yes, get docs. Try it out. ID no, string execute. No, it's blank array, blank list is found. So I need to add something. First create. Try it out. Name Sudeep. Sorry. Email will be sudeep@email.com. Execute. It's 200. It's there. John. Sorry. John@email.com. It's there. John@email.com. Jane @email.com. So now I shall use get user. Execute. You see there are 3 records we have added. Those records are stored where? Here in this test.db. Okay. And this is 1, 2, and 3. Now get user of type user ID, user ID. Okay. Try it out. I2. It should return John. Yes, John. Now I want to delete one record, that is Jen. Try it out. 3. Execute. User deleted. 200. Now I try to delete it again. Then 404. User not found. Okay. Let's go to get users and execute. So we have 2. 1 and 2. Jane is not there because it was deleted. Okay, slideshow, go there, next one, summary. Now, you now have a FastAPI app, SQLAlchemy 2.0 plus Async setup, SQLite connection, CRUD operations with dependency injection. Okay. By the way, I shall copy all the codes in your slides and your doc file. Okay. So bye for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's learn FastAPI Advanced Database Operations. We shall cover complex queries, transactions, SQLAlchemy ORM with SQLite, Pydantic version 2 plus, performance tips. This is the project structure, FastAPI SQLite app, or in our case that will be the app name, then main py, database py, models py, schemas.py, crud.py, requirements.txt. It's not needed. Last one is not needed in our case. Okay. Then install requirements, pip install FastAPI, UVCon, SQLAlchemy, Pydantic, email validator. Okay. First, I shall go to the terminal, then cd dev, then FastAPI, then create the directory 016, cd 016, press enter, code dot. Okay. Now, as you know, Visual Studio Code editor will open, and here I shall go to, I press Ctrl and backtick to go to the terminal. Here I shall type Python 3 -m venv. Press enter. Virtual memory is created. Activate this source venv/bin/activate. So virtual memory is activated here. Now we shall install these libraries. I copied these libraries, then install it here. Yes, everything was installed. Go to Python, select interpreter, select this venv. Okay. Now we shall create main database, model, schemas, CRUD, main.py, 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 models.py, models.py, database.py, database.py, schemas.py, CRUD.py. schemas.py and CRUD.py, CRUD.py. Now slideshow, go to next one, slide, database.py, SQLite setup with SQLAlchemy 2.0. From SQLAlchemy, import create engine, From SQLAlchemy.orm import session maker, declarative base. Database URL will be is equal to within quotes SQLite:3/test.db. So database name will be test.db. Engine is equal to create engine database URL connect args within curly braces. Check same thread false, future is true, session local, session maker bind is equal to engine, auto flush is equal to false, auto commit is equal to false, future is equal to true, base is equal to declarative base. Let's try this. Copy this and paste it into database.py. Database.py here. We shall paste it here. Save it. So everything is copied. Next, models.py. SQLAlchemy models. From SQLAlchemy, import column, integer, string, foreign key. From SQLAlchemy.orm, import relationship. From database, import base. Class user, which has the parent class base. From here, underscore table name underscore is equal to users. ID is equal to column within bracket. This is of type integer. Primary key is equal to true. Index is equal to true. Name is equal to column within bracket. String index is equal to true. Email is equal to column within bracket. String unique is equal to true. Index is equal to true. Items is equal to relationship within bracket. Item back populates is equal to owner. Class item base, this is the base is the parent class, underscore table name underscore is equal to items. ID is equal to column within bracket integer, primary key is equal to true, index is equal to true. Title is equal to column within bracket string, index is equal to true. Description is equal to column within bracket string. Owner ID is equal to column within bracket integer, foreign key within bracket within quotes users.id. Owner is equal to relationship within bracket within quotes user, back populates within quotes items. Okay, that is, this is the user ID foreign key and this is the relationship from user to item. Okay. And then, okay, there is schemas. So let's copy and paste it into models.py. Copy and paste it here. Models.py, where is models.py here? Paste it here. Save it. So it's there. Next, slideshow. Next one, schemas.py, Pydantic v2 models, Pydantic version 2 models. From Pydantic, import base model, email str, config dict. From typing, import list, optional. Class item base, which has the parent class base model, title of type string, description of type optional string, and default value is none. Class item create within bracket item base pass, that is item base is the parent class this, and I wrote pass to as there is nothing to implement. Now item of which has the parent class item base, id of type int, model config is equal to config dict, form attributes is equal to true. Now class user base, which has the parent class base model, name is of type string, email is of type email str. Email str is here. Class user create within bracket user base, that is user base is the parent class and it does nothing, so pass. Class user base, user base is the parent class, id of type integer, items of type list of item here, item is equal to default is a blank list. Model config is equal to config dict within bracket form underscore attributes is equal to true. Now class user item count, which is the parent class as base model, name of type string, item count of type integer. Okay, so let's copy and paste this in schemas.py. Save it. Okay. Next. CRUD.py, complex queries and transactions. From SQLAlchemy ORM, import session, selection load. From SQLAlchemy future, import select. From SQLAlchemy, import func, import models, import schemas. Models or schemas are from that folder, so nothing is given here. Def create user with items within bracket db session, db of type session, user of type schemas dot user create, item titles of type list of string. New user is equal to models dot user within bracket name is equal to user dot name, email is equal to user dot email. db dot add new user, db dot flush get the user ID before committing. This is needed, this flush. Items is a list, models dot item within bracket title is equal to title, owner underscore ID is equal to new user ID for title in item titles. item titles is formed here. db.addAllItems, db.commit, db.refresh new user, return new user. Def search items, db of type session, keyword of type string, stmt is equal to select within bracket models.item, then var clause dot var models.item.title dot I like within backtick f string within quotes percent within curly braces keyword then percent. Return db.execute stmt.scalars then .all. Next, def get user item counts, db of type session, stmt is equal to within bracket select within bracket models.user.name comma func.count models.itemid.label within bracket within quotes item underscore count, then dot join, then within bracket models.user.items group by models.user.id. Now result is equal to db.execute stmt, this is the statement, .all. Now convert to list of dictionaries for JSON serialization. Return within third bracket within quote within curly braces within quotes name colon name comma within quotes item count colon count for name comma count in result. Def get users with items, db of type session, stmt is equal to select within bracket models.user.options within bracket select inload within bracket models.user.items return db.execute within bracket stmt.scalars.all. Okay, let's copy and paste this. Copy this and paste into CRUD.py. CRUD.py. Next, copy this and paste it into CRUD.py. Save it. Slideshow. Go to next. Now main.py, that is FastAPI app. From FastAPI import FastAPI, depends. From SQLAlchemy ORM import session, import models, that is change from relative to absolute import. This is for absolute import. Actually, I have tried this before, so it is written here. I wrote it down. From FastAPI, this import models, import schemas, import CRUD. From database, import session local, engine, base. base.metadata.create underscore all within bracket, bind is equal to engine, create tables on startup. App is equal to FastAPI, def get db, db is equal to session local, try, yield db, finally db close. So it will create that db and then close it. At app.post within bracket slash within quotes slash users slash comma response underscore model is equal to schemas.user, def create user within bracket user colon schemas.user create comma db colon session is equal to depends within bracket get db, return CRUD.create user with items, db user, then within a list, that is third bracket, item A, comma, item B. Next, app.get within bracket, within quotes, slash items, slash search, response model is equal to list, schemas.item, def search items within bracket keyword of type string, db of type session, default value depends within bracket get underscore db, return code dot search underscore items within bracket db comma keyword, at app.get within bracket within quotes slash users slash item counts comma response underscore model is equal to list of schemas dot user item count, def user underscore item underscore counts within bracket db of type session and default value depends within bracket get underscore db, return card dot get user underscore item underscore counts within bracket db. Let's copy this one first to where main.py. Main.py, yes. Next, go to here, copy this, copy, go here, paste it. Okay. Is there anything? No? Okay. Let's start. Let's try this out. Not start. Try this out. That is uv code main colon app hyphen reload. Error loading found module app not found in module main where why app is there. Okay, not saved. Sorry. Now it is saved. You see. Now go to docs. Here we get users, create user, item search, item counts. Let's first try create user. String, I shall type my name Sudeep and email will be sudeep@example.com. Execute, and here I see that it's good, it's okay, that is successful. Response body is name Sudeep, email within items, we have two items, title item A, description null, ID is 1, and a title item B, description null, ID 2. Okay. So, let's go to the other. Try it out. Item. Here it shows two items, item A, item B. Suppose I type A. It shows only item A. If you remember, we have used something like A, like I or something. Where is that one? Item ID here or something. I like, that is case insensitive like. Okay. So this is case insensitive. If I use A, then it will show A, or B, show B, item B, or type item. It shows all items. Okay. Next, item counts. Try it out. It will show item counts 0. Okay. I haven't executed it. Yes. Item count is 2. Name Sudip, item count 2. I thought that it gave some error. It must be 2 because there are 2 items. So item count is 2. You got it? Everything is working. Next. Performance tips even with SQLite. Use select in load or joint load to reduce n+1 problems. This is purely database problems. Okay. And this is not a database tutorial, so I can't proceed further with this. Use indexes. Index is equal to 2 on frequently shared columns. Okay. For ID. Suppose. Use flush to avoid extra commit before foreign key inserts. Yes, we use flush or foreign key inserts. For large data, paginate queries, for example, limit, offset, etc. Avoid auto commit is equal to 2. Control commits yourself. Example, eagle load with selecting load already shown above. Run the app. We did it. We did everything here. And at last the summary. Feature status. SQLite support done. Complex queries done. Transaction handling done. Eagle loading done. Alembic free done. And Pydantic V2 done. Alembic is needed for PostgreSQL. Okay. This is not needed. Alembic is not needed for SQLite. That's all for now. Thank you. Hello everybody. Let's learn FastAPI basic authentication. We will learn following topics. Number 1, HTTP basic and digest authentication. Number 2, API key authentication. And number 3, session-based authentication. Setup first, install FastAPI and dependencies. Pip install FastAPI, UVcorn, Python, multipart for the forms, and Pydantic. Let's try this. First go to terminal, cd dev / FastAPI mkdir 017 cd 017 code dot. It will open Visual Studio Editor. Now Control backtick to go to the terminal and type Python 3 -m venv. It will install virtual environment, and next I shall activate it, that is source, then venv / bin / activate. Enter. It is activated virtual environment. Next go to here, copy it, paste it here. So it has been installed. Go to here, command palette. Within command palette, select interpreter venv. Now go to slideshow, create main.py. From FastAPI, import FastAPI. App is equal to FastAPI at app.get within bracket, within quote / def read-root within bracket, return within curly braces message : within quotes, welcome to FastAPI auth tutorial, and then run the app using uvcorn main : app - reload. Let's try it. First copy, then create main.py, save it. Now uvcorn main : app - reload. Please command click on this message, welcome to FastAPI auth tutorial. Okay, that is what it's written. Now one HTTP basic and digest authentication explanation. Basic auth uses base64 encoded username password in the authorization header. Digest auth is more secure but not directly supported in FastAPI, so you need an external library like Python HTTP digest auth. Now we shall use basic auth example. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, depends, HTTP exception, status. From FastAPI.security, import HTTP basic credentials, app is equal to FastAPI, security is equal to HTTP basic here. Now at app.get within bracket, within quotes / basic auth, def basic auth credential HTTP basic credentials is equal to depends within bracket security. Security is defined previously. Correct username secrets.compare digest secrets.compare.digest credentials username admin, correct password, secret.compare.digest credentials password secret. If not correct username and correct password, if it is not there, then raise HTTP exception status code is equal to status HTTP 401 unauthorized detail invalid credentials header is equal to within quotes www-authenticate:basic return message otherwise, that is otherwise, f string welcome credentials username, then what username will be given here. Test it in the browser or with curl using this basic auth. Okay, we shall try it out. First go here, copy it, okay, from here everything I have copied, and this one security, and then go to the next page. Save it. So first we shall check basic auth. Let's try it. /basic -auth or _auth -auth. Yes, that's correct. It asks for username admin in CCU. It's not there. One. What is the secret? Okay. Admin CCRET. Never. It shows message welcome admin. Okay. This endpoint uses HTTP basic authentication where number 1, the credentials are extracted using FastAPI's dependency injection. Number 2, secrets.compare_digest function is used for secure string comparison to prevent timing attacks. If credentials don't match, that is username admin and password secret, it returns 401 unauthorized error. If authentication succeeds, it returns a welcome message. Okay. We have seen that. We have again tried in, let's go here. Okay. /docs. ReDoc. We have found it. Basic authentication. Try it out. Execute. Welcome admin. I have written that, so it shows that, otherwise it will give some other error. Okay. I am showing you both ways. Next, 2. API key authentication. Explanation. Number 1, API keys are passed via headers, query params, or cookies, suitable for client-to-server authentication. From FastAPI, import header. API key is equal to my secure API key at app.get within bracket slash within quotes slash API key hyphen auth def API key auth str header if API key x API key not is equal to API key, this one raise HTTP exception, that is status code 401 detail is equal to invalid API key, otherwise return message API key authenticated. Test it in this way, API key auth. Okay, I shall first type, okay, no, not this one. I shall first type header to here, header to here. Next, I shall go here and copy all these things. Save it. And it is API key hyphen auth. Let's try API key hyphen auth. Message log failed, field required input null. Sorry. So I need to use this. I need to use this API key auth. Here is the API key. Try it out. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's my API key. And it shows invalid API key and it is detail is invalid 401 unauthorized. So I have seen that error. This is the error 401 invalid API key. Now I shall copy that API key which is needed. Paste it here. Execute. Message API key authenticated. This endpoint accepts, number 1, accepts an API key in the X API key header, in the header. Compares it with a predefined key, that is my secure API key. Returns a 401 error if they don't match. And 4, returns a success message if authentication succeeds. Okay. Next. Session-based authentication. Explanation. Stores user session into a cookie. Requires login route and simple in-memory session storage. Example. From FastAPI, import request response form cookie. From FastAPI.responses, import HTML response, comma, redirect response, import UUID. Simulate user and session, store fake user DB. This is just like DB, database, is equal to admin and secret. Admin is the user ID and secret is password. Now session store is a blank dictionary at app.get within bracket, within quotes, slash login, comma, response underscore class is equal to HTML response, def login form. It's login form. It will create, for the get, it will create a login form. Return within triple quotes, that means it will be literally sent to the browser. So this is HTML code, form, action, login. So this is also login, and method is post. For that it is not get, it is post. When user click on submit, username, input, name, username, password, colon, input, name, password, type, password. So password won't be shown. Input type, submit, value, login. Now form tag close, and this string, it will send this string to the browser. So the browser will display that string during get, and when the user click on the login button, it will click on the submit button, it will run post login. We shall see next page. Now app.post within bracket within quotes /login, def login, response of type response, username of type string is equal to form, password is equal to of string from form. So the form password, this one, name, username and name password, those will be sent here respectively. If fake user db.get username is equal to password. For username, for that username, its password is matched. Then session ID is equal to struit.uuid4. Session store session ID is equal to username. Response is equal to redirect response. URL is equal to /dashboard. It will go to dashboard here. Status code 302. Response.setCookie key session ID value session ID. Return response. Otherwise, it will raise HTTP exception status code 401 detail invalid login. App.get dashboard, it will show that dashboard, def dashboard function, session ID of type string, and value will be cookie none. Username is session store.get session ID. If not username, if username is not found, then raise HTTP exception status code 401 detail unauthorized. If we start dashboard, then it will show unauthorized. It will raise that exception. Return message f string welcome username. Try it in your browser with this and log in with admin and secret. It can be used with this FastAPI Swagger UI. We need to use /login. Login. Well, okay, I didn't I didn't copy it. Sorry. We are so involved in the secrets. Request response from cookie. Okay, fantastic. And this one, copy. Go here. And then go to here. Copy from here to here. Save. Refresh it. Will show username
admin ABCD something. Invalid login. Let's go again. Admin sector. Then it will show message welcome again. Welcome admin. Sorry, welcome admin. It shows that welcome admin. Admin is the user ID. F string username. User ID or username is admin. So it shows that. Next. This implements a standard web login flow with login from endpoint. Login form, sorry, not from, form endpoint at app.get within bracket within quotes /login, comma, response underscore class is equal to HTML response, def login underscore form, return triple quotes, then open and here it's closed, form action is equal to within quotes /login, method is equal to post, username colon input name username. We have discussed it. This displayed a simple HTML form for username password input. Okay. Next. Login processing endpoint. This is the login processing endpoint. First validates credential against a fake database. If fake user, this one is password, that is fake database. On success, generates a unique session ID using UUID here in this line, stores the session ID in memory. In real app, this would be in database or Redis. This in memory. Then sets a cookie with the session ID. Session ID where it set that cookie. And redirects to the dashboard. Redirect to dashboard. Okay. Next. Protected dashboard endpoint at appget. This is the protected dashboard. Extracts the session ID from the cookie. Looks up the associated username. Returns 401 if no valid session exists. Shows a personalized welcome message on success. Summary. This example demonstrates 3 common authentication patterns in web applications. Number 1. Basic authentication, simple but sends credentials with every request. Number 2. API key authentication, common for server-to-server communication. Number 3. Session-based authentication, typical for web applications with user login. Okay, that's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Let's start learning JWT authentication using FastAPI. Number 1. JWT concepts quick intro. What is JWT? JWT or JSON Web Token is a compact URL safe way to represent claims between two parties. Number 1. Header type of token, that is JWT. Algorithm used, for example, HS256. Payload. Data or claims like user ID. And third one is signature, ensures the token hasn't been tampered with. Here is an example token like this. It seems like gibberish or junk values, but it is a real token. Token example. Now implementing JWT with FastAPI with Pydantic version 2. install dependencies, pip install FastAPI, all within third bracket Pydantic, then within quotes Python -JOS within third bracket cryptography. And project structure will be like that. There will be three files: main.py, auth.py, models.py. Let's try. Go here, create 018, yes, cd 018. Now code dot. It will open Visual Studio Code Editor. Now I shall go to the terminal using Control and backtick. Type Python -m venv. As I'm working on Windows, it may take some time, but it will work. Sometimes slower computer is better for testing how fast our apps are. Now we need to activate venv \. Please remember that Windows use \. Scripts activate. Okay. Now I shall install this. Control C, not Command C. Please remember that for Windows it is Control C, and for Mac it will be Control C, Control V, and for Mac it is Command C and Command V. Okay, it's installing. Here it may take some time. In the meantime, I shall create three files: main.py, auth.py, and models. That is, what is new file? Models.py. Okay. One file to analyze. Okay, I think it's done. Go to command palette, Python select interpreter, venv, this one. Now I shall go here, and this is the model.py. From Pydantic, import base model plus user base model, username of type string, password of type string, plus token. This is the base model, that is parent plus, access token of type string, token type of type string, plus token data of parent class, base model, username, either it will be string or none, and default value is none. Let's copy and paste it in our models.py. Copy it, Control C, go there. Okay, it has been finished, completed. Paste it here, save it. Okay. Next, I shall go to the next slide, that is auth.py, token logic. From datetime, import datetime, time delta, that is difference. From JOS, import JOS, or some, it may be pronounced as HOS also, I am not sure. Import JWT error, JWT. From FastAPI, import HTTP exception, status, depends. From FastAPI.security, import OAuth2 password bearer. From models, import token data. Secret key, use env var in production. So we shall use env.env file. Secret key is equal to super secret key. Algorithm is HS256. Access token expire minutes 15 minutes. After 15 minutes, it will expire. Refresh token in minutes, that is, it will refresh on after 7 days, that is 60 into 24 into 7, that is in minutes, 7 days, this much minutes. Auth2 scheme is equal to OAuth2 password bearer, token URL is equal to token, create JWT, def create token data of type dict, expires delta, time delta. Where is time delta? Of type time delta here. And to encode is equal to data.copy. Here is the data. Expire datetime dot UTC now, that is now, plus expires delta. And to encode dot update within bracket, within curly braces, within quotes exp colon expire, return JWT dot encode to underscore encode secret key. Here is our secret key. Now algorithm is equal to, or this is algorithm. Okay, next. Decode JWT, def verify token of type string, try payload is equal to JWT dot decode token comma secret key comma algorithms is equal to within third bracket algorithm, username colon str is equal to payload dot get within bracket sub. If username is none, raise credentials underscore exception, return token data within bracket username is equal to username. Accept JWT error, raise credentials exception. If there is an exception, it will raise. Def credentials exception, this one. Return HTTP exception, status code is equal to status.http underscore 401 underscore unauthorized. Detail could not validate credentials. Headers is equal to within curly braces, then within quotes www-authenticate colon within quotes bearer. Okay, so let's copy and paste this auth.py. First copy this one, go here, go to auth.py, paste it. Next, go to here, again decode JWT, then paste it, save it. Okay. Next, main.py, main FastAPI app. From FastAPI, import FastAPI, depends, comma, HTTP exception, comma, status. From FastAPI dot security, import OAuth2 password request form. From auth, import create underscore token, verify underscore token, OAuth2 underscore scheme. From datetime, import time delta. From models, import user, comma, token. App is equal to first API. Fake user DB, that is Alice. It has this dictionary, username, Alice, password, Wonderland. Login route app.post at app.post within bracket within quotes /token comma response underscore model is equal to token def login within bracket form data of type OAuth2 password request form is equal to depends bracket open and close. User is equal to fake users db dot get within bracket form data dot username if not user or user within third bracket password not from form data dot password doesn't match, then raise http exception within bracket status underscore code is equal to 400. Detail is equal to within quotes invalid credentials. Access token is equal to access token. Data will be within curly braces within quotes sub colon user within third bracket within quotes username. Expires underscore delta is equal to time delta within bracket minutes is equal to 15. Return within curly braces within quotes access underscore token colon access underscore token and within quotes token underscore type colon bearer within quotes. So token type will be bearer. Actually, it will return that token when you create on these and type that username and password. It will return you that token. Next, protected route at app.get within bracket /me def read users me within bracket token str is equal to depends OAuth2 underscore scheme user is equal to verify token then return within curly braces user then user dot username. Okay, so let's implement this. Copy from here into main.py. Next, copy this to main.py. Save it. Next, okay, update login to issue both access and refresh token. I'm not sure. I shall do it again. Okay, first let's try this. So here I shall type uv con main colon app hyphen reload. Go there and detail not found. We are not interested with this. We shall go to docs. So here are two things. Let's make it smaller. Here it is quite larger. Now first post, click on it. Here try it out. First is password. It's not, I shall type those things. Alice Wonderland. How can I know this username and password? From our code. Execute and see that it shows access token. This is the access token and token type bearer. Okay. If we create a different one, suppose this, then detail invalid credentials. So it's take cancel, reset. Okay. Next here, before going to that, click on here. Type username. Actually, it will create automatically authorize it using username password. Then it will create the token, bearer token inside it, and then it will automatically authorize. Alice, then Wonderland, authorize. Okay, close. You see, this the padlock or lock is closed. Now try it out. Execute. Yes, user is Alice, but without it, you can't find user Alice. It will show invalid credential. Okay. Our next slideshow. Update login to use both access and refresh token. App.post within bracket /login response model dict def login with refresh from data of type OAuth2 password request form is equal to depends bracket open bracket close, just like the previous one. User is equal to fake user db.get form data username. If not user or user password, not is equal to form data password. Then raise the HTTP exception, status code 400, detail invalid credentials. Then access token is equal to create token, data is equal to sub, within curly braces sub, then user, within third bracket, within quotes username. Expires delta timeline minutes is equal to 15. Refresh token is equal to create token, data, then sub, user, username, expires delta, time delta, within bracket days is equal to 7. Return access token is access token, refresh token, token type bearer. Returned access token, refresh token, token type bearer. I think we have double, make it double access token. Okay, let's first copy this one to our main.py. Where is our main.py here? Paste it, save it, and then let's see the same thing. So I can delete it. I can delete it without any problem. Where is the delete key? Yes. Okay. Go here. Refresh it. Get me login. Okay. Login. Try it out. Again, login is Alice. Then string will be Wonderland. Execute. Let's see. Yes, access token. This is the refresh token. And token type bearer. Okay, got it. Those are different. Access token is different, refresh token is different. Next, endpoint to get new access token. App.post refresh response model token, refresh token of type string, user is equal to verify token, refresh token, access token is equal to create token within bracket there is data is equal to within curly braces sub user.username, express delta, time delta, minutes 15, return access token, token type bearer. So let's copy and paste this in our main.py. Paste it, save it. Go there. Yes, try it out. Okay, refresh. Try it out. Refresh token. Okay, now we need that refresh token. Yes, try it out. Alice Wonderland. Now we shall get the refresh token from here. Refresh token is here. Copy it. Now go to here. Refresh token. Paste it. Execute 200. That is okay. Access token is this and token type is bearer. Okay. Now it's done. We are able to refresh the token. Okay. Next slideshow. Go to the next one. For token expiration and revocation. Token expiration already handled using this to handle this UTC now, minutes 15. Token revocation. So revocation needs stacking blacklisted token, for example in DB or Redis. Create a token, say to store revoked tokens for demo only. This logout at app.post logout def logout token str depends this one. Revoke tokens.add return message logged out. Verify token with blacklist. Verify token with blacklist. If token in revoke tokens, raise this. Status code 401 detail token revoked. Return verify token. Is there anything after that? Okay, I shall first copy and paste it in our main.py to add something new. Okay, not here. We shall add this here. Save it. Reloading. Okay, now refresh it. Log out. Here is the logout. Okay. First do it. Alice Wonderland. Authorize. Close. Now try it out. It is after seeing this one, execute. Now see, logged out, MSG logged out, so it's logged out. Okay, go here, slideshow, next. Okay, it tests with curl, but we have already done this. So that's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Let's learn FastAPI to-do list project. Or better, we shall create FastAPI to-do list project. Let's start FastAPI project using FastAPI, Pydantic version 2, V2 plus, SQLAlchemy V2 plus. This is new declarative model style. We will build a simple to-do list API with full CRUD functionality. Setup. Set up the environment. Create a project directory mkdir FastAPI to do project. Now cd to that folder, FastAPI to do project, create a virtual environment, Python -m venv. Now for Mac or Linux, we shall use source venv/bin/activate. And on Windows, we shall use venv \scripts \activate. Now install required libraries. Pip install within quotes FastAPI within bracket all SQLAlchemy Pydantic. Okay, so let's do that. I shall open that one, that is terminal, cd tutorial cd FastAPI. Now mkdir FastAPI underscore to do underscore project cd FastAPI to do underscore project. Now I shall open here code dot. Let's go here. I shall hide that button, hide that left, this one. I shall hide that so that I can type better. Now control \, Python, now -m venv. Oh, sorry, Python command is not there. Python 3. And it will install that virtual environment. Now source venv/bin/activate. And it's activated, as you've seen that. Now we need to pip install this. Copy and paste it here. Again, another file, that is UVICon. Okay. Now it will install everything here, and we are in the environment, virtual environment. So let's go here. Slideshow. Go to the next. FastAPI to do project. Main.py, database.py, models.py, schemas.py, CRUD.py. So we shall create this project structure. That is here, new file, main.py, py. Now database.py, next models.py, next schemas.py, next CRUD.py. Okay. Now slideshow. Go to the next. Step 3, create database connection, database.py. Now, then this is the comment, database.py from SQLAlchemy, import create engine. from SQLAlchemy from from SQLAlchemy.orm. ORM is a sub-library within this, and import here session maker, comma, declarative base. Database URL is equal to, within double quotes, SQLite colon, then triple slash dot slash todos.db. Engine is equal to create engine within bracket database URL, this one, then echo is equal to true. It will show that it will create that engine. Session local is equal to session maker, bind is equal to engine. We have used that engine, this one, and auto flush is equal to false. Now class base, where it has the parent class as declarative base. Now pass it. Pass. Explanation. Engine connects to SQLite database. Session local, our DB session class, base class used for all models required in SQLAlchemy 2 plus. So let's copy this one from here to here, copy and paste it here. Where is the database.py? Here. Paste it. Save it. Now, slideshow. Go to the next one. Step 4. Define models. Models.py. Models.py. From SQLAlchemy, import column, integer, string, boolean. Class to do, which has the parent class base here underscore underscore table name underscore underscore is equal to, within quotes, to do's. ID is equal to column within bracket integer comma primary key is equal to true, index is equal to true. Title is equal to column within bracket string nullable is equal to false. Completed is equal to column. This is the boolean, that is yes or no completed. Default is false. Explanation. To do defines a table to do's with 3 fields. Primary key is equal to true. This is unique identifier. Index is equal to true. This makes DB queries faster. Okay, so let's implement this. This is models.py. Copy this and go to here, models.py, paste it, save it. Okay. Now go to slideshow. Next, step 5. Define schemas, Pydantic schemas, schemas.py. Schemas.py. From Pydantic, import base model, class to do create, and which has the parent class as base model. It has only one property, str title of type string. Class to do read, which also has the parent class as base model. Here ID is type of integer, title is type of string, completed is type of boolean, class config, from attributes true. Explanation. To do create its input schema client to API, this one. To do read output schema API to client, this one. From attributes true. This tells Pydantic to use ORM model attributes. Okay. copy this and paste it in schemas.py. Schemas.py. Save it. Now go to next. Create CRUD logic in CRUD.py. Here is the CRUD.py from SQLAlchemy ORM import session. From models, import to do. From schemas, import to do create. Def create to do function. DB of type session to do of type to do create DB underscore to do is equal to do within bracket title is equal to do dot title. DB dot add within bracket DB underscore to do DB dot commit. Now DB dot refresh DB underscore to do return DB underscore to do. Def get underscore to do's DB of type session return DB dot query to do all. So it will return all to do's from the database. Def get to do DB of type session to do underscore ID of type integer. Return DB dot query of to do dot filter to do dot ID equal to do underscore ID dot first. Actually, it will return the ID of that to do. Sorry, it will return the to do record where to do dot ID is equal to given to do ID, and it must have only one record of the same ID, so it shows the first. Delete def delete to do DB of type session to do ID of type integer. To do is equal to get to do DB of type DB then to do ID. If to do, so if it is to do is there, this to do is there, then DB dot delete to do, but we must have to commit, then DB dot commit, then return false. Sorry, return true. Otherwise, if no to do is available, then return false. Def update to do DB of type session to do ID of type integer completed of type boolean to do is equal to get to do then DB comma to do ID. If to do, so if this to do is available for this, then to do dot completed is equal to completed. Whatever we have done, completed true or false. This is boolean. DB dot commit, then DB dot refresh also. DB dot refresh to do. Now return to do. Otherwise, if it doesn't find any to do, then return none. Okay. So we shall implement this into CRUD.py. Copy it here. Then CRUD.py, paste it. Next, go here, copy it, and paste it here. Save it. Schemas.py has error. Pydantic, import Pydantic couldn't be resolved. Okay, I shall use that one. Yes, select interpreter, recommended, then it is solved. Slideshow. Go to next. Step 7. Create the first API app main.py. Main.py from FastAPI import FastAPI depends HTTP exception from SQLAlchemy.orm import session. Import models, schemas, CRUD. From database, import engine, session local, base. App is equal to first API within bracket, title is equal to within quotes, to do API with fast API, SQLAlchemy 2 plus, Pydantic 2 plus. This is the title. Create the database table base dot metadata dot create all. Then bind is equal to engine. Now dependency for DB session. Def get DB. Now DB is equal to session local. Now try il DB. Finally DB dot close. So before coming out of that program, it will run DB dot close. At this is the decoration app dot post within bracket within quotes slash to do slash then response underscore model schemas dot to do read def create to do where to do is of type schemas dot to do create then db of type session default value depends get underscore db return CRUD dot create underscore to do and here db to do at app dot get decoration within bracket within quotes slash to do's slash response model is equal to list of schemas dot to do read then read to do's db of type session is equal to depends get db return CRUD dot get to do's within bracket db at app dot get within bracket within quotes slash to do's slash within curly braces to do underscore id response underscore model is equal to schemas dot to do read def read to do id of type integer db of type session and equal to that is default value depends within bracket get underscore db db underscore to do is equal to CRUD dot get underscore to do then within bracket db to do underscore id if not db underscore to do then raise http exception status code 404 detail is equal to within quotes to do not found return db underscore to do app dot put within bracket within quotes slash to do's slash within curly braces to do underscore id response model schemas is equal to schemas dot to do read def update to do status to do id of type integer complete completed of type boolean db of type session is equal to depends within bracket get underscore db updated is equal to CRUD dot update to do then db to do id completed if not updated then raise HTTP exception within bracket status code is equal to 404, detail is equal to do not found, return updated, app.delete within bracket within quotes slash to dos slash within second bracket to do underscore id, def delete to do within bracket to do underscore id of type integer, then db of type session is equal to depends get underscore db. Success is equal to dot delete underscore to do within bracket db comma to do underscore id. If not success, then raise HTTP exception. Status code is equal to 404, detail to do not found. Return OK and true. Return OK is true. Next. Step 8, run the server. You will call main app reload. Go there, find and OK. I shall do that later. So go to here. Step 7, copy main.py, first step of main.py, copy it, go there, main.py, paste it. Now, next, copy the next one, copy. Now, go here, paste it here, save it. Now, I shall use Control B for bat, or Command B to hide and unhide the left string. I press it, Command B again, it will appear. It will show here. Okay. Now let's run it. U D form, then mail colon app, then hyphen reload. It created that one. It created that file. Let's go there. To-dos DB is created. Okay. And here I shall open. Where to open? What is it install? Yes, this one. Not found. Then slash docs. Yes, we found that. Read to do's post get. Let's go to create to do. Try it out. Title string. Title item 1. Execute. And it shows 200 ID1, item 1 false, completed false, item 2, sorry, to do 2, execute, to do 2 is executed. Okay, now cancel, go read all to dos, try it out, 200, execute. And here it shows 2 to dos. Yes, the first one is item 1, second item is item 2, second to do. Sorry. Now I shall modify the first one. So get, okay, I shall create search for the second to do 2, and here we found the second to do only. Next, I shall go to try to create a to-do which is not available, and it shows to-do not found and 404 error. Next put, try it out, to-do ID 1, completed, true, yes, complete. Execute, this ID 1, item 1, completed, true. Let's again get this, try it out, execute. This is true and it is false. Okay. Last is delete. To-dos, to-do ID. To-do ID. I want to delete the first one. 1, execute. And go here, it returns okay, true. And here, I shall go to here, try it out, execute. See, only one to do. ID 2. So 1 is not available. We have deleted it. So let's go to the part. It's our next slide. We have to do this up to this. Find our notes. SQLAlchemy 2.x prefers new declarative days and cleaner sessions. Pydantic V2 requires form attributes is equal to true for ORM model conversion. Clean separation of concerns, models, schemas, and CRUD. That's all for now. Thank you.
Hello everybody. Let's learn Simple Book Management API. It will cover FastAPI, SQLAlchemy 2.x with modern version, that is the modern version, Pydantic 2.x, SQLite for persistence. Our project goal is we build a REST API where you can add a book, get all books, get a book by ID, update a book, delete a book. Let's start it. Folder structure will be like that. Book API, this is the project name. Main py, models.py, schemas.py, crud.py, database.py, and install required packages in your terminal. Pip install FastAPI, UVCon, SQLAlchemy within quotes, Pydantic within third bracket .env. Okay, let's start it. So I shall go to terminal, then cd dev, then FastAPI, cd, then mkdir 020, that will be our project folder, cd 020, then we shall run code dot. Then I shall use control and backtick here, control and backtick, that is, let's copy it, copy and paste it here. Okay, no, I forget it. Python 3, then -m, PNP, press enter. Next, I shall use source pnv/bin/activate, press enter. Now I shall install them, that is pip install. It installed already.
Now I shall go to Python, select interpreter, venv, and let's continue this project. I shall create those files, those Python files, along with the project creation. Okay. Next. Step 3, database.py, set up the database. Database.py, from SQLAlchemy, import create engine, from SQLAlchemy.orm, import session maker, declarative base. Database URL is equal to, within quotes, SQLite://dot/books.db. Engine is equal to create underscore engine, database underscore URL, echo is equal to true. Session local is equal to session maker, bind is equal to engine, auto flush is equal to false. Class base of parent type declarative base pass. Explanation: engine connects to an SQLite DB. Where is this is create engine, is this engine, SQLite DB. Session local creates a session to interact with DB. Base used to define models later. We shall create it in models.py. So I shall copy this and paste it in database.py file. New file, database.py file, pasted it here, save it. Okay, everything looks good. Then I shall slideshow, go to slideshow and continue to next one. Step 4, models.py, that is define the DB model. Models.py, from SQLAlchemy, import column, integer, string. From database, import base, class book, which has parent class base, then underscore table name underscore is equal to, within quotes, books, ID is equal to column, within bracket, integer, primary key is equal to true, index is equal to true, title is equal to column of type string, nullable is equal to false, author is equal to column of type string, nullable is equal to false, year is equal to column, integer, nullable is equal to false. Explanation: this defines the book table. Each book has an ID, title, author and year. Okay. Let's try this out. Go to models, go there and I shall create models.py. Models.py. Paste it here. No error found. Okay. Next, go to slideshow. Go to the next slide. Step 5, schemas.py. Define the request response models. Schemas.py, from Pydantic, import base model, class book create of parent class base model, title of type string, author of type string, year of type integer, class book read of parent class book create,
ID of type integer, class config from attributes is true. This is needed for SQLAlchemy ORM conversion. Okay. Explanation: book create used when adding or updating. Book read used when returning data includes ID. Returning data includes ID. Okay. So let's copy and paste this in schemas.py. Copy this and paste it here. Schemas.py. New file. schemas.py. Paste it here. Save it. Next, I shall go to slideshow. Then go to next. CRUD.py. Add business logic. CRUD.py. From SQLAlchemy ORM. Import session. From models, import book. From schemas, import books create. Book create, not books create, book create. Def function create book db of type session and book of type book create class. Yes, this one. Now db.book is book ** book dot model dump. You know that this is the model dump used now. Previously it was used dict. So ** model dump will generate the parameters for book class. db.add db_book, this one. Then db.commit, you need to commit it. db.refresh book dbbook. Okay, this one. Return dbbook, then return this dbbook. Def get books db of type session. Return db.query book, query or which book and what type of books, all books. So it is used .all. Def get book, it's get books and it is get book. db of type session, book underscore id of type integer. Return db.query of type book, of not of type book, of book, and here is the filter. Filter is which? Book.id is equal to book id dot first. So when it will get the first one, then it will come out from that loop, searching loop. Internally it is doing in this way. So if we use first, only one book will be written, maximum one book will be written. So if it get this book, so only one book is required. Okay, it will make some query much faster. Now def update book db of type session, book id of type integer, book of type book create class. db book is equal to get book db of book id. If db book, if it exists, that is then db underscore book dot title is equal to book dot title. db underscore book dot author is equal to book dot author. What is book? Here book is book create of type the book create class, and here book year. Then db dot commit. Then db dot refresh db book. Return db book. Otherwise, if this db book is none, then it will return none. Now def delete book db of type session, book id of type integer, db book is equal to get book db and book id. If db underscore book, so if exists, if it is not none, then db dot delete db book db underscore book, so it will be deleted, and then you need to commit the changes, that is db dot commit, return true, otherwise return false. Explanation: all functions work with SQLAlchemy session to create, read, update and delete, that is CRUD. C for create, R for read, U for update and D for delete, CRUD. So this is the CRUD operation. Okay, let's go to the previous one, this one and this is CRUD.py. Let's copy this. From here we shall create CRUD.py, CRUD.py file and paste it. Next, go to the next page, copy this one, go to our editor and paste this here, save it. Next, I shall go to slideshow and go to the next slide. Step 7, main.py, build FastAPI app. Main.py, from FastAPI, import FastAPI, depends, HTTP exception. From SQLAlchemy.orm, import session, import models, schemas, CRUD. From database, import engine, session local, base. Create DB tables. Base.metadata.create underscore all. Bind engine. Bind is equal to engine. That is create that table. This will be a file. And here is app is equal to FastAPI. Here is some customization. Title will be Book Management API. Now dependency to get DB session. Def get DB. DB is equal to session local try yield DB. Finally DB dot close. Okay. App.post at app.post decorator within bracket within quotes /books response model is equal to schemas dot book read. Def create underscore book within bracket book of type schemas dot book create db of type session which is equal to depends get underscore db. Now return CRUD dot create underscore book db book. Okay, go to next one, next page. At app.get within brackets within quotes /books response underscore model is equal to list within third brackets schemas dot book read def read underscore books db of type session id not session id session is equal to depends get db. Return CRUD dot get books db. We have defined in the CRUD.py file. At app.get within bracket within quotes /books within curly braces book underscore id then response model is equal to schemas.bookRead def read book ID of type integer. You need to supply this. DB of type session is equal to depends within bracket get underscore DB. Book is equal to CRUD dot get underscore book within bracket DB comma book ID. If not book, so if it is none, or yes, it is none. In other languages, it is called null. Raise HTTP exception status underscore code 404, comma, detail is equal to within quotes book not found. Return book, then at app.put within bracket within quotes slash books slash within second bracket book underscore ID, comma, response underscore model is equal to schemas.bookRead. Def update underscore book within bracket book underscore ID of type integer book of type schemas.bookCreate DB of type session is equal to just like before depends get underscore DB. Updated is equal to CRUD dot update books update book that is put here, then DB within bracket DB comma book ID comma book. If not updated, updated it means if not updated, that means it is true or false. Then raise HTTP exception within bracket status underscore code 404 detail is equal to within quotes book not found. Return updated. Okay. Then I think I was wrong. It was not Boolean. I am checking, just checking. No, yes, I am wrong. I am wrong. It returns DB book, this DB book. Otherwise, it returns none. That means if not this where I was, if not updated, that means it is none. Not none, that is yes. So, if this condition, then raise that exception. Now, app.delete within quotes slash books slash within curly braces book underscore ID. Def delete underscore book ID of type integer, you get it from here. DB of type session is equal to depends within bracket get underscore DB. Success is equal to CRUD dot delete book DB comma book ID. This returns Boolean as far as I remember. Let's check it. Yes, this is true, this is false if DB. So, this returns Boolean. If not success, then raise exception, HTTP exception within bracket status code 404 detail is equal to book not found. Return within curly braces OK colon true. Okay. So I think it's end here. Let's check it. Yes, it's end here. This main.py is end here. Okay. So copy and paste it. Let's copy the first part. I shall go to our editor, create a new file, main.py file, paste it here. Okay. Now go to there and copy this. Paste it here. Save it. Okay. So, those are saved. And let's go to here.
run, not run, UVI CORN, then main colon app hyphen reload. Application starter, it shows something. I think it's create a table. Yes, book.db. It creates that table. Okay. So it's okay. Let's go to there and go to docs/docs. Yes. Get books. It will show us blank array. So you blank array. Yes. 200, but this list is blank. Now I shall create some books. Okay, try it out. String title book 1, string author 1. Okay, let's make it small. AUTHOR 1, then year 2025. Execute. Let's see. Yes, 200. Response body. MOOC1 is not MOOC1. I shall change it. I shall update that one later. Okay. Now let's book 2, author 2, and year 2026. Execute. Okay, book 2, author 2, ID will be 2, and book 3. Author will be 3, and it will be 27. Let's see. Book 3, author 3, 27 is added. Let's check if they are really added or not. Execute it. You see, our first MOOC1, not book 1, I shall update it. Then book 2, then book 3. Yes, everything is fine as of now. Now get. Let's make it, let's try it out. Let's try with the book 2. It will be 2 ID is 2, book 2, author 2. Otherwise, if I make it 4, it will show an error not found. Okay, this is the GET request and error not found. Now go to put. Okay, book ID, let's try it out. Book ID will be 1. This will be book 1, author also 1, and I shall make some changes here. 2024, previously it was 2025. Now I made 2 changes here. Book 1, it is previous aim was there, and here 2025 was there. I made it 2024. Execute it. Book 1, author 1, year 2024, ID is 1. Okay, let's go there. Execute. Title book 1, author 1, 2024, ID 1. Nothing is there. Okay. If I made it suppose 5, then let's check what will happen. And it will show an error for the book not found because there is no ID of 5. ID 1, 2, 3 only there. Now delete. Try it out. 3. Let's delete 3. Execute. Book. Oh, I deleted it twice. Sorry. Let's delete. Let's see if it is deleted or not. Execute. Yes. Let's delete 1. Where is the delete? Yes.
Let's make it 1. Execute. It will show OK, true. If I again try to execute it, what I did last time, then it will show not found. Yes, book not found, because it is already deleted. And execute it, there will be only one book, that is book 2. Okay, so we have completed all the endpoints, checking all the endpoints. Slideshow. Next, explanation. Exposes REST endpoints, yes, for the main API. Uses dependency injection for DB, yeah. Then returns proper reasons or errors, proper responses or error, not reasons, responses or errors. Next, run the app. We have already tried it. Is there anything more? No. That's all for now. Thank you.